had always longed to achieve the strength belonging to one of the fabled champions. He longed for a power so great that he could overcome an entire family on his own. Armed with nothing more than a wooden stick, he faced an entire army. They could conjure magic simply by thinking about it. However, the harshness of reality became clear when began his journey at the Hunter Academy. He ended up being the biggest outcast of them all. She failed to meet the requirements of the qualifying exam. All the other students teased him relentlessly. Considered the top-performing student in the class, his actions stood out as the most troublesome of all. For him and his group, nothing was more enjoyable than picking on. Every single day, this routine repeated itself without fail. He found himself left with nothing, as every last bit of his money had been taken away. However, a single day arrived that altered the course of everything. It was the day and his friends made up their minds to break into an old mausoleum and steal its treasures. They pulled with them as they went. They started to take valuable relics from the past. RMC made an attempt to halt their actions. They had nearly killed him, leaving him battered and barely alive. They tossed him into the lake, leaving him to drown. Deep within the darkness, hidden far below, it lingered. Countless renowned heroes from ancient legends revealed themselves before him. He was presented with an opportunity to select and obtain the abilities of one among them. He possessed the ability to transform into any persona he wished, whether it was a skilled swordsman or a powerful mage. There stood a summoner, an archer, and an alchemist. It could have been something completely different. Despite all the hardships he had faced, the hero refused to settle for a single power, boldly deciding to claim them all. Despite their warnings about the dangers, and insisting that his body could never endure such a challenge, he remained determined. He remained indifferent, accepting his fate without hesitation. As a result, he inherited the powers possessed by countless legendary warriors from ages past. As he rose out of the water, he had transformed into someone unrecognizable to those who once knew. Everyone was astonished to see that he was still alive, stubbornly enduring like a cockroach that just wouldn't perish. Quietly reached down and gathered a stick from the earth. He waved it in front of his group of friends. They responded with laughter, showing they didn't take it seriously. At the same time, his frustration reached its peak, prompting him to command his followers to eliminate for good. His companion, who had achieved the rank of A among swordsmen, stood by his side. Without hesitation, it surged ahead, certain that the task would pose no challenge. He lost his life as a direct result of his actions. A mage who was also part of the group started to weave magical energy, preparing to unleash a spell. As he recited the lengthy spell, the hero unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from just one finger, striking his opponent with incredible force. He was instantly electrocuted right where he stood. At this point was the sole person left. As drew closer, he found it difficult to come to terms with what he saw unfolding in front of him. It was revealed that Carnegie had taken in the spirits of the founders by using the emblem known as the crest of nothingness. Within, the founders radiated happiness and anticipation, awed by the newfound liberty that followed ages of being trapped. They began to animatedly debate among themselves about who would possess body, turning the decision into a spirited contest. Among the group of founders, Hinoi, renowned for exceptional swordsmanship, turned to and spoke. He wonders what Carnegie intends to do next. Was regarded as unimportant and brushed aside. Carnegie's focus shifted as something much more threatening caught his attention from behind, shifted her attention toward, her expression now sharpened with determination. He trembled with fear, cautioning against making the mistake of underestimating an A-rank hunter of his caliber. Acting instantly, strikes face with a strong punch. The force launched him high into the air. Carnegie shifts his focus toward a bag shrouded in shadows, an eerie, dark energy seeping from it. While he concentrated on the object, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from its core. The sudden event surprises him, but Hinoi stays composed, a subtle smile lingering on his face. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, a ferocious beast with 3 wolf-like heads rampaged through the area, leaving destruction in its wake. A man shouted too, insisting that he take control of the dangerous animal. Quickly moves in to confront the creature. From above, the character unleashed a powerful waterfall impact attack, striking the target with force. The audience bursts into applause, astonished by how effortlessly he overcame the powerful A-rank monster. Known for their exceptional skills as an S-rank hunter, received the compliments with a modest and gracious demeanor. While getting ready to submit their report and head out for a drink, a thunderous energy suddenly swept over the city, bringing with it an intense and crushing force. As chaos erupted, people began to fall, overcome by fear, while even the hunters found it difficult to resist the overwhelming power. Glanced back, noticing that his teammates were clearly in trouble. Upon noticing that even a rank and B-rank hunters could not withstand the overwhelming force, everyone understood that the presence causing such pressure could only be an S-rank monster. Out on the streets, individuals fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the crushing weight surrounding them. A strange light was shining from the founder's mausoleum. In the depths of the jungle, shook with fear as he fought to lift himself into a sitting position, the character's eyes widened as surprise washed over their face. A gigantic creature suddenly climbs out of the bag in front of them. He stared in shock, barely barely able to comprehend what he was seeing, his mind racing with questions about whether the creature before him was a demon or something else entirely. Calmly clarified that interference had broken the seal, causing a powerful boss monster that had long been trapped within the tower to break free. Watches the chaos develop and instantly realizes what has happened. By taking the relics away, an ancient seal was broken, and one of the tower's long-sleeping monsters was set loose. Hinoi carefully studied the creature, immediately identifying it with expert accuracy. The entity represented pure nothingness, recognized as a threat even more severe than those labeled S-rank. Hinoi explained that this creature's toxic presence was once widespread in their time, capable of wiping out many people over several kilometers. Is suddenly gripped by a wave of panic. The person, overwhelmed by panic and believing escape is the only way to survive, throws aside all logic and bolts in fear. Unlike them, grasps how the predator hunts and cautions that running will only attract its attention. But warning is issued a moment too late, as soon as dashes away. With sharp calculated movements, the monster responds as if stalking its prey. The creature lashed out at, swinging its enormous tentacles toward him, reacts just in time, lifting his sword to shield himself. Just before the tentacle lashes out, it effortlessly drives itself through his chest. In the past, he had defeated a dragon using that same sword. The ancient creature remains completely unaffected by the attack. The creature swiftly engulfs, siphoning away his life force without hesitation. His cries of pain reverberate throughout the surrounding streets. Already aware of what was certain to happen, simply watches in silence. Hinoi, positioned next to, seizes the opportunity to rest his hand on shoulder. He expresses his intention to gain absolute authority over Spotty. He wonders aloud whether would be interested in witnessing his technique with a sword wielded in just one hand. However, the proposal was interrupted before anyone could seriously consider it. The other founders stepped in, seizing Hinoi by his hair as they confronted him with accusations of trying to take possession of the powerful vessel for his own gain. Hinoi, realizing they had been discovered, tried to calm things down, but their efforts made little difference. Carnegie steps into the heated argument, halting it with a bold announcement. Rather than allowing one person to take charge, he declares that his body will be divided equally among everyone present. With confidence, he claims that he will rise above the rest and ultimately reach their ranks. He intended to demonstrate his value solely through his physical strength. Anyone wishing to take advantage of him would first have to reveal the true nature of their power. Hinoi stood in shock, unable to comprehend the boldness displayed. He prepares his sword for action. Seizing the moment, he initiates the process of blending his form with S. She encouraged the other founders to join her in taking similar action. As Hinoi raised his sword, mirrored his movements, closely following him and aiming carefully at the creature's limbs. Hinoi's weapon moved with the precision and skill passed down from another founding member. With one swift, powerful motion, the character sliced off one of the demon's arms. The beast responded with a fierce, sweeping attack, yet empowered by an additional founder's skill, dodged the blow with supernatural speed. Within him, power built steadily, each layer reinforcing the last. Each founder alternated in guiding his actions. The old master's power allowed him to grab hold of the creature's tentacles, using its own limbs against it. With overwhelming strength, the character drove the creature down, crashing it against the ground. The attacks strike with such force that the monster is hurled through the air. Reached down and picked up a bow that was lying on the ground. He was able to drive his weapon through the creature. He quickly draws upon all the abilities he has mastered. The dragon unleashed a barrage of powerful abilities, summoning fierce winds, spewing scorching flames, and launching freezing blasts of ice. Hinoi asserted dominance again, reaching down to retrieve's shattered sword from the earth. At the moment the demon lunges upward in an unexpected assault, his eyes began to shine with a bright yellow light. The powerful wizard residing inside him seized control at that moment, sending a surge of electricity through the attacking creature before it could complete its strike. Propelled himself upward with great force, swiftly maneuvering to a spot directly over the creature. Now holding command of the situation, Hinoi unleashed his distinctive sword move, skillfully wielding his blade with only one hand. The blade, known as the unleashed a forceful wave, slicing through the air with precision. With a swift motion, the blade cut through the demon, bringing its violent spree to a sudden end. Carnegie's face lit up with a triumphant grin when the demon collapsed at his feet. At the same time, a figure sat high in the branches of a tree nearby. A raven watches everything unfold from its perch. In a distant part of the city, a man perched atop a tall tower received a surprising phone call, learning with astonishment that the monster had already been vanquished before he even had a chance to act. He looks around, searching for powerful hunters in the area. On the other end of the line, the individual disclosed that footage captured by the Raven showed a student from the academy as the one responsible for the impressive achievement. The man, recognized as the most powerful awakened individual in the world, reveals his eagerness to encounter this particular student. The following morning, perches on a mound of defeated monsters and contacts the director of the academy. He reports that the S-rank monster has been vanquished, though he admits he was not responsible for its demise. Reviewing the Raven's recorded evidence, he reveals that was the one who killed the beast, struggles to accept regret this, recalling how had failed the hunter's exam 3 consecutive times. He then asks the director for a personal favor. At the academy, the students filled the halls with excited conversation about what had happened the day before. The powerful energy from the recent incident had left several of them paralyzed with fear, and now curiosity swirled as they tried to guess the identity of the person who had managed to overcome the terrifying monster. A student teased his companion, pretending to take credit for the event, but the friend quickly brushed off the claim, reminding him that it had been 10 years since anyone had seen an S-rank hunter appear. Despite the uncertainty, whispers began to spread throughout the academy, suggesting that the slayer might actually be one of their own students. Rested his weight on a stick, using it to steady himself. He moves unsteadily across the campus, his body shaking. Snippets of conversation from nearby students reach his ears as he passes by. Everyone seemed astonished that the event now dominated every conversation. Without warning, a man collided with him. The attacker sent crashing to the floor, clearly amused by the suggestion that someone like could ever be the legendary S-rank slayer. Despite this, was fully aware of the reality. He managed to overcome the demon, though it required him to surrender control of his body to the founders. The intense force of their power left his body throbbing with pain. As he pushes himself upright, a taunting voice resounds within his thoughts, ridiculing his efforts. Hinoi is the one who brings his ambition to outdo them back to his mind. Hinoi's voice carries a mix of challenge and motivation. Was urged to collect himself and aim for new achievements. Carnegie remembered what he had said the night before. He replies calmly, his steady voice revealing unwavering resolve. He pushed himself upright despite the ache that still throbbed through him. Inside, Hinoi's presence let out a soft laugh, encouraging him to prove his determination. Hinoi scanned the students nearby, a wave of disappointment settling over him. In this era, those known as awakeners appeared to possess little more strength than regular people, which was a sharp difference from the powerful fighters of his own generation. He reflects on the possibility that, should the tower return at this moment, it would surely bring about the world's destruction. His train of thought comes to an abrupt halt. He becomes aware of a strong, mysterious energy close to him, observed a noticeable change in Hinoi's behavior and became concerned, prompting her to inquire if something was bothering him. However, Hinoi dismissed her question, trying to appear calm, even though the overwhelming surge of energy he had sensed continued to trouble him. At that instant, a professor summoned, urging him to come quickly. Believing the matter concerned his resignation letter, moved toward the professor with cautious reluctance. He fully understood that he had already used up his 3 opportunities to pass the hunter's qualification exam, and if he failed again, he would have no choice but to begin the entire process all over. Was caught off guard when the professor unexpectedly instructed him to head out to the field for another evaluation. This announcement left in shock, since chances like this were extremely rare. At the same time, a group of students clustered near the windows, exchanging hushed words with one another. Not a single person among them could remember a hunter re-examination ever taking place before. Carnegie stood ready at the starting line, preparing himself for the sprint ahead. Although he had not yet fully recovered, his resolve to demonstrate his abilities remained strong. The initial test was a 100-meter dash, typically finished in 3.6 seconds, though the fastest time ever recorded was an impressive 2.7 seconds. Earlier, the same student who had collided with began to insult him, mocking as a disappointment. He starts running. The student stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. He completed the race and reached the finish line in a mere 1.2 seconds. The following challenge required participants to sprint 3,000 meters, where most finished in about 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and the fastest record so far had been 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Defying all predictions, finished the race in just 1 minute and 17 seconds, astonishing everyone present. The next activity required everyone to perform push-ups. Exercises like the bench press and more produced comparable outcomes, but Carnegie consistently outperformed everyone else, frequently achieving results twice as impressive as the prior records. The students stared in amazement, with a few quietly marveling at the impressive skills he had just revealed. Questions internally whether the founders continue to offer him their support. Hinoi calmly explains that they are not involved in influencing his performance in any way. Inside the headmaster's office, received the full set of records, placing great trust in her hands. While sorting through the stack of papers, he found himself genuinely impressed by the outstanding achievements listed in his record. Despite considering the request for a re-evaluation, the headmaster remains hesitant, voicing his skepticism. Although strength in combat is clear to everyone, the headmaster's true worry centers on whether his magical abilities are sufficient. For the last 3 years, each evaluation showed that his mana could not be detected at all, which meant he was unable to use any magic. The headmaster had completely rejected the idea that could ever deserve recognition from the academy. Secretary, showing no sign of surprise at the news, acknowledged that this result was anticipated. Despite the circumstances, he seems entertained, suggesting that events may take an unexpected turn. On the training field, himself for the upcoming test to measure his magical abilities, the supervising professor explained how the assessment would work, stating that must direct his mana into a giant fan and make it spin for 30 seconds. The total turns the fan completed during that time would be used to calculate his result. Typically, students managed around 1,513 rotations, though the record to beat was an impressive 4,022. Carnegie prepared himself, but thoughts of his earlier defeats flooded his mind. Despite pouring all his strength into it before, the fan had never moved even a little under his will. His struggles to feel mana had always been an obstacle he couldn't overcome. However, the situation had changed this time. For the first time, he sensed the energy moving within him, beginning at his right foot, swirling throughout his body, and then looping back again. He realized that by controlling his breathing, he could manage and quicken the movement of this force. He released the energy from his right palm. When the professor gives the signal to begin, allowed his mana to flow outward. Without delay, the fan whirred to life, its blades rotating with remarkable speed. The counting machine has difficulty keeping up as the speed quickly rises. The powerful wind blasts so fiercely that the onlookers struggle to make out the numbers. The speed increases rapidly, surprising everyone, and no one has a chance to respond in time. The machine erupted with a powerful burst. The fan, having broken free, zipped swiftly over the field, slicing through the air with the speed of a thrown blade. As the object sped toward the main building, the students shouted warnings in panic. With a thunderous crash, the figure burst straight into the headmaster's office. Within the building, the headmaster manages to narrowly dodge the falling debris. Overwhelmed by the astonishing occurrence, they lost all strength and fell to the ground. Secretary stood frozen, her mind struggling to grasp the shocking scene that had just unfolded. While chaos erupted around him, remained calm and let out a quiet laugh. He could not ignore how similar his powers were to his own. In his experience, only one person besides had ever achieved an unmeasurable score, and that person was himself. The professor struggled to comprehend the scene he had just observed. Is officially announced as having successfully completed the hunter examination. Excitement surged among the students, their cheers filling the air. Had not only broken every previous record, but he had also gone beyond what anyone had thought possible. Gazed down at his hands, his entire body shaking as shock overwhelmed him. For years, he had convinced himself that magic was beyond his reach, unaware that the power had always resided deep inside him. From his spot at the edge of the action, Hinoi watched events unfold with a subtle sense of pride, pleased that everything was progressing just as he had expected. At the same time, realizes that nothing is the same as before. By giving control of his body to the founders, he has awakened the hidden power that had long lain dormant inside him. Hinoi lets out a quiet laugh, thinking to himself that the person standing in front of him is anything but normal. The symbol of emptiness that marks his destiny makes it seem like he has been anticipating this encounter for more than 100 years. Just as Hinoi tries to reflect on this strange feeling, a powerful presence fills the area, rippling through the atmosphere like a sudden shockwave. The intensity is so great that he finds himself unable to speak, stunned into silence. His thoughts raced as he struggled to understand the sudden blast, yet Hinoi immediately identified the overwhelming presence. He recognized it as the presence he had detected earlier that morning. The legendary figure appeared before him as if conjured from the intense pressure filling the air. Carnegie's eyes widened in astonishment when he recognized the man before him, knowing that he stood face to face with the most powerful hunter alive. Turned her attention to, speaking to him with directness. She praised his accomplishments during the hunter examination, expressing her recognition of his efforts. Despite her encouraging words, struggled to find his voice and could hardly respond. Introduced a tougher challenge for, presenting it as an extra test. He declared that his goal was to strike him, known as the most powerful hunter in the world, even just once. Upon hearing those words, stood motionless, stunned by the revelation. At just 23, faced him, a man who became a recognized hunter before turning 10. His accomplishments were renowned, setting records that no one else had ever reached. In the blink of an eye, he reduced countless demons to nothing but dust, his strength so intimidating that even fellow hunters kept their distance. A decade earlier, he alone wiped out the chaos of the pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years after that, he quelled the disaster in Kyushu by himself. He stands as a phenomenon unlike any other. Detailed the difficulties he faced, leaving stunned and unable to believe what she was hearing. Despite the situation, Hinoi's enthusiasm could not be contained, as he eagerly encouraged to relinquish control of his body without delay. Broke down the rules so could understand easily. Was given 60 seconds to land a hit-on with nothing bad happening no matter the outcome. To keep things balanced, promised to make just one move every 10 seconds. With these instructions, had no reason to second-guess himself or hold back. Had access to every skill and weapon imaginable, while chose not to rely on his own abilities. This was way of showing his genuine intentions. Conjured an enormous collection of weapons, presenting with the freedom to select whichever one he preferred. The sudden appearance of numerous legendary weapons made the challenge feel even more unreal. Uncertainty filled his mind as he processed the fact that he would soon face the renowned in a direct duel. Doubt lingered, making him pause before he finally voiced his question. wanting to confirm whether he really had permission to choose any weapon he liked. Reacted by reaching for a katana, holding it with an easy confidence that showed in his relaxed yet steady grasp. He split the blade in two so smoothly it seemed as fragile as a dry stick. Calmly, and without any trace of pride, he explained that his own body was sharper than any sword. Carnegie struggled to comprehend what was happening before him. Hinoki's patience wore thin as irritation bubbled within him. He insisted on taking control, unable to stand the way carried herself with such assuredness. His resentment erupted, making it clear that he could not forgive for her remarks. Sensed the shift in the atmosphere, noticing Hinoki's aura intensifying as if he was preparing to reveal his true power. In that instant, he realized strength rivaled the legendary abilities of the original founders. Faced with such overwhelming power, he realized that winning was impossible for him, despite understanding that hesitation was no longer an option. At the same time, the students formed a circle, eager to watch the upcoming fight. Suddenly began the countdown, a faint smile appearing on his face as he indicated that the test was about to begin. Seized his sword with resolve and rushed toward, intent on launching an attack. Hinoki wondered aloud if really planned to take on the battle by himself, protesting that the situation was unjust. Despite Hinoki's concerns, paid him no attention and pressed forward with his attack. Even though he realizes his attempts will likely fail, he remains convinced that achieving legendary status requires him to depend solely on his own abilities instead of seeking help from the founders. He launched an attack with his sword, yet easily avoided the strike, barely needing to move. Despite fierce assault, he continues to scroll through his phone with ease, nonchalantly inquiring about which social platforms she prefers. He then comments that their confrontation is bound to be captured and spread widely online. The students stared in shock, amazed that effortlessly avoided each attack, showing no sign of treating the battle with any seriousness. Pressed on with his unyielding attack, showing no signs of letting up. A student observes that there is something odd about the way he moves. While they observed with keen attention, raised his sword. The attacker pretended to strike downward, but at the last moment changed direction and swung the blade sideways, targeting both's feet and throat. Moved with perfect precision, surprised by how effortlessly his body responded. He soon noticed that exhaustion never seemed to touch him. He questions whether allowing the founder's power to flow through him is causing this effect. Suddenly interrupts his train of thought by pressing a finger against his forehead, clearly getting ready to give him a playful flick. Without any sense of urgency, he pointed out that 10 seconds had already gone by. Manages to avoid the attack just in time. His unleashed energy completely destroys the field, as took in the devastation before him. It dawned on him that, had the blow landed, he would have lost his head. Looked down at his hand, puzzled, noticing that its intentions seemed harmless. He began to question whether he had overestimated his abilities. His heart raced with fear as he realized that, if things continued like this, his life would soon come to an end. With urgency, he searches his memory, longing to feel the power he once possessed. As he concentrated, an intense energy radiated outward from his body. Was taken by surprise, Carnegie moved in for another assault, his movements growing noticeably faster with each passing second. The students watched in amazement, exclaiming that their quick movements were too fast for the camera to capture. Became aware of a subtle change in his demeanor, and questioned internally whether there was a particular requirement to trigger this ability, or if was intentionally hiding the truth. After noting that yet another 10 seconds had slipped by, chooses to tap gently this time. He lowers himself toward the ground. He prepared to flick once more, carefully lining up his finger for the next attempt. Rather than following through with his intended action, he strikes squarely in the chest. The force of the impact hurled him violently against the wall. Blood splattered from his mouth as she was seized by a violent cough. Despite everything, he is amazed by the situation, astonished that he is facing off against the most powerful awakened individual in the world. He realized that if his body hadn't changed since the day before, that powerful hit would have killed him. The thought brought a smile to his face, as it proved he was becoming more powerful. Despite his efforts, he realized that his abilities still fell short of meeting the standards set by his test. Fueled by determination, he decided to rely on sheer strength and lunged at again. Without warning, materialized next to him, moving with astonishing swiftness. Came to an abrupt halt, expressing his regret, informed the other person that he had witnessed all he needed. He then announced that the 30 seconds had passed. Just as lowered their guard, the blow landed sharply at the back of their neck. He gradually began to fade out of awareness, as fell to the ground, noted to herself that although he possessed remarkable talent, his abilities did not quite match those of his fellow companions. Ultimately, falls short of tapping into the full strength that had previously noticed within her. He contacted his secretary to let her know it was time for them to return, clearly showing his frustration with how things had turned out. At that moment, moment, reaches for his sword, quickly becomes aware of a powerful presence looming at his back, looked over her shoulder, and noticed a brilliant energy emanating from S form. Hinoi, using S voice, observed that the determined child had already fallen asleep, which gave him the chance to fully assume control. Hinoi moved ahead and proposed that they continue their battle for a bit more time. At the same time, Spirit, now detached from his physical form, was overcome with alarm as he witnessed Hinoi taking command of his body. Responds with a gentle smile, aware of the familiar presence he detected before. He questions inwardly whether he is facing a completely new individual or if someone is displaying a remarkable ability. Despite everything, he comes to a single realization: has become a monster. Under Hinoi's influence, abruptly strikes, warning to stay alert and not lose focus. Quickly realizes that his actions are different now. He moves with greater speed and power than ever before. Without warning, a sword swept dangerously close to his face. He quickly lowered his head, narrowly escaping the danger. Launched another attack, prompting to jump back in order to put more space between them. Still reeling from surprise, stared intently. Quickly his sword, preparing to launch another attack. He launched another powerful swing, yet ducked swiftly, narrowly avoiding the blow and causing it to crash into the structure looming behind him. Inside the classroom, the students rushed about in a frenzy as fear swept over them when they understood the threat. Observes that attacks have grown erratic, but despite their unpredictability, he is still able to sense the rhythm behind each movement. The style brings to mind the techniques used by swordsmen of old. The force surged forward with the unstoppable power of a raging flood. Lifted his hand with a laugh, confidently noting that anyone hoping to overcome an S-rank opponent like himself would need that level of expertise. He raised his hand a second time, planning to send back into slumber, while observing that merely 40 seconds had elapsed. Without warning, surged ahead with astonishing speed, brandishing his sword as he declared that would have no chance of landing a blow. Quickly leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. He chuckled, clearly recognizing and appreciating the remarkable talent displayed. The students stare in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, as tries desperately to protect herself. Loudly declared that was uninteresting, and demanded that he stop restraining himself. He cautioned not to underestimate him, threatening that any sign of disrespect would result in a physical confrontation. Wasted no time before springing into action, launching herself at her target with swift determination. Simply laughs, nodding to show agreement. With a quick motion, someone delivered a sharp kick, hurled a stone, aiming it at the weapons positioned behind him. Without warning, the weapons rose and hovered above the ground. At that moment he leaped upward, was taken by surprise. One of the floating weapons above them is quickly seized. Excitement was evident as she noticed that was finally giving it her all. The two fighters launched into a fierce airborne duel, their feet colliding with force as the surrounding students looked on in astonished silence. With unstoppable force, they grabbed all nearby weapons and broke them apart, leaving nothing but fragments in their wake. At the same time, within its inner world, the founders watched as Hinoi revealed the extent of his abilities. They found it remarkable that managed to match him blow for blow. The eldest spirit considered jumping into the battle himself, but another founder quickly rebuked him, criticizing his lack of subtlety. The renowned wizard observed quietly from his place. In that moment, it becomes clear to everyone that has been closely observing Hinoi, carefully analyzing her actions in an effort to understand and replicate her techniques. He observes Hinoi adjusting his balance before leaping upward with a swift, powerful motion. Yet the blade he holds breaks apart once more. Hinoi's irritation grew as he examined the weapon's shoddy craftsmanship, a wave of anger rising within him. While relished the excitement and thrill of the fight, his enthusiasm faded when he noticed that all the swords had been used up. This led him to question whether would now turn to using guns. Lips curled into a mocking grin as he announced that just 10 seconds were left. Then he jeered at Hinoi, questioning what her next move would be. Hinoi casts a quick look at the structure standing at his back. The character propelled themselves forward, aiming directly at the target. He walks directly toward the man responsible for shoving earlier. He quickly grabs hold of the sword. At that moment, moved in, closing the distance between them. He swung his fist toward Hinoi. A powerful blast erupts as the force strikes the side of the building. Hinoi manages to avoid the danger just in time, quickly positioning himself directly before. The two opponents continued their fierce battle in the air, trading powerful strikes as they collided. Exclaimed with excitement about how enjoyable the fight was, eagerly proposing that they keep it going for a while longer. At the same time, the students realized that the structure is about to fall apart. When the fight escalated to the rooftop, Secretary observed the scene with a calm and indifferent demeanor, reached out and set his hand on the enormous fan. He seized seized the object, and as his grip tightened, fractures began to spread across its surface. He collects the fan from inside the building and points it toward Hinoki. Using all his strength, he launches it forcefully in the other boy's direction. Nevertheless, Hinoki catches him off guard as he suddenly appears, gripping his single-handed sword. He sliced through the fan using his sword technique, which mimicked the swift, precise movements of rolling dice. The fan broke apart, scattering small pieces everywhere. His eyes lit up with excitement as she admired Hinoki's impressive talent. Hinoki quickly reacts, hurling his sword toward without hesitation. He watched in disbelief as the sword broke into pieces the moment it struck, lifted his hand, and pointed it directly at his opponent. After a minute elapsed, they noted the passage of 60 seconds with composure. With a swift motion, he slammed his palm into Hinoki, forcing Hinoki to fall hard to the ground. Hinoki muttered a quiet curse, but before he had a chance to do anything, without warning, sprang onto his back. She shoves him in the direction of the other founders. As Strike drew closer, with a smooth and calm gesture, redirects the attack away from herself. The attack missed as the target moved out of harm's way just in time. Hinoki stood frozen in shock, caught off guard by the sudden, unpredictable move. The force of the blow shattered one of his hands. Even so, his determination to achieve his objective does not waver. Using his only uninjured hand, he swung at, landing a punch squarely on his face. Within, the clash of singularities seemed to stretch on without end. A heated conflict erupted over what appeared to be a minor result. The situation resembled a chess game between two evenly matched opponents. Although the experience feels powerful, Hinoki realizes it has only taken place over a short period of time. He observed with silent satisfaction as he understood that had created a fresh opportunity for success. Carnegie, on the other hand, stands frozen, unable to hide his astonishment. He watches as manages to stop his fist at the very last moment. He feels a wave of frustration wash over him when he notices that his attack has missed its mark. Unexpectedly, his lips curled into a gentle smile, catching him off guard. He intentionally guides his fist closer to his face as a sign that he recognizes attempt. He immediately affirms the news of Carnegie's passing. Before anyone has a chance to do more, the two of them suddenly fall to the ground. The students who watched the fight whispered among themselves, their faces filled with confusion as they tried to make sense of the recent events. With limp form still in her arms, summoned her secretary and let her know that it was time for them to depart. Approached and wanted to know what had happened. Explained that had succeeded and mentioned that he found intriguing. He also confessed that he had unintentionally injured Sarm and asked to help by healing him. Without a moment's pause, agreed to assist. The students listened in on the discussion and found it hard to accept that had actually pulled it off. However, the truth gradually began to sink in for them. Cheers broke out across the area as the crowd reacted to successfully landing a punch on. The loud commotion jolted back to consciousness. While focused on tending to his wounds, she warned him to stay still, and he obeyed, expressing his gratitude. She offers her congratulations to him for successfully completing the test. Unable to believe what just happened, suddenly pushes himself upright, his mind racing as he wonders if he actually struck. Before he has time to think any more, materializes at his side, clearly entertained by how startled he looks. Quickly acknowledges the outcome, deciding that a pass is good enough and choosing not to linger on the situation. Midway through his relentless assault, he admitted to himself that he had begun to treat the fight with genuine seriousness. Expressed admiration for his abilities, noting how skillfully he avoided her most powerful strike and how remarkable his movements were. He urges to feel proud of the accomplishment, steadied himself, and graciously acknowledged the compliment. He immediately shifts his focus to what he needs to do next. Curiosity filled them as they wondered about what awaited beyond success. Hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering across her face as she shifted her attention to, in response to his question. The person, just as unsure, looks around in hopes of finding a solution. Later that night, spent time at home. He helps his mother tidy up while she cooks in the kitchen. She nonchalantly inquires about the number of people expected to show up. Still filled with uncertainty, guesses that there is just a single one. His mother thought back over everything that had happened that day, realizing how significant it all was. She noted to herself that had not only succeeded in passing the hunter's exam, but had also managed to catch Sai. Trusting in her son's determination, she felt sure that his hard work would always allow him to reach his goals. Silently takes in the conversation, showing her understanding through a gentle nod. His mother's face changed as she shared her worries about someone so well-known coming to their house, even joking that visitors might think it looked like a kennel. Annoyed, brushed off her mother's comments, firmly believing that would never care about appearances like that. Once he completed his chores and assisted his mother, he dropped onto his bed, his thoughts drifting back to everything that had happened that day. He glances at the card handed him, uncertainty swirling in his mind. Doubt begins to creep in as he wonders why he hasn't considered the situation more carefully. He found his thoughts drifting to the fight from earlier that day, remembering how it had brought to the ground and twisted his leg. The sound of his agonized cry echoed in his mind as he recalled the moment faced him. At that instant, brought up something had mentioned before, suggesting that had promised to join him as an ally if he won. Clearly puzzled, insisted that he had never made such a promise. Meanwhile, becoming increasingly upset, squeezed's leg even. Let know that their surroundings were crowded with onlookers. He proposes that they come to his house that evening so they can talk about everything more thoroughly. He assures them that he will clarify the options they have and uncover the true threats they face. Wondered about the identities of these mysterious foes. It was already clear that the founders had demolished the tower, and now the present-day hunters faced the responsibility of tracking down and eradicating the monsters that had slipped out through the dimensional rift. He starts to question whether there might be an additional explanation, but before he can think further, sleep overtakes him. Without warning, Hinoki's loud voice jolts him from his sleep. He spots Hinoki, the founders assembled in his room, leaving him puzzled as he wondered about their unexpected visit and what might be troubling them. Hinoki calmly explains that the conversation was about something specific and that it has just ended, leaving the other person still confused. Acting on instinct, shields himself and anxiously wonders aloud whether a decision has been made about who will claim his body. Hinoki is interrupted before having a chance to reply. A sudden chime from the doorbell echoed through the house. Believing the other person to be, offered an apology and proposed that they continue the conversation at a later time. He moved closer to the door, his eyes catching the shadows and a sense of discomfort rising within him. He was taken aback. He discovers his mother lying unconscious on the ground. A wave of panic washes over him while he desperately tries to get her attention. He hurried toward the kitchen, only to come to a sudden halt when he saw a person seated there. The unfamiliar visitor consumes the meal that his mother has made for him. He praised the item, paying no attention to the clutter surrounding him. The man, his voice laced with sarcasm, suggested that ought to control his mother's actions. He went on to claim that if hoped to attract more customers, they would need to improve the quality of their food. Insists on finding out the identity of the man and wants an explanation for what he has done to her mother. The man remained calm and raised his voice, telling to be careful how he spoke. He revealed his name as, stating that he was an S-rank hunter and an ally of. Without waiting for a response, instructed to pick up his bags, declaring that they were heading to their headquarters. Anger surged deep inside, threatening to spill over. Without a moment's delay, he throws a punch aimed directly at, swiftly evades the attack and suddenly materializes behind, casting a questioning glance that seems to ask whether is truly picking a fight. Offers no response, holding his silence. He remembered his mother's vow to raise him on her own, filled with pride after his father's death. He recalled how she continued to wear her tattered shoes, always urging him to spend money on new sneakers for himself, rather than getting anything for her. He remembered her offering her congratulations earlier, and assuring him that she would prepare his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. Fixed his intense gaze on, his eyes blazing with resolve as he insisted on an explanation for what had happened to his mother. Hinoki watched closely, quickly realizing that was an S-rank hunter from an earlier generation. Irritated by the presence of someone he viewed as an imitation of, Hinoki decided the moment had come for him to take action. After observing battle with, the founders realize how they ought to interact with him from now on. Found's irritated face entertaining, and teased him by remarking on how adorable he looked when angry. He lifts his hand, preparing to strike the other person, stands motionless, showing no sign of fear or surprise, even as the attack draws closer. Swiftly grabs hold of his hand without any difficulty, and, with unexpected strength, she spun him effortlessly in a wide arc. The elderly founder stands frozen in disbelief as memories flood back, recalling this very technique from the fierce fights they once had with monsters. Without warning, goes flying out the window and smashes straight through the backyard wall. Despite the fall, manages to touch down gracefully, steadying himself before he hits the ground. Once balanced, he begins to move forward with determination. He tried to make sense of what he had just seen, questioning whether he had really observed Aikido in action. Thinking back to his afternoon battle with, he remembered witnessing more than just powerful presence and skilled swordplay. There had also been a strange and unique energy at work. He noted toughness, observing that seemed even more resilient than. Carnegie, growing increasingly impatient, insists on receiving a response. He urges to confess his actions toward his mother. Inside, she lay contorted in agony, while the poison coursed relentlessly through her veins. Let out a laugh and with a teasing tone, remarked that appeared clueless about what was happening. A sly smile spread across his face as he decided to share the truth at last. He explained how his mother had become an obstacle, so he had secretly used poison to make her sleep forever. Flashed a sly grin, remarking that with some luck she would experience nothing more than a few mild side effects. He stayed composed, expressing his confusion, looked over at him with a puzzled expression. He wonders aloud about the reasoning behind targeting the family of a potential ally, struggling to understand their motives. Responds to the mention of the word comrade with nothing but laughter. Without warning, she materialized at his back, poised to deliver an attack. He managed to dodge strike just in time. Despite the ongoing barrage, the attack showed no signs of stopping. During the chaos, made it clear through his actions and words that he could never truly be one of them. insisting he was nothing more than a puppet forced to follow their orders. He mocked his opponent, insisting that surrender would be inevitable once those he cared about were taken as hostages, and accused him of being foolishly innocent. Before he has a chance to respond, pressed his foot down firmly onto the other person's foot. He struck his opponent with a taunting swipe, sarcastically questioning whether his assumption had been correct. He moves away with swift steps, putting space between himself and the others. He noticed a sharp, stinging heat spreading across his cheek. When he stretches his hand upward, he becomes aware that the poison has begun to course through his body. Smiled slyly as he raised his hand, revealing fingers now tipped with poison-covered needles. He taunted that the toxin had already entered his opponent's bloodstream. He proceeded to explain that this ability enabled him to generate numerous toxic substances within his body, collectively known as phantom bugs poison, with one particularly lethal variant called deadly vision. Expressing his frustration with the difficulty of the task, pointed out that he possessed the ability to unleash lethal toxic gas over a 5-kilometer area, though he acknowledged that using such power in the heart of the city was out of the question. The man explains that the toxin coursing through his body will end his life in less than a minute unless he consents to become a member of their group. If he chooses to comply, promises to hand over the cure. If not, death will be inevitable. He reflects on just how deadly poison is, understanding that it would mean certain death for anyone else. He glanced at his own hand, silently invoking Valentine, the deity of healing, and wondered if her spirit resided inside him. The founders turned their attention in Valentine's direction. He looked at her, noticing her bewildered and startled expression. After expressing regret for calling her there without warning, he requested her help in learning how to counteract the poison at a later time. Although flustered, she managed to accept his request with a hesitant response. His patience wearing thin, unleashed another burst of poison toward his opponent, insisting on an explanation for the unintelligible things he was saying. He moves out of the way with quick reflexes, clarifying that his earlier maneuver relied on an Aikido technique. The power originated from the god of hands. Inside him, the elderly spirit reacted with surprise. He suddenly understood that, after watching for just an instant, he had successfully imitated the move. He summoned Hinoi, known as the Blue Spear of Destruction, who commanded a formidable army of 10,000 warriors. Carefully devised a cunning plan, the celestial bow known as came into view. He explains that he has reviewed every record and committed each one to memory. Learned that the founders he had once admired were now a part of him. Is left in a state of confusion as he watches him go. Instead of being afraid, his anger flared up as he declared his intent to show his opponent just how painful things could become. Rushed forward, brandishing his needles in preparation for an attack. He managed to jump aside at the last moment, narrowly escaping the strike. His attack collided with a nearby tree, causing it to shrivel up and perish in an instant. Immediately strikes again, declaring that if his opponent drops to his knees and pleads, there's a chance he'll be given an antidote to ease his suffering. He cautions that if agony overwhelms him, there will be no coming back. His sanity will slip away, leaving nothing but insanity behind. He stays quiet, watching as hand inches nearer. As closes in, he quickly shifts sideways, narrowly avoiding contact. He pressed his hand firmly to his chest and unleashed the power of Saint's fist. Spat out blood, a result of the forceful blow he had just received. A surge of shock jolted through his core, is hurled by the impact, colliding hard against a nearby streetlight. Acting swiftly, he unleashed a powerful kick with the feet of light, hurling far through the air. Who dwelled within the same body felt a wave of shock as he experienced the overwhelming force. Despite the setback, swiftly regains his footing, showing remarkable resilience. Without warning, he materializes before the other person once more. The character launched an assault, using both hands to strike. He successfully evades the attack, snapping several of the needles in the process. The sharp beak strike landed squarely on stomach. Attacked using the power of the dragon's claw, a special ability that belonged to Rowan. Rowan was left feeling shocked and bewildered deep within himself. Reached out, seized him firmly, and triggered's flipper mechanism. Was being tossed through the air with force. Suspended in midair, he tries to make sense of the strange situation unfolding around him. He understands that the poison ought to have muddled clear thinking and impacted the nerves by now, yet continues to stand firm, showing no signs of weakness or injury. Carnegie summoned the power known as the Magus of Truth. His name was spoken, echoing quietly through the air. The attack was unleashed upon, resulting in a thunderous explosion of energy. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Hinoi turned to the founders, wanting to know if they had witnessed what had just happened. She explains that immediately after overcoming, began imitating every technique they used. His abilities spanned both the physical and the magical. He remarked indifferently that the source of power, be it the crest of nothingness or not, was of no concern to him. Although he doesn't fully understand the other person, he is intrigued by him. The founders share his curiosity. Hinoi proposed that should undergo training, convinced that having the founders guide him would be beneficial. He was destined to rise as the most powerful awakener of them all. On distant rooftops, several figures concealed by hoods dashed and leaped across the buildings. One member of the group pressed for everyone to move quickly, explaining that guilds were pursuing. They needed to act fast if they wanted to reach him before before anyone else did, suddenly emerged behind him, expressing her curiosity about whether there were actually that many. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as surprise washed over his face. Calmly explains to him that if the group consists of 15 people, he ought to take the final spot. He gestures toward the man's forehead with his finger and tosses his head back. With great force, he hurled his opponent onto the rooftop, causing a loud impact against the building. Reached out to by sending a message through the call of his raven. She promptly responds, letting him know she has reached her destination and assuring him that there are no awakeners in the area. Her next statement surprises him, revealing that another person had arrived before him. Did not speak, choosing instead to wait patiently for the other person to go on. Went on to disclose that the person who had broken in was a highly skilled S-rank hunter famous for his expertise with poison. Had been searching for, but he was completely overpowered and left in defeat. Turned her attention toward the rooftop, spotting stretched out across the surface. Their mouth hung slightly open. Found herself questioning what might have occurred. Soon after, the group reached home. Brought his hands together with excitement, a wide smile lighting up his face as he commended actions. He showed sincere respect, confessing his surprise that had managed to defeat someone ranked as an S-rank hunter. Then quickly inquired whether had come into contact with the poison. Rubbed his cheek, responding with a hesitant and bashful expression. He and his mother were both safe and unharmed. Hinoi folded his arms, his expression showing clear disinterest. He pointed out to that he would not have survived the night if Valentine had not stepped in to help. Hearing her name, Valentine let out a weary groan, clearly drained. Hinoi noticed how swiftly she had completed the task, clearly impressed by her speed. He remarked that managing to wrap up everything in just 5 seconds was quite an accomplishment. Valentine simply shrugged in response, quietly stating that the task hadn't been challenging. Since the person who made the poison was right there, she only needed to make a few precise moves to draw the needed blood and discover the cure. Let out a breath and focused on once more. He offered an apology for not arriving sooner, then explained that he had already made preparations to protect from the various groups now pursuing him due to what happened in the video earlier that day. Struggled to take in everything that had happened, but at last, he managed to express the concern that lingered in his thoughts. He wanted to know if had been truthful about being his ally. In response, immediately shook his head, making it clear that his claim was false. Went on to explain that many people used his name to serve their own interests. With the previous issue resolved, he turned his attention once more to, wondering if she had completed her task. He looked toward her just as she arrived beside him, giving a confirming nod. She reported that she had finished repairing all the damage. Stared in shock at his home, noticing that both his window and the backyard wall looked flawlessly repaired. With a cheerful grin, proposes that they go indoors to talk about what lies ahead for. Carnegie remained rooted to the spot, a blend of excitement and nervousness washing over him. The following day arrived. His mother stands by the gate, watching as a car idles nearby, ready to take him away. She gently asks if he has everything he needs, her concern evident. Offers her a confident smile, assuring her that he hasn't forgotten anything and softly teasing her for being overly anxious. She finds it almost unbelievable that the child she once cradled is now on their way to visit. Despite this, had already given her word to his mother. He promised to look after the boy and train him to become an exceptional hunter. Upon hearing those words, excitement rushes through. However, his mother still feels slightly worried. Concealing her concern behind a gentle smile, she offers his lunch and encourages him to eat, reminding him that he missed breakfast. Despite not truly needing the meal, accepts it quietly without protest. His mother expresses her worries too, wanting to know whether her son will be put in harm's way. Without a moment's doubt, gives a clear and confident affirmation. His mother explained that her son had faced many difficulties up to this point. Trusting to look after him was an important decision for her. Despite her efforts, an undercurrent of worry lingered within her heart as a mother. Spoke with certainty, promising that he would help become so skilled that no flaws would remain. Upon hearing his words, she ultimately consents to entrust to his care. When they climbed into the car, who was behind the wheel, looked over at with concern. Wondered aloud whether it had truly been wise to assure his mother, especially since none of them could predict what might happen next. Glanced into the mirror, her face briefly shadowed with worry, and noticed mother leaning in to share some final words of guidance with him. She explained the correct way to wash his clothes, and cautioned him that sleeping without pajamas could make him sick. Noticing how much she cared, a spark of determination ignites in his eyes as he makes a quiet promise to himself to give his utmost effort. At the same time, Carnegie struggled to keep his feelings hidden. He offers his last farewell, right as he moves to get into the car. His mother gently reminded him that he should return home in time for New Year's. When they at last pull away in the car, looks at with concern, trying to determine if she is all right. Carnegie acknowledged that keeping his emotions in check required significant effort. Reclined against the seat, giving him the freedom to choose between eating or taking a break, depending on what he wanted. As glanced around, he spotted the lunchboxes his mother had carefully arranged beside him. He lifts the lid of the lunchbox, his mother's advice echoing in his thoughts. He carefully raises the lid. His gaze settles. A neatly arranged note wishing good fortune rested atop the poor cutlet. He feels an unexpected surge of emotion as the modest act touches him more than he anticipated. He stops briefly, thinking about the kindness and selflessness she has always shown him. A silent sense of thankfulness fills him while he starts his meal. Even as the sharp ache of tears he refuses to shed lingers in the background. Stood beside, those sitting close by glanced at one another, but chose not to speak. He took time to absorb what had happened, finding his own way to come to terms with it while their journey carried on. After reaching the place they had been traveling to, stared in disbelief at the towering structure that served as the anti-prophecy headquarters, its impressive design leaving him momentarily speechless. Greeted him warmly, she clarified that entrance was reserved for only a rare group of chosen awakeners. A heavy sense of understanding washes over him, and for a fleeting instant, he feels consumed by the awareness of the role he is about to take on. Within one of the rooms, a man lingered near the window, watching their approach with a focused and silent gaze. Without facing the other person in the room, he acknowledges the arrival of the new members. The girl, her face giving nothing away, silently wonders if the situation really centers around the new arrival. The young man noted how uncommon it was for their group to welcome a new companion. Despite the others' reactions, a different man remained on the sidelines, his arms folded across his chest as doubt showed clearly on his face. They argued that it was important to find out if the newcomer truly deserved to become part of the anti-prophecy group before making any decisions. At the same time, just beyond the headquarters, he stands still for a few seconds, unable to immediately take in everything happening around him. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts as he wondered what the anti-prophecy unit truly was, and whether it might be linked to the guild. Noticing how unsettled he seemed, admitted that things had not been clear and expressed regret for not providing an explanation earlier. She explained that she could not share all the details with his mother because the information was highly confidential, stressing that it was considered a top-level national secret. He felt the impact of the words with an intensity that surprised him. As the group approached the building, recommended that they drop off his luggage at the dormitory before doing anything else. When volunteered to assist, declined, assuring everyone that he was capable of handling it by himself. As he gets ready to take a step ahead, an abrupt shout breaks the silence and urges the group to pause. The surprise of the interruption catches him off guard. He lifts his gaze. He notices the same young man from earlier standing over them. The young man immediately insists that he is the best person to clarify the situation. Without hesitation, he surged ahead, driving his foot toward his opponent with impressive strength. Instinct took over as his target lifted his arms to defend himself, but the intense blow was so forceful that cracks splintered the ground below. The shockwave rippled through his entire frame, but he stood his ground, steadying himself in the aftermath. The man, with an expression of admiration, noticed the other's determination and, in an unusual gesture, expressed his approval. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he paused, uncertain, before finally seeking to learn the stranger's name. The man quickly moves backward, not hesitating for even a moment. The character touched down on the ground with ease, showing no sign of struggle. Before long, he confidently announces his name and reveals his role in the anti-prophecy unit, along with the presence of his ally. The news catches the listener off guard, coming as a complete surprise, but the moment allows no pause for uncertainty. His duty is to clarify the situation, and regardless of his preparedness, the reality is on the verge of being revealed. Calm and composed, requested a cup of tea from. Without hesitation, agreed and poured the tea for him, all while the pair kept up their sparring match. Observed the group with a composed expression, his eyes unwavering. He wonders aloud too, trying to understand the reason behind their conflict when they are supposed to be on the same side. Remained calm as he clarified that the situation had a dual purpose. It both allowed to meet the anti-prophecy unit and offered a chance to evaluate its abilities. Pondered the explanation, uncertainty clouding his thoughts as he struggled to grasp the true nature of the test before him. Out of nowhere, strikes again, her movements sharp and calculated as she sends another kick toward her opponent. Carnegie moved without hesitation, bringing up both arms to deflect the attack, his posture remaining steady and unwavering. Engaged in the ongoing battle, took a moment to recount how the anti-prophecy unit first came into existence. Carnegie heard words, yet suspicion lingered in his mind. He questioned whether truly meant to explain everything while their confrontation was still. During their ongoing conversation, stopped momentarily to inquire about's name before carrying on. He quickly states that his name is, continued to drink his tea at a relaxed pace, remembers the many challenges faced, beginning with the trials set by the academy. He preferred being with others rather than being alone. The feat remained impressive, even for someone with an S rank. Now he found himself confronted with a new challenge. Glanced at, her thoughts drifting to whether would forever face these relentless assessments. With a composed demeanor, accepted the reality, recognizing that the situation was unavoidable. A gifted individual discovered by herself stood firm against unending barrage of kicks. Despite the constant assault, his hands rose again and again to defend himself, showing no signs of fatigue. At a certain moment, posed a thought-provoking question to the group, asking what purpose a hunter serves. Carnegie responded immediately, explaining that hunters are responsible for destroying the monsters that appear through dimensional rifts. Lifts his hand and offers a thumbs up, silently confirming that the response is accurate. He compares the position to that of pest control, using a simple but powerful metaphor. Suddenly, lowers himself to the floor, changing the subject by asking something unexpected. He inquires about additional threats beyond dimensional cracks, causing to be momentarily surprised by the unexpected question. He paused, uncertain, before urging to explain what he meant by mentioning additional threats. His face grows more serious as he reveals that dangers exist in the world that are even more frightening than the disasters brought by dimensional cracks. He describes these menacing events with a sense of unease. 10 years earlier, the Pandemonium 10,000 Demons Castle stood as a formidable presence. 5 years earlier, Kyushu had experienced a massive outbreak. Carnegie instantly identifies these as massive dimensional ruptures, catastrophic events that have permanently marked the world. Before he has a chance to reply, unexpectedly charges toward him, prompting his instincts to take over. Carnegie quickly lifted his arms to shield himself, successfully stopping the blow. Despite his efforts, the powerful blow pushes him several steps back. Observing this, notes his determination and commends him for accurately remembering what the public knows about previous disasters. Goes on to mention that will gain much deeper insight into these events when he starts his training at the academy. At that moment, regained his composure, his breathing calm and controlled, surged overhead with incredible speed, leaving him almost no chance to respond. The situation allowed no moment for thought. His foot was already swinging downward in a powerful axe kick, aiming to strike with force. Hurled his body aside at the last second, barely escaping as foot crashed down where he had just been. The blow struck a tree close by, slicing it neatly in two. For a brief moment, stood frozen, overwhelmed by the power of the strike. Stood upright, his voice taking on a different quality as he went on with his explanation. The incidents he referred to, events such as the Tower of Malevolence, which appeared 3 centuries earlier, were far more than mere catastrophes. They represented full-blown invasions and were outright assaults launched from a different realm. Carnegie tries to make sense of what he has just heard, finding it hard to accept the truth unfolding before him. It isn't a distant event from the past, it's something taking place right now. Moved forward, his face set with determination. He confessed his confusion about why modern awakeners lack the strength seen in the Tower's time. The number of people who could rival the power of the first founders had noticeably diminished, a reality that weighed heavily on his mind. Feeling both anxious and intrigued, could no longer hold back his uncertainty. He wondered aloud about the next steps they should take. Responds with unwavering certainty, embodying the very reason the anti-prophecy unit was created. Individuals gifted with the power to anticipate looming dangers and foresee genuine disasters kept this information hidden from the general population. Instead, they chose to alert only the influential few they believed could manage these grave threats. Announces that the very individuals belonging to the anti-prophecy unit are, in fact, the elites in question. Both and beam with pride upon hearing this news. Carnegie comes to understand that their mission is to stop the prophecies from becoming reality. Informed him that, as of that moment, he had been accepted into their group. He became the first individual to successfully block kicks one after another. He invites the newcomer to join the group and reaches out his hand, indicating that he is ready to accept him. Gives it a firm shake while clap their hands in approval. Summoned the rest of the awakeners. Silent figures emerged above the house. Wondered aloud about their next move. Yet his question was met with nothing more than their silent gaze fixed upon him. The sudden disappearance startled, leaving her momentarily confused. Observing this, noted that their vanishing act resembled something a villain might do. Simply shook his head, indicating a desire for them to witness everything firsthand. Glanced at and suggested that he handle the situation, prompting to trust him and walk away. Assisted by carrying his belongings and volunteered to guide him to his dormitory room, an offer that gratefully acknowledged. Later that evening, he made himself comfortable in his room, found himself deep in thought, reflecting on the true purpose of the group he had recently become a part of, a group dedicated to managing prophecies within their realm. He questions whether the founders encountered similar challenges during the time of the Tower. If he now found himself struggling against a destiny that had been predicted, worry quickly crowded his mind. Just as he begins to worry, someone speaks up and proposes that he just focus on training. A look of shock appeared on their face. He spun around and found Hinoi accompanied by the other founders, all standing in front of him. He hurriedly expressed regret for not reaching out to them sooner. Yet Hinoi calmly assured him that they had already come to a conclusion. The founders made the decision to train him so that he could grow into the most powerful awakener. The resemblance to was unmistakable. Thanks to their mentorship, he had the potential to rise as the most powerful awakener ever known, destined to join the ranks of their chosen students. Recoiled in surprise, wondering aloud if they genuinely wished for him to become their student. Hinoi nodded in agreement, though concern flickered across their face as they expressed that the idea seemed like a good one. Hinoi joked that this situation might turn into a competitive showdown among them. Feeling anxious, pleads with the others to avoid arguing because of him. Hinoi reveals that, although events began with a certain intention, the founder's perspective shifted after they watched him more carefully. Now, instead of exploiting his abilities for their personal benefit, they are much more interested in seeing what he could become through proper training. Hinoi goes on to explain that after overcomes the one who wields poison, he successfully imitates every action they perform. Although he is unable to match their skill, he still tries to imitate them. Despite the challenges, Carnegie soon understands the fundamental concepts. Hinoi wondered aloud whether truly grasped the importance of what he had accomplished. He suggested that the phenomenon might be caused by his crest of nothingness. What truly set him apart, however, was how quickly he picked up new skills. Hinoi pointed out that this knack for rapid learning surpassed even the founder's own abilities. While Hinoi continued to speak, his eyes began to fill with tears. He recalls how his former trainers' faces always showed disappointment. Those around him remarked that he appeared to lack any real talent. No one had ever placed any expectations on him before now, making everything seem unreal, as if he were drifting through a dream. He often endured harsh treatment and constant bullying because he had failed the hunter's qualification test 3 times. He remembers how his classmates laughed at him, their taunts pushing him to abandon his efforts. The boy's name slipped away from memory, fading among the masses since nobody bothered to recall it. Everyone doubts his potential, and he has become used to fading into the background. At this moment, however, 2 of the most celebrated individuals, and Hinoi offered him a subtle nod of recognition. He could hardly believe anyone would acknowledge him in that way. He began to wonder if he was truly worthy of this happiness he had recently found. He had spent years quietly watching them from a distance, filled with admiration. He had never imagined that they would rely on him. Hinoi observed his reaction and walked over with a gentle smile. Placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, she encouraged him to stay calm and not be overtaken by his feelings. At this moment, it becomes clear that the essence of their souls lives inside him, especially whenever he falls asleep. Because of this, he can reach a place untouched by ordinary limits of time or space. Keeping this plan at the forefront, the group carefully detailed his demanding schedule. Every afternoon, he underwent intensive practice alongside the anti-prophecy unit. As night falls and he drifts into sleep, his mind remains hard at work, carrying on with his lessons even in his dreams. Restful nights had become nothing more than a distant memory. He had already braced himself, fully prepared to face whatever difficulties lay ahead. He quickly agrees to let them lead the way. He showed his resolve by making it clear he wanted to follow in their footsteps. As the hours of darkness slowly slip away, as dawn breaks, stood at the bathroom sink, splashing water onto his face, he becomes aware of the other person's arrival as he steps into the room. A brief exchange of greetings takes place between the characters. Fatigue remains etched across his face, making his tiredness unmistakable. He confesses that he still finds the demanding routine difficult to handle. Who remembers facing similar hardships when he first arrived at the dormitory, sympathizes with him. Despite her focus, suddenly notices something she did not anticipate. A strong, almost tangible energy seemed to radiate from his presence. A surge of curiosity filled the air. Driven by sudden instinct, quickly aims a kick at his opponent. However, with practiced ease, the other boy ducks his head and spits out the water he had been holding in his mouth at the same time. Without looking back, he ignored his behavior, making it clear that he couldn't deal with such nonsense so early in the day, and that he was going to the cafeteria ahead of everyone else. Stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. He notices that his strike travels more swiftly than it did the day before, but is still effortlessly avoided. A short time after, inside the cafeteria, noticed an open spot that seemed perfect for sitting down. He walked over to a woman who was savoring some fruit and politely asked if she would allow them to sit with her. She responds with a brief nod of approval. Taking advantage of the moment, sits down across from her and gestures for him to join him at his side. He suddenly remembered seeing her the previous day when she had been presented as one of his allies. Despite his arrival, she kept her distance, her tone polite yet cold, clearly signaling signaling that she was not pleased to see him. In spite of the situation, he approaches her with a friendly demeanor and tells her his name. She shows no sign of caring, making it clear right away that his name means nothing to her, and she has no plans to keep it in mind. She lifted her fork and aimed it at him, making it clear that she would only use his name when she decided he deserved the honor. Training remained the main focus for now, and he was assigned to join her on a mission aimed at stopping a prophecy. The prophecy originated in the year 1945. The discovery of the first book of prophecy occurred far below Antarctica's frozen surface, where it had been hidden for millennia beneath 3,000 meters of solid ice. People referred to it as the Book of Doom. The text was scrawled in a rough, childish manner, but the message it held spoke of a grim and disastrous fate. Within its lines, a prophecy warned that 80 years from then, the world would face a massive assault and a chain of world-ending calamities. The seriousness of these warnings was enough to make people across the globe pay attention and believe in its dire predictions. While they rode together in the car, she asked a thought-provoking question that made him consider the reasons people accepted the book's bleak forecasts about the future. For a brief moment, he stays lost in his own thoughts before shifting his gaze toward her, unsure of what to call her. Before he has a chance to ask, she waves off the idea of introducing themselves and insists he respond to her question. He tries to justify his belief in the prophecy's truth, but she reacts without hesitation. She let out a sharp, dismissive sound at what he said, clearly doubting his ability to think things through. According to the Book of Doom, the occurrence of any one foretold event would bring about the world's destruction. He stood frozen, overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had just learned. As the discussion went on, he glanced at, his interest piqued by how many prophecies had been documented, guessed that the number was close to 200. A stunning truth renders him unable to speak, and doubt creeps in as he questions whether there is any hope left for the world. Yet calmly explains that close to 180 of these predictions have been stopped, and this news inspires him with a renewed sense of wonder. Still struggling to understand the true importance of the situation, he wonders once again why everyone places so much trust in the book. The woman revealed that the Book of Doom had been found. The discovery was made by an explorer who went by the name Bernard. As soon as Bernard lifts the lid, the opening page welcomes him with a message. Bernard was greeted with a clear message, stating the exact date and time. March 17, 1945, at 11:35 in the morning, on a bright sunlit day, marking the moment he would find the book. The unsettling precision of this forecast made it impossible for him to question its validity. After several hours had passed, the group finally reached their destination in Tokyo's ward. An intermediate-level dimensional rift had appeared in that location. As the group neared the site, the guards standing watch stepped forward, barring their way and making it clear that no one was allowed beyond that point. Disregarding the cautions given to them, the group rushed forward so quickly that the guards stood in shock, unable to react. As one of them paused, uncertain if advancing was truly safe, offered reassurance, convincing him that moving ahead was the right choice. The woman starts to describe the larger emergency unfolding, mentioning disastrous occurrences like the outbreak of a third world war. All three incidents, the shadowed lunar surface, the widespread outbreak, and the airborne forests, had been officially labeled as emergencies. The pandemonium outbreak, a crisis that successfully contains, emerges as one of the most severe incidents. Despite its fame, the Book of Doom is just one among numerous ancient grimoires hidden throughout the world. The anti-prophecy unit was formed with the sole purpose of collecting information, studying forecasts, and acting in advance to counter any threats. Their duties cover several degrees of danger. Rank 3 tasks deal with wiping out one or more entire regions. Rank 2 situations rise to the level of a national crisis. Rank 1 incidents impact the global environment. The special rank is set aside for threats capable of ending the world itself. He pays close attention as the truth sinks in, his concern quickly shifting into worry. Anxiously, he questions whether handling these missions has become their exclusive burden. The woman, calm and composed, explains that assignments like these are simply part of what's expected from anyone in the anti-prophecy unit. Soon after, and his group noticed the others stepping over the yellow caution line, prompting them to rush over and challenge their actions. Believing the newcomers to be ordinary citizens, cautioned them about moving forward, describing the risks present in the area. Despite his warning, the woman brushed off his worries, confidently pointing out that the prophecy for the day only predicted a level 3 incident. Despite the dimensional crack in front of them looking like an intermediate B rank, it actually hides a far more dangerous threat. This is a rank 3 disaster known as Yellow Journal. She feels confident that the crack will continue to grow even larger. At that moment, the opening started to expand rapidly, as though responding to some invisible signal. Spun around, terror filling her gaze as her eyes grew wide. The fissure split wide, unleashing a torrent of creatures that surged forth, each more terrifying and monstrous monstrous than the one before. He gave a firm order, directing his squad to get ready for the upcoming fight. The reaction comes without delay and with shocking ferocity. In a matter of seconds, the creatures surge forward, overpowering his troops and swiftly defeating them before they can mount any real defense. A wave of panic washed over him when he noticed that even hunters ranked B and C were barely managing to stand their ground, prompting him to mutter curses quietly to himself. At that moment, he becomes aware of an even more threatening presence, the overwhelming force emanating from a powerful boss monster. As the newcomers advanced confidently, made another attempt to stop them, cautioning them not to come any closer. Before he could continue speaking, the woman placed her hand firmly on the ground and unleashed a spell known as. Without warning, sharp spears shoot up from beneath the ground. With a rapid and unforgiving motion, the creatures are pierced, causing them to fall motionless to the ground while crimson blood spreads beneath their still forms. Quickly initiates an offensive move of his own. He surged forward across the battlefield, his movements smooth and swift as he expertly brought down each opponent he encountered, every action deliberate and controlled. Observed the impressive demonstration of talent, unable to find words in response. Although he had always viewed himself as a powerful S-rank hunter, the people before him clearly exceeded his abilities. Confusion filled his mind as he struggled to understand their identities or origins. The woman shifted her attention to, and displaying complete confidence, instructed him to retreat. In her eyes, he was simply a bystander caught up in the chaos. Lowered her eyes to her hand, noticing an emblem stamped onto her skin. A look of realization appeared on his face as he understood the situation. Their arrival was no coincidence. They were agents working for the government. He barely had time to grasp what this meant before events began to unfold. A gigantic hand bursts through the dimensional rift, forcing the opening wider than before. As the gap stretched open even wider, an enormous creature emerged from within. A legendary entity whose power surpassed even the highest ranks stood before them, its gigantic body exuding an intense, intimidating aura. The woman sprang forward, ready to deliver a blow, showing no sign of hesitation. At the same moment, called out in warning, urging her not to act so rashly, but she ignored his plea completely. United in purpose, they advanced boldly, showing no hesitation as they confronted the danger ahead. Moved with remarkable speed, delivering multiple kicks toward the beastman in rapid succession. He was stunned to discover that his blows did nothing. As the creature's protective armor completely his efforts, he was compelled to step back as the creature sprang at the woman. Without pausing, she concentrated her power before her, readying herself to strike back. But before she managed to respond, Carnegie suddenly materialized in the space separating the two. He halted the beastman's attack using only his uncovered hand. The force of the collision made the erupt in a dazzling flash of energy. Everyone stood in silence, briefly caught off guard. Once the dust cleared, realized the strike was a penetration shock. But what truly astonished him was something else entirely. It was said that he defeated an S+ rank monster in just one strike. He suddenly notices that has become much stronger since the previous day. The woman protested, insisting that the use of such force was unwarranted. He understands that the best way to defeat an opponent with strong physical defenses is to attack from the inside. He had picked up this knowledge from who was known as the Saint of Fists. The previous evening, someone had introduced him to the fundamentals of penetration attacks. In response, shifts her attention to face the girl. He inquired about her name, pointing out that he had just rescued her and felt he had earned the right to know. With a bright spark in her eyes, she eagerly shares that her name is. Without hesitating, shifted his focus back to the battlefield, channeling energy to boost his strength as he prepared to confront the next group of monsters pouring out from the fissure. The woman remained unfazed and retaliated, sending a surge of liquid mercury cascading over her adversaries. She then activated her reject skill, causing the object to erupt in a powerful explosion. United in purpose, the group moves ahead. It became clear, just as had mentioned before, that undermining their opponents from within was turning out to be much more successful. Driven by a strong resolve, she gestures too, prompting them both to stride confidently toward the dimensional rift without a moment's pause. Stood frozen behind the others, his eyes wide with shock. He understood that the world lurking beyond the crack was a place unlike any he had known, a mysterious domain brimming with threats he could hardly imagine. Entering such a place seemed utterly insane. Before he has a chance to respond, the pair has already darted forward. Without pausing to reconsider, they sprang through the opening. He found himself standing amidst the unmoving forms of defeated A-rank monsters, and the truth of what had happened suddenly dawned on him. Both of these individuals displayed skills far beyond those of typical fighters, making it clear they must belong to the mysterious secret organization people whispered about. Upon stepping into the new dimension, they are immediately confronted confronted by a massive horde of creatures ready to attack. After carefully surveying her surroundings, lifted her hand while observing that the creatures inside matched exactly with the ones she had seen outdoors. With careful control, she summoned a flurry of sharp mercury spears, launching them with deadly accuracy. The creatures were pierced through in an instant. As sprinted forward, he studied her movements, silently recognizing the overwhelming strength she possessed. In that moment, he realized the reason she held the reputation as the most formidable area of effect combatant in the anti-prophecy squad. After overcoming her previous foes, now faces an enormous bear-like creature. Yet right as she prepares to strike, Canada was the first to spring into action, reaching for it ahead of the others. When the bear caught sight of the man, it lashed out with its massive claws, swiftly evaded the attack, leaping up and landing on the rooftop. She then unleashed a rapid series of kicks, striking the beast from every direction, stared in awe while moved with ease and let out a light giggle, yet much to surprise, sprang forward without warning, launching a rapid series of powerful kicks at the bear in the same aggressive manner he had used before. The character turned to, inquiring whether the move resembled his unique style. Caught off guard, broke into an astonished grin. With the monster now vanquished, the group pressed forward on their journey. Observes that the farther they venture, the fewer opponents they encounter. At last, the group arrives in a vast, open area that looks remarkably like an arena. Without warning, an intense energy fills the air around them, making it clear that an unknown presence is approaching. The group was taken aback when an enormous Minotaur warrior suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Overwhelmed by fury, the creature standing before them was a Minotaur, its eyes clouded with blindness. Despite its lack of sight, it possessed the formidable strength of a boss monster, boasting a power level ranked at SS, and found themselves stunned, their eyes widening as they gazed up at the immense figure looming before them. Casually faces the creature, wondering to himself whether this could truly be the boss. A multitude of spears shot out from the swirling portal, shouted at her companions, urging them to use their most powerful abilities against their opponents. She would be the one to deliver the decisive strike. Upon hearing these words, focuses inward and starts to gather his strength. Remained in the background, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched the impressive display of attacks from both sides. Despite his efforts, he secretly fears that his strength alone may not be sufficient to overcome the monstrous creature. Was surprised to learn that questioned the strength of their most powerful attacks. Even as a barrage of magical assaults crashed over it, the beast continued to heft its enormous weapon through the air. A deep crater formed in the earth as intense shockwaves rippled across the entire arena. Once the dust cleared, surprise washed over them at the sight before their eyes. Despite their strongest attacks, the beast stands before them without a single scratch. The group readies themselves for another fight, while gets set for what's ahead. Without warning, he notices a voice nearby, admiring skills. He immediately knows whose voice it is. His founder's spirit has spoken. Known for his skills as an alchemist, worried that remarkable purity, swift movements, and immense strength might be lost forever if she were to perish so young in the midst of this conflict. Believed that had put forth her utmost effort, this Minotaur possessed a strength far beyond anything she had faced before. She had not realized just how tough the creature was, as its physical endurance remained completely unbroken. Feeling increasingly worried, wonders aloud about the right course of action, but Killick only responds with a carefree laugh. At the same time, and fought desperately to hold their own against the ferocious creature. They regretted not inviting a person with expertise in magic. His eyes flickered toward, and a jolt of surprise ran through her as she noticed an unusual aura pulsing around him. In that moment, it became clear that had taken over his body completely. He unleashed his formidable spell, directing its energy at the creature's legs. The magic caused the creature's legs to become immobile, locking them in place. Stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. She feels a surge of surprise, realizing that has not only mastered the same skill she uses, but has also employed it with such precision that the beast is completely unable to move. Now inhabiting his body, fixed with a stern gaze and silently judged her as. He went on to criticize her rigid approach to her craft, insisting that true mastery as an alchemist required the ability to alter materials across all three states of matter. As he continued his explanation, at the same moment, he floods the Minotaur's body with mercury. Silvery liquid starts to drip from the creature's mouth as the metal spreads within. He unleashed a spell that caused intense heat to surge within the creature, making the mercury inside it bubble and boil fiercely. As a result, poisonous vapors began to seep out, filling the arena with a dangerous mist. The intense heat in the air made breathing a challenge for everyone else. Stared in awe as she understood that had subdued the monster not with strength, but by using scorching temperatures. At the same time, the Minotaur twists and contorts in pain, its body burning up with intense heat from within. As skillfully performed the spell, he made an offhand remark too about his interest in making his apprentice. Not taking him seriously, dismissed the comment as nothing more than a jest. The blistering mercury eventually overpowered the Minotaur, leaving its motionless body sprawled across the floor. With the creature vanquished, the day's assignment, overcoming the formidable boss foretold in the level 3 prophecy, concluded in triumph. Stared in shock, her mind struggling to make sense of the scene unfolding before her. Had performed a skill that was supposed to be exclusive to awakeners living inside a crest. Realizing this, she understood that belonged to the same group as. Despite everything, he was able to use alchemy just as skillfully as she could. Stunned by this revelation, she urgently pressed him to reveal his true identity. Wearing a self-assured grin, reached out his hand and stated his name. Though irritation flickered across their features, a spark of curiosity remained unmistakable. Hesitantly reached out and shook his hand, assuring him that she would not forget who he was. His face lights up with joy as he watches Gain's approval. Outside, and his group remained on watch, growing increasingly anxious as the rift in the dimension started to seal itself, leaving them stunned by the unexpected turn of events. As the opening nearly closes shut, the three managed to jump through at the last possible moment. Carnegie wondered aloud whether their mission had come to an end, and received an answer explaining that all that remained was to deliver their report to headquarters, while the group began to consider their plans moving forward. Walked over to the group, conveying his appreciation for their help in rescuing his teammates. He makes it clear that he does not wish to uncover who they are or what happened within those walls, expressed gratitude for his understanding, and recommended that he mention the emblem in his report, explaining that this information would clarify the situation for the authorities. As the group moved away, let them know he would be there to assist if they ever needed help in a dangerous situation. Paused before leaving, glancing over her shoulder to inform him that their paths would probably never cross again, and advised him to resume his ordinary routine. Upon hearing this, comes to understand that they remain ordinary individuals, living lives in a realm that he can never truly access. On May 11th, a bright red blur darted swiftly along the roads of N Prefecture Village. A nearby guard noticed the strange object, but confusion clouded his face as he struggled to figure out what he was seeing. Without warning, a thunderous roar shattered the calm, slicing through the sky and reverberating across the entire village. At the anti-prophecy headquarters, the three teammates exited their car and reminded everyone that they needed to submit their reports to headquarters. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification, revealing that they had been unexpectedly called to the laboratory, which was odd considering how little time had passed since their last mission. Driven by curiosity, the group made their way toward the headquarters laboratory. Two people have arrived before them. One occupies a spot on the stage, and the other is seated among the audience. Using a firm and commanding voice, the speaker pointed out that had spent an unusually long time defeating a rank 3 disaster. Instantly realizes that this is the same red-haired boy she encountered earlier. His anger flared at his arrogant tone, feeling frustrated that he talked as though he held authority he didn't possess. Sensing the growing conflict, hurried to intervene, attempting to calm the situation and inquiring about director's request. The person positioned on the stage happened to be the director himself. Once the group finds their seats, he begins playing a video that the analysis team had sent earlier. The video shows a piece of charcoal burning with a bright, fiery red glow. The director identifies the book as a prophecy grimoire, revealing that it was found in an area filled with volcanic activity and has been studied continuously since its discovery. Carnegie questioned whether anyone could truly make sense of a grimoire when it was in such disarray. The director pushed his glasses up his nose and explained that by using AI and X-ray technology, the team had uncovered a bit of information, even if much of it was still a mystery. Despite the uncertainty, they had managed to make out one clear prophecy, one that directly referenced Japan. The entire group inside the room reacts with surprise, felt particularly unsettled, realizing that this prophecy was unlike any they had faced in the past. The director went on to clarify that anti-prophecy research had reached a sophisticated level, collecting data worldwide, so stumbling upon a prophecy that no one knew about was extremely rare. However, this particular instance stood out as an exception. The man with red hair quickly grasps the situation, realizing its significance. He knows that he and the other three must work together to look into what has happened. The director commended for his perceptiveness, then explained that the task he was about to receive would ordinarily go to the regular team, but those members couldn't take it on at the moment. With this explanation, understood that this was likely the reason hadn't been there when they came back. The director instructed the group to leave right away, promising that additional information would be shared with them through email. Could hardly believe how soon another assignment had come their way. The red-haired man calmly assures that adjustment will come with time. Uneasiness washes over as he clenches his hands, the unsettling truth beginning to dawn on him. Now, more than ever, he senses that the world's destiny may genuinely hang in the balance. Brought his hand down hard against the table, making a loud noise. He rises to his feet and declares with confidence that he and his 3 teammates will handle the mission. Watches his display of authority, her irritation clear on her face. As the group prepares to depart, the director issues a last caution, urging them to remain vigilant because the full danger of their mission still remains a mystery. He further emphasizes that, should signs of the prophecy appear, they are to hold back and wait for reinforcements before making any bold moves. Inside the car, sits with a sense of unease, her mind troubled by the unpredictable risks that await her on the mission. Sue, seated at the front, recommended taking a break since had just finished his initial assignment. However, fueled by her own pride, rejected the idea and asserted that he wasn't in a position to command her, much to her astonishment, and did not hesitate and quickly agreed to the proposal. In just a few seconds, Sleep them fought hard to keep her eyes open, refusing to let herself drift into sleep. As the hours grew later and fatigue settled in, she eventually surrendered to sleep as well. After some time had passed, the car rolled to a stop, slowly woke up and realized she was alone inside the now vacant vehicle. Startled by the commotion, she hurries outdoors, where she discovers the rest of the group gathered at the edge of a cliff, gazing intently at a mysterious, luminous glow shining from beneath them. She looks at the scene before her, completely stunned by what she finds. A gigantic magic circle covers the earth, its sheer size far surpassing anything the group ever expected. Immediately realizes just how serious things have become. The reality turns out to be much more dire than she had anticipated. The prophecy was close to fulfillment. From beneath the earth, skeletal forms rose, still imprisoned inside giant crystals that glowed with a strange, unsettling light, filling the surroundings with an air of dread. A cold shiver runs through the group as they come to the grim conclusion that they may have arrived after everything was already lost. The bones scattered before them once belonged to the 23 villagers described in the official report. Memories of a comparable tragedy from earlier days surface in his mind. 3 decades earlier, the estate disappeared without a trace, causing a near rupture in the fabric of reality. As he spoke, the towering pillar positioned at the heart of the magic circle suddenly unleashed powerful surges of energy. Upon observing the situation, SWO immediately encourages the group to hurry, unsheathed his sword and looked to the others, seeking guidance on their next move. Sue then explains that they must put an end to it, hurriedly recalled the director's instructions, emphasizing that they had been clearly told to hold off until they received more guidance. Before they have a chance to continue their discussion, an intense and powerful presence emerges behind them, capturing their attention. As they turned around, they witnessed surrounded by an overwhelming surge of energy. The character stood fully equipped, ready to face any challenge that awaited. Right away, the group notices that its presence seems more powerful than it was previously. Even so, shows no sign of being affected. He flashed a confident grin before springing ahead, signaling for the rest of the group to come after him. The group hurried after him, even as cautioned him against making any rash decisions. They rushed forward, heading straight for the glowing magic circle. Hinoi and the mage both paused as a distinct aroma drifted toward them, triggering memories of countless earlier encounters with that unmistakable scent. At that moment, the earth began to shake with intense force. Suddenly, the ground split open as a gigantic hand shot upward, bursting through the earth with tremendous force. Hinoki's eyes grew wide with surprise as realization washed over him. At that moment, he recognized the scent that filled the air. It was unmistakably the odor of a forbidden technique. The prophecy recorded in the Book of Scorching Heat revealed these words. Hinoi explained that during the period, who led the Dark Magus and was known as an Awakener was responsible for carrying out acts of genocide. In the end, the brought about his demise. During the ordeal, an unsuspecting village became entangled in the chaos, gathered the blood left behind by the villagers who had perished. With it, she traced a glowing magic circle on the ground. He made certain that he would be reborn 1,000 years in the future. His ambition centered on consuming all who stood in his way, determined to rule the world as its demon king. Prior to his death, he created a secret technique that exposed the dark truth. Living creatures would need to be offered up to bring him back to life. In the current era, has returned, reborn as a mysterious boss whose rank remains a mystery. The purpose he must fulfill is unmistakable. Their purpose was to bring about the prophecy that spoke of relentless, burning heat. He glanced at his hands with a deep frown, noticing that the strength he possessed was much weaker than he had anticipated. Doubt crept into his mind as he considered whether the ritual had failed to gather a sufficient number of sacrifices. He glanced around, a faint smile touching his lips as he realized that, despite 1,000 years passing, nothing about this place had altered. As the anti-prophecy unit drew nearer, a wild grin spread across his face, filled with anticipation at the thought of claiming even more victims. Using his mastery of forbidden magic, he summoned the plate of yin. A tremendous blast erupted underneath the advancing unit. Size eyes widened with fear as the explosion swallowed both, and as the dust gradually cleared, they appeared unharmed. His face suddenly loses its brightness, shadowed by a somber mood. He spotted a shadowy magic circle beginning to appear under the place where they were about to land. The forbidden technique known as Death Realm unleashed its power, causing a circle to appear from which countless spirits poured forth. Their eerie, translucent hands stretched toward and intent on trapping them within their ghostly grasp. The group fought desperately to free themselves from the clutching hands of the spirits. They soon understood that Su's abilities exceeded their expectations. Observing the results of his spell, silently took note of its success. He abruptly becomes aware of something shifting in the space behind him. Initiated an unexpected assault. With smooth and practiced movements, easily avoids each attack, his body twisting and shifting out of harm's way. A confident grin spreads across his face, silently ridiculing Su's lack of skill. He positioned the plate of yin directly below himself before initiating the casting. A powerful explosion bursts forth. Was taken aback, steps forward without a single scratch. He launched a counterattack against, unleashing his thunderbolt ability, summoned his own dark magic, forming a barrier that stopped the attack. Although managed to halt the assault, he couldn't help but admire the particular skill had chosen to use. Emerging quietly through the haze, approaches from behind. She casts the chrysanthemum spell. A hail of razor-sharp knives launched in his direction. Reacts with surprise, yet quickly avoids the attack by leaping upward. As soared through the air, he cast an additional spell. He demonstrated that he had anticipated would easily withstand an attack of such minimal strength. With a forceful motion, brought his weapon crashing down and triggered the autumn skill. Knives began to fall from above, as if the sky itself was unleashing a deadly storm. Despite the scene before him, responds with a gentle smile, referring to the spectacle as nothing more than a shower of harmless lights. At that moment, his hand transformed seamlessly into the shape of a sword. They moved to strike. Su intercepted the attack, absorbing the force and staggering slightly from the impact. Witnessing this, came to the conclusion that Su was probably the most powerful. Su intercepted the attack, who stands off to the side, perceives strength as limitless, appeared unlike any of the opponents the group had encountered before. His power seemed to surpass that of even the original founders. While Carnegie is lost in thought, the voices of his companions reach him from behind. As he spun around, surprise him at the sight of, and being struck by a surge of dark magical energy. After narrowly evading the assault, and rushed forward together, setting their sights on. Su's opponent continued to battle her. As confronted them, he called forth 3 skeletal demons to take on, and several enemies continued advancing toward. When a demon suddenly appeared before him, reacted quickly and delivered a powerful kick. To his surprise, however, the action has no effect. The creatures possess bodies just as resilient as the Minotaurs the group had previously encountered. A skeleton demon moved into sway, preventing him from going forward. At the same time, and unleashed a relentless series of blows against each other. With a sneer, taunted, insisting that none of his friends would come to his aid. At that moment, right after he finished speaking, swung his blade directly towards shoulder. He insisted that he was capable of handling things on his own. He gestures toward, issuing a caution for him to keep his distance. He believed that his abilities were the sole thing he could depend on. He brushed away the blood that had gathered around his injury, erupted into wild screams, insisting that he was just as independent and threatening to consume everyone around him. Without hesitation, he lunged toward. He narrowly deflects the strike, stopping it only a hair's breadth from his own body. Meanwhile, Su strains to withstand the relentless force of Su's offensive. He notices a voice calling out to him from behind. Rushed forward, heading straight for, stared in astonishment at his arrival, unable to believe he had made it past the demon he had dispatched to halt him. However, as he glances over his shoulder, he notices that the rest of the group remains locked in battle with the demons. The weapon he had directed at now rested on the ground, split cleanly into 2 pieces. While tried to make sense of the situation, suddenly delivered a fierce punch to his face, catching him off guard. He skidded along the ground, pulled forcefully by the impact, found himself amazed by the strength of the attack, proposed that they join forces in order to overcome. Stood stunned, realizing that while and still struggled with their adversaries, this person had already overcome his own and was now extending an offer of assistance to him. Sense of pride overwhelms him, leading him to flatly turn down Su's proposal. He insisted that he was perfectly capable of handling the battle by himself and refused to rely on anyone else. Cannot believe what is happening. Before the argument could continue, abruptly moved closer to them. He released the breath technique of his, sending a forceful beam hurtling in their direction. Successfully intercepted the blow, yet was hurled backward as the powerful strike collided with his body. He slammed into a tree, and his eyesight grew hazy while the world around him faded. As his awareness began to slip, darkness gradually his senses. He notices Hinoi and the mage's soul appearing in front of him. Hinoi explains to him that he had lost consciousness, and as a result, they have called him into his own mind. Even though his body ached with countless bruises and wounds, wobbled unsteadily, his determination clear as he pleaded for someone to return him. The urge to continue the battle burned within him. Before anyone has a chance to reply, a powerful, commanding voice fills the area, ordering him to withdraw from the the fight. At the same time, outside, Sue struggles to withstand the constant onslaught of fierce attacks. Gave a sly smile, clearly impressed that shared his outlook, feeling confident that the two of them were more than capable of handling any challenges on their own. Displaying a wicked smile allowed his overwhelming hunger to fuel his next move. He unleashed a powerful blow, directing all his energy into the attack, and the impact was so intense that sword snapped cleanly in two. Caught off guard, yet responding with impressive speed, wasted no time conjuring a new blade, slashing toward with determination. However, easily evaded the attack, arching backward with an almost inhuman grace. His enjoyment grew with each passing moment, his amusement deepening every time found himself in difficulty. Within the spiritual realm, Spirit observed the ongoing battle with anxious eyes. His power clearly surpassed that of everyone present. Hinoi acknowledged that the situation had escalated to a level far beyond his capabilities. The mage noted that its accuracy was frighteningly precise, and thought that if more people had lived in this area, the outcome could have been disastrous. There was a possibility that he had already risen to the status of a demon king. She cautions that should absorb his life force too, his power will grow further, leading to chaos and destruction throughout society. She dismisses their finding of the grimoire as nothing but a simple accident. Hinoi moved ahead, asking to allow them to take control of his body and resolve the issue personally. Much to Hinoi's astonishment, immediately declined without hesitation. He offered an apology and made it clear with determination that the situation was not a drill, but reality. He would have to face this challenge by himself now, just as he would have to handle difficulties alone in the days ahead. He gazes at the group with firm confidence and resolve, seeking their agreement with his viewpoint. The mage attempts to protest. Hinoi suddenly bursts into laughter, cutting off mid-sentence. With a confident grin, Hinoi boasts to that he has already overcome their opponents. A hand rested gently on shoulder. Hinoi brought up's earlier promise to outdo the founders. With a firm push, Hinoi encouraged to move forward, apply all his knowledge, and approach the challenge in his own unique style. Felt his confidence surge, his eyes settling into a resolute gaze as he turned toward the battlefield, silently appealing to the founders for their guidance and protection. He charges across the field without a moment's pause, and remained engaged in their fierce battle. Appeared bruised and exhausted, barely able to keep himself upright. Just as he managed to open his eyes, launched another sudden attack. The force of the blow launched him off the ground, and as he soared through the air, prepared himself to deliver the decisive strike that would finish his opponent. Just as prepares herself for the collision, as he soared through the air, a strong hand caught hold of him. Carnegie took control of both his body and his sword, capturing him with ease. While suspended above the ground, the boy swiftly snatched Sue's sword. With a quick movement, he hurled to the ground, pushing him out of the path of his approaching magic beam. Hit the earth with a heavy thud. Refocused his gaze on, who remained suspended in the air. He unleashed a second wave of breath, directing it straight toward his opponent. His composure surprised everyone, as she effortlessly handled the one-handed sword technique that belonged to Hinoi. The character observed everything intently, their attention unwavering. Cut cleanly through the cloud of breath attack. The object was split precisely down the middle. With careful aim, he delivers a sharp blow to his arm, cutting it cleanly away from his body. Shocked and terrified, stands frozen, unable to comprehend what has just occurred. Overcome by anger, he trembles as he loudly proclaims who he is. His expression remained firm and resolute as he replied in a cool, detached manner, declaring himself as the one destined to exceed the achievements of the founders. The mage watched the fight unfold, and wondered whether would be able to defeat the Dark Magus. However, Hinoi was uncertain and could not give an answer. Despite everything, he is convinced that possesses wisdom and is far from being naive. He wondered if had discovered something during the drive while he slept in the car. A broad grin appears on Hinoi's face while he contemplates whether the situation is something he cannot fully grasp. Observed swift and graceful movements with astonishment. Not long before, he had turned down's offer of assistance. Now, however, it was support that was keeping him alive. At the same time, launched a series of fierce attacks against, refusing to let up. The second fighter was compelled to leap back through teleportation, and retaliated by unleashing his dark art ability called Pomegranate. A series of powerful energy blasts surged through the air, racing straight for. He attempts to evade his pursuers, only to soon discover that they are following his every move. Leaps frantically, trying to dodge the attacks, but the relentless bursts continue to follow him wherever he goes. Without warning, a memory of one of the founder's abilities comes to his mind. Aftershock drove his foot forcefully into the earth. A sturdy wall of stone rises before him, forming a protective barrier. They intercepted the attacks as they came, reels in surprise at its unexpected move, yet wastes no time before unleashing a fresh barrage of energy attacks toward him. Takes advantage of the broken pieces of stone scattered around her. He prepared to protect himself once more. Spotting a chance, swiftly merges two abilities, allowing her to suddenly appear behind in a burst of speed. Reacts just in time, narrowly avoiding the threat at the last possible moment. Without hesitation, he responds by releasing a powerful surge of yin energy from from his plate. The blow landed directly on, manages to withstand the blow, cushioning himself against the majority of the force. He propelled himself off a flying rock and launched an attack toward. They remembered the teachings that the founders had shared with them long ago. Swiftly dodged again, avoiding the attack with agile movements. His use of so many different techniques completely overwhelms him, leaving him amazed and speechless. From their distant vantage point, the founders stared in disbelief at how quickly was advancing and how fiercely he continued his attacks, refused to give up. His eyes narrowed menacingly as he unleashed his secret technique. Through the arcane art of merging bones, a giant skeletal beast emerged, its immense form dwarfing everything nearby. A dark and intense energy seemed to pour from its presence, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of dread. With a sly grin, confidently announced that everything was about to reach its conclusion. The enormous skeleton lifted its huge hand and swept it in its direction. The founders shouted urgently, urging him to escape. Remains perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the threat rushing toward him. Lost in contemplation, he realizes that no matter how hard he tries, he still doesn't have the strength necessary to overcome. He comes to understand that he requires something greater, something that surpasses what he can currently achieve. The character remembered what the mage and Hinoi had taught them, recalls the method for using shining flame, along with the way Hinoi skillfully handled a sword with just one hand. He remembers how Hinoi demonstrated the attack, showing him different ways to slash with it, combined the lessons he had learned, focusing his energy until a bright flame began to glow in his palm. As he fought, he channeled Hinoki's technique into his blade. He changed his weapon, causing it to ignite and become a sword engulfed in flames. Both the mage and Hinoi stared wide-eyed, unable to hide their astonishment. Had accomplished something no one thought was possible. Gripped his weapon, now pulsing with newfound power, and prepared himself for what lay ahead. Unleashed a move known as the blazing fire-cutting blade. Moving swiftly, he charged at the skeletal creature, his sword ablaze, while stared on, stunned by what he witnessed. As memories of Hinoki's lessons on swordsmanship and magical art surfaced, found himself longing for abilities beyond those teachings. Fueled by this resolve, he activated the blazing fire-cutting blade technique, setting his weapon alight with roaring flames. He brought his weapon down in a powerful arc, slicing the skeleton cleanly from its skull all the way to its feet. At the same time, was cut cleanly in two. The crowd stared in disbelief, amazed at the achievement of blending two magical abilities together in this manner. The founder of the alchemist company finds themselves especially astonished. Carnegie was labeled an irregular because of his remarkable talent for blending and adapting a wide range of abilities. The observer was surprised by how naturally Carnegie could fuse different techniques, leading him to wonder if there were further depths to Carnegie's capabilities yet to be discovered. Without warning, the alchemist disappeared, which left Hinoi standing there in bewilderment. Mage, having caught the conversation, nodded in agreement, coming to the conclusion that skills might have been undervalued by them. A hint of worry crept into her thoughts as she questioned whether raising someone with his qualities was truly a good idea. Hinoi felt a surge of excitement as he witnessed abilities, curious and enthusiastic about how much stronger could become in the future. Touched down on the ground, completely worn out, and was stunned to find who had been sliced in two. He started to heal himself using his own blood. Seething with anger, bared his teeth and thought about how close he had come to death. If the blow had landed on his head, it could have killed him. Drawing upon a shadowy force, he conjures a sphere of lethal power, determined to finish the conflict on his own. As he began to speak, Su appeared behind him and swiftly cut his throat. His head was severed in an instant, taken by surprise and unable to defend himself. As strength gives out, he reaches for, catching her limp form as she slips into unconsciousness. Su held him close, her mind drifting back to a memory from long ago. In the past, his elder sibling had held him just like this. The night beneath the bridge was bitterly cold, and a blanket of snow lay thick across the earth. In the early hours, his brother had assured him that he would bring breakfast. As Su began to fall asleep, above the bridge, the sounds of a grand parade reached their ears, while others rejoiced despite the biting cold and their growling stomachs. Recalled these moments as the reason he preferred being alone. Had once attempted to take advantage of his isolation, using his feelings of loneliness as leverage. However, as he gazed at now, a new understanding dawned on him. He isn't completely by himself, and even if solitude surrounds him, he finds the strength to withstand it. While these thoughts fill his mind, cracks started to form in the barrier surrounding them, and hurried inside, their concern growing as they spotted lying motionless. After determining that he had merely lost consciousness, observed that the barrier was weakening from within, and urgently signaled to the others that immediate action was necessary. Wonders aloud about the consequences if the energy trapped inside the barrier were to burst outward. Clenched his sword with determination, making it clear that if the situation continued, everyone would be doomed. He explained that their sole chance was to strike with their most powerful attack and attempt to divert the threat. Despite the danger, his words carried a tone of certainty. Although uncertainty lingered within him about their abilities in their present condition, he recognized that they had no other option. While everyone prepared for what might come next, though still unconscious, unexpectedly raised his sword and began to fill it with a surge of energy. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized what was happening. Within's thoughts, Hinoi seized command, directing actions from within. When the barrier shattered with a thunderous blast, the group released their strongest abilities all at once, and Hinoi demonstrated his unique one-handed technique by performing the splitting cloud attack. Beyond the barrier, a man with striking red hair hurried toward the unfolding chaos, flanked by two companions. As they moved, his subordinates cautioned him that the barrier was on the verge of breaking down. Without warning, the door flies open. A sense of dread filled the men as they worried they would not arrive in time. To their surprise, a dazzling streak of blue light suddenly burst upward, illuminating the sky. Sword gleamed with anticipation. The captain of the anti-prophecy unit stood captivated as he witnessed the radiant display before him. He instantly identified the brilliant light as the result of a perfect sword technique executed without a trace of doubt. He tries to figure out who might have created this. Some time passed, and as a plain sword above Peru spoke with over the phone, expressing her astonishment that the newest team member had managed to halt the mysterious prophecy. At the same time in Japan, remained on the phone, preparing to confront a top-level prophecy. He believed that this one was far more advanced than anything they had faced previously. Chooses not to enter the plane, but perches herself on its roof instead. He smiled to himself, thinking about how much the anti-prophecy unit had developed in his absence, even if he couldn't be there to see it for himself. His brief moment of amusement quickly fades as discloses that it was actually a key member who prevented the prophecy from coming true. It turned out to be the very person who had become part of the team just 2 days earlier. Overwhelmed by surprise, urgently seeks to uncover his true identity. Filled with certainty, announced that was destined to break the cycle of prophecies. The group had looked forward to his coming for a long while. Around, an air of anticipation hung thick, as though everyone believed he was the answer they had been seeking, doubted that he deserved such strong confidence, and silently wondered if their trust in him was warranted. Rather than answering his concerns with words, the others encouraged to experience the truth on his own. Shifting the conversation, insisted that come back, explaining that his help was necessary. Without battling a rival of similar abilities had become much more difficult. Let out a soft laugh and quickly apologized, then directed her attention elsewhere. At the same time, extends his hand, his tone urgent as he describes the momentous prophecy taking shape before their eyes. The foe loomed immense, known as a top-tier threat foretold by prophecy and recognized as the master behind the deadly, self-destructive plague. Expressed their feelings of affection as the terrifying creature lunged in his direction, instructed to wait patiently, promising that he would be done shortly. Without delay, he reached out his hand and summoned a powerful gust of sacred wind. At that instant, inside a hospital room, suddenly awoke, his eyes flying open. He let out a surprised shout and quickly pushed himself upright in bed. A nurse, observing his abrupt motion, bends closer to calm him. She gently lets him know that he is awake at last. Since completing his mission, he had been lying unconscious in the anti-prophecy infirmary. Upon hearing those words, questioned whether he had simply fainted. He had slept so soundly that he missed the opportunity to join the founders in the spatial realm for training. The nurse reassures him of his well-being while pulling aside the curtain and gently reminds him to ask for help if necessary. As she raises the curtain, spotted sitting close by with his arms folded, quietly observing him. The sight made question whether had been keeping an eye on him the whole time he was out cold. Glanced around and realized that and were nowhere to be seen. Wondering about their absence, he inquired quietly and explained that the two were off training. Feeling disheartened by their lack of contribution during the previous battle, they struggled with a sense of inadequacy. Speaking in a gentle manner, acknowledged that possessed an immense and overpowering strength. Receiving praise from someone like leaves the exceptionally strong boy stunned, yet he has no time to absorb the words before the moment shifts. Abruptly rises to her feet, her voice sharp as she insists on learning his true identity. Within just 2 days of his arrival, had already managed to overcome both a rank 3 opponent and a formidable adversary who could have reached rank 1. Sue watched in amazement as a unique fusion spell unfolded before her eyes, one unlike any she had encountered previously. Persisted with his inquiry, determined to uncover his real identity. He pressed for information, eager to learn how he could become like, making it clear that he would not be satisfied without answers. Made an unexpected entrance. He wonders whether is the person he seeks. Gave a nod of agreement. Feels a jolt of surprise when his older brother appears without warning. Moved by with only the briefest look in his direction. Uncertain, wonders aloud if the young man before him could truly be his older brother. As soon as the words escape him, without warning, unsheathes his sword and slashes it through the air so close to the others that the blade nearly grazes them. Sue and found themselves unexpectedly surprised. The character swiftly moved out of the way to avoid being hit. Questioned inwardly whether this might be a form of trial. Just as astonished, found himself impressed that someone still in training had managed to dodge his attack. Acknowledged that it had truly been a test and had successfully completed it. He confidently states that he is the leader of squad. The truth dawned on with startling clarity was without a doubt's older brother. A moment of silence passed before spoke up, revealing that impressive display against the top-ranked disaster had earned him a temporary place on's team. Was left speechless by this unexpected news. However, finds herself even more astonished than before. Jealousy began to stir within him. Although he was related to as his younger sibling, he still wasn't permitted to become a member of his team. Quickly instructs to come with him so he can explain the situation. In the distance, frustration surged through, causing him to ball his hands into fists so forcefully that the skin over his knuckles split and blood began to trickle out. At the same time, over in the training grounds, the two members of the anti-prophecy team pushed themselves through an intense practice session, skillfully handled several weapons at once, launching quick strikes while concentrated on deflecting each blow. Despite their relentless efforts, they understand that matching abilities is almost out of reach. While the group kept rehearsing, unexpectedly entered the room. He made his entrance, offering chocolates he had brought from Peru. To his surprise, none of them pay any attention to the chocolates at all. The group hurried over to him, their excitement clear as they questioned the length of his visit in Japan. Upon learning from that he planned to stay for a week, the pair quickly expresses their eagerness to learn from him throughout that period. His rivals were determined not to allow her to get ahead without putting up a strong resistance. Was surprised, realizing she had underestimated how resolute they would be. He consented to become their trainer, but soon after he inquired about whereabouts. He wondered whether the other person wished to participate. Right after he finished talking, entered the scene, his face set with unwavering resolve, making it clear through his actions that he intended to join them too. At the same time, in the hallway, matches quick steps while following him. Inside the training room, the group stared in disbelief as SWU appeared, clearly resolved to become part of their team. Discloses that older brother has invited to become a temporary member of his squad. The duo stood in shock, suddenly aware of the extent of his growth. They understood that earning a personal invitation from was an impressive accomplishment. Despite the situation, interpreted it as evidence of his own inadequacy when measured against, convincing himself that he needed to work harder to become better. At the same time, in the corridor, curiosity led her to question about the gathering, explained that the discussion was about their upcoming assignment, and informed her that they would leave for it the next day. While they were walking, came to an abrupt halt. He inquires about how close he is to his younger brother, thinking back to the last time they fought side by side. When had handed over his sword, eyes lit up with excitement as he affirmed his identity. Always pretended not to care, yet deep down, concern for his brother weighed heavily on his mind, a worry he kept hidden from everyone. As a result, now wrongly assumes that his brother feels nothing but dislike for him and has no concern for his well-being. Hadn't actually ignored during his last visit. Instead, he found himself unable to face the sight of his injuries. Despite the confusion, became convinced that his brother was ignoring him. This belief pushed to put himself in danger and strive to become stronger, all in the hope of finally being noticed by. In contrast, hoped would remain safe rather than becoming more powerful. A profound misunderstanding fuels determination to outdo, as he believes that earning his brother's recognition depends on this victory. He dreamed of one day overcoming on his own. At the same time, his curiosity remained strong, prompting him to question even more. At last, confessed to himself that he genuinely cared for his younger brother. Carnegie feels a sense of warmth in his heart. In the training area, Sue took time to clarify the situation to everyone gathered around her. Feels puzzled by the situation. Despite his determination to outdo his brother and demonstrate his own abilities, he continues to hold a strong sense of admiration for him. During her ongoing training sessions with, observes that ultimately desires nothing more than recognition from his older brother. Feels moved by the moment, yet remarks stir an unexpected reaction within. His anger flared up. At the same time, during the meeting, was introduced to the squad's three main principles. The first emphasized the importance of quick action. The second focused on keeping constant pressure on opponents. The third highlighted the need to rise above personal shortcomings. His team held the reputation of being the most powerful unit in the Counterforce division when it came to fighting skills. With just 7 members, the squad was intentionally kept small, allowing them to function as a highly trained and elite group. The team's main objective focused on neutralizing threats classified as rank 1 or higher. While squad traveled inside the helicopter, they were accompanied by their escorts as they headed toward their assignment. One of the squad members pointed out in a relaxed manner that almost all of the group's strength was thanks to their captain, with everyone else playing minor roles. Because had joined them only for a short time, nobody anticipated much from him. As offered his explanation, His attention wandered, his focus absorbed by whatever was happening on his phone. Noticed the situation and brought it to his attention, which led to offer an apology as he clarified that he had to get in touch with his friends. Uncertain about his words, questioned what meant by contact, attempted to reach out to the rest of the anti-prophecy group, feeling constant pressure from the founders, who persistently reminded him about this responsibility. As the group practiced together, a message from him arrived, and its contents left everyone stunned. In particular, finds herself baffled, struggling to understand what could possibly be going through his mind when he decided to send it. They waste no time in presenting it to. The character realizes that the message holds. The suggestion consisted of 3 distinct recommendations. Each one was customized to suit a unique individual. Finds herself captivated by the thorough instructions on becoming more powerful. Smiling warmly, he reached out his hand, wondering whether they would choose to accept the advice or turn it down. Everyone, viewing the situation as a test of their abilities, decided to agree. In particular, becomes furious, feeling as though has only made their pain worse. While aboard the plane, let know that they had reached where they needed to be. As cleaned the window, a sense of amazement washed over her. Beside an immense, snow-covered mountain landscape, where giant crystal spikes pierced through the ground, the team arrived. They had been assigned to confront a rank 1 prophecy known as Frozen Earth. This catastrophe posed the danger of encasing the whole world in ice, with the afflicted regions spreading more rapidly every moment. If nothing was done to stop it, the entire planet faced the risk of being swallowed up, bringing an end to every living thing. At the same time, this situation was unfolding in 17 separate places around the world, with most of these spots located in cities, making the emergency even more severe. Vice Captain addressed the squad, emphasizing the urgency of their mission since recent updates showed the freezing phenomenon was advancing more quickly than anyone had expected, leaving no room for hesitation. Taking charge of the operation, they assumed responsibility for guiding the group, instructed the team to leap out through the helicopter's rear hatch, realizing it was too dangerous for the aircraft to continue. Just before the team leaps into action, he issues a firm reminder that protecting human life is their top priority and no one should be hurt. He urges the group to recite the squad's 3 rules together, hoping to inspire and energize them. Together, everyone raised their voices as one, calling out the names in perfect harmony. Stood quietly at the rear, his mind replaying memories of his previous fight. In the end, he found himself depending on Hinoi once more. Eager to become more powerful during this short-term assignment, he recognizes the chance to gain knowledge from his teammates. As the group jumps out of the helicopter, makes up his mind to finish the task by himself. This marks the beginning of his very first rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 in the morning, all of them touch down on solid ground without incident. The cold air bites sharply, and even those with awakened abilities feel its chill. Began to feel the effects of a cold, wondering if the chilly air was to blame for his symptoms. Pointed out that the cold was much harsher than what had been predicted in the reports, suggesting this could explain his condition. He tells the team that the region stretches far and recommends establishing a camp halfway through their journey. As the others listen, silently reflects on the suggestion, choosing not to share his thoughts. At the same time, inquires whether J.Crew has ever seen the prophecy called Frozen Earth mentioned in any of the books about predictions. Shook his head, explaining that the anti-prophecy unit had foreseen the event through their specialized abilities. Although numerous prophecies were known, this marked the first occasion when a team member had accurately detected a rank 1 prophecy. Due to the seriousness of the task, his team had been selected to carry it out. With this explanation, Carnegie's earlier inquiry found its resolution. Observes a hint of unease in his demeanor. Offered comfort, explaining that feeling nervous was preferable to being careless, yet advised him not to let anxiety become overwhelming. Gently rested a hand on his shoulder, echoing his earlier encouragement and assuring that he was alongside the finest members of the anti-prophecy team. Scolded for his laid-back attitude, which made immediately offer an apology. Without warning, lifted his hand to signal that his radar had picked up enemy movement at the 2 o'clock position, about 200 meters in the distance. Gives a nod to show understanding of the report. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared without a trace. Within seconds, the figure vanished, only to materialize again shortly after. She reported that she had gone ahead to survey the area and counted 30 monsters, each believed to be of S++ rank. These beings were identified as ice gargoyles from the Tice tribe. Upon receiving the news, wasted no time and instructed his squad to completely destroy their opponents. The team advanced together in perfect sync, rushing at the approaching monsters with impressive coordination. The way they worked together and responded to the situation amazed. In contrast to trainees, their abilities function on a completely higher plane. He soon understood that these individuals were not ordinary members, but highly skilled fighters who stood above the rest. Filled filled with eagerness to participate in the battle, looks to her superior and requests approval to join. Agreed, brushing off the foes as insignificant, labeling them merely as S++ rank threats. After receiving approval, charged ahead and delivered a powerful kick to the monster's head. To his utter astonishment, the creature suddenly burst apart, scattering sharp fragments throughout the area. Deftly dodged the dazzling creature's assault and cautioned the group, pointing out that a few exceptionally strong monsters were hidden among the others. At the same time, ignited his blazing sword and unleashed a powerful burst of flames, utterly destroying a monster and launching its scorched body through the air. Upon seeing this, could hardly believe that, of all people, had mastered the use of a fury sword skill. Feels a sense of admiration, swiftly dispatched the last of the monsters, his sword cutting through them with ease in only a handful of swings. He observed wielding a blazing sword, and concluded that the blue beam of light he had noticed before must have originated from that very weapon. After overcoming the monsters, the squad settles into the mountains, establishes their campsite, and starts their meal. While they ate, inquired about any other things had noticed on his radar. Informed the group that no boss-level dangers could be found within a 10-kilometer radius. Upon hearing the news, lets out a relieved sigh, realizing they will have a place to stay for the night. Yet her thoughts quickly drift to the absence of, and the captain, leaving her to question their whereabouts. Across the clearing, is seated beside his campfire, the flames casting a warm glow on his face. He tried to combine his spells the same way he had done previously, but while he concentrated on merging them, the captain appeared unexpectedly from behind, drawing attention to his eagerness during training. Startled by his quiet approach, almost leaped in fright, completely unprepared for the sudden encounter. Once managed to soothe, he took a seat next to him and inquired if was new to camping, and if he was having any trouble with it. Eager to reassure, quickly insisted that he was doing just fine. Much to his astonishment, simply mentions his desire to return home and have a cigarette. Felt a wave of surprise wash over him, as it had never crossed his mind that the captain would bring up the topic of smoking. Felt a jolt of surprise when unexpectedly confessed his intense urge to smoke his cat. Bewildered and uneasy, misunderstood statement, fearing he was referring to drug use. He instantly asks the captain what happened to his cat. Leaned in, closing the distance between them in a way that felt uncomfortably intimate. He took out his phone and displayed a photo for to see, then wanted to know what the cat's name was. Discloses that the person is. While studied the photograph, his attention was drawn to the cat's intense stare. However, he chose to question whether genuinely felt his absence. Unexpectedly, responded by insisting he did not. The truth about became clear. He was nothing but trouble, constantly clawing at his belongings, making a mess by throwing up in random places, and generally causing chaos wherever he went. Couldn't help but acknowledge the cat's cuteness, comparing it to his little brother, even after everything that had happened. Thought it odd to hear express himself in such a manner. He pays attention while the captain, sounding optimistic, shares his hope that someday he can have a conversation with, just as openly as he does now with. As an only child, realized he couldn't really understand the experience. He proposed an idea, wondering if might try interacting with as he would with his own cat. Upon hearing those words, responded with a warm smile, nodding in agreement. He proceeded to display several videos on his phone for to watch. He was taken aback when he saw a video of the captain cradling his cat as if it were an infant. Finding the situation entertaining, wonders to himself if acting like that is truly acceptable. With a gentle look on his face, he turned to and suggested that they should practice together, even though he sensed that was not truly interested. Before he could respond, appeared, looking for the group. She asked them to head back to camp, pointing out that they needed to leave early the following day. Silently nodded, showing his acceptance without raising any objections. That evening, and his group stayed oblivious to a strange individual making their way across the snowy landscape. Wearing clothes more suited for warm, sunny weather, the figure continued forward, disappearing further into the icy wilderness. When confronted, he explains that he is there to complete a mission connected to the prophecies surrounding that location. Clutching a tiny book, he announced that this task held great significance. He traveled alone as an awakener, moving in the direction of the mountain where and his team were also headed. While resting at the camp, Carnegie drifts into a dream where he is guided by the founders. In this dream, they focus on teaching him archery, a skill chosen to help sharpen his concentration. Trained diligently with a weighted bow, following directions. Observing the sweat on his brow, wondered aloud if maintaining his concentration was causing him discomfort. While they practiced, Hinoi voiced his frustration about the lack of sword training, but the mage promptly hushed him, pointing out that he had already chosen the previous day's activity. Even with all the commotion around them, notices that stays completely calm and focused. She realizes that he has become much better at keeping his concentration than he was during their initial practice together. Shares that he is working alongside an incredible group, and their teamwork inspires him him to put in his greatest effort. Concentrating fully on his objective, he let the arrow fly from his grasp. The shot landed exactly in the center of the target, demonstrating flawless precision. Marvels at the remarkable accuracy. As collapsed onto the ground, a deep sigh of relief escaped him, gently reminded to remember the sensation he had just experienced, signaling that their training was finished for the day. Upon realizing that practice had ended, Hinoki's excitement bubbled up instantly. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and instructed to rise for their sword practice. Yet, right before the session could begin, his crew roused him from sleep, signaling that it was time for them to resume their voyage. Gathered the group and explained their mission for the day. They would confront and defeat the boss connected to the ancient prophecy. As the group moved forward, they came across additional creatures. This time, a swarm of blue-feathered birds appeared before them. The squad rushed forward in their direction. The founders gathered inside and remarked among themselves that the mission ahead appeared to be a straightforward task. Taking into account how strong the team was, despite the ongoing battle, the mage observes an older founder shifting uncomfortably, as if he suspects that something unusual is happening in the fight. Following an intense fight, the crew managed to defeat the monsters, opening up the way ahead for their journey. Instructed to move forward and investigate the path ahead. After scouting, returned with news that a powerful boss seemed to be about 2,000 meters away from their current location, and was moving directly toward their group. He proceeds to reveal the terrifying news that the monster is only 10 seconds away from reaching them. In just a few seconds, an imposing being called the Unknown God charges in their direction. Her face twisted into a wild, menacing grin, and the energy surrounding her felt far more intense and threatening than any creature they had ever encountered. Wasted no time directing his team to confront the boss, and together they surged forward in flawless unison. Meanwhile, unleashed his powers, binding the monstrous foe tightly. Attacked the creature relentlessly, swinging at it from every direction. Despite their expectations, they found themselves stunned by what they saw. None of their strikes appeared to have any effect. The boss stood untouched, unaffected by their coordinated assault. Right as the boss prepares to strike back, it becomes aware of a presence coming from overhead. Is plummeting down, her sword ready to deliver a mighty blow. His true nature came to mind once again. Hinoki demonstrated to him the proper technique for performing a downward vertical slash. He began the battle by releasing his most powerful move, preparing to attack with all his strength. Drawing on every ounce of his energy, he merged his abilities for maximum impact. Unleashed a fierce assault, his blade slicing through the air and trailing searing flames. A stream of flames shot out in the direction of the boss. Yet to his utter astonishment, the action produced no noticeable result. The boss reacted quickly, drawing her sword and striking with enough force to knock down to the ground. Upon hearing the intense crash, briefly assumes that has perished. Contrary to his fears, manages to survive by landing on an ice crystal, which softens the blow from his fall. At the same time, continued to battle, and came to understand the reason this boss held the top ranking. She shifts her gaze in his direction, silently entrusting him with their fate. Taking on the responsibility, unsheathes his sword, preparing for what comes next. Quickly restrained with shackles, and pulled him away from the battle, insisting that any interference would only hinder their captain. As the group pulled back, the boss unleashed a mighty swing aimed directly at. The impact of her attack sent out a tremendous shockwave, shaking the area around them. Began to feel anxious, concerned about whether it was safe. To his great surprise, halts the strike just before it makes contact with him. The boss launched another powerful attack. Once again, easily stops the attack. Without pausing, he responded with a powerful swing of his weapon, slicing through and cutting off one of the boss's arms. Hinoki observes the scene with awe, thoroughly impressed by what unfolds before him. He eagerly expressed his desire to do the same thing. Feeling a rising sense of worry, stood his ground and would not allow Hinoki to gain control of his body. At the same time, faced the injured boss with composure, expressing that his intention had been for his team to learn by battling a formidable opponent like this one. Now, he decided to bring everything to a close on his own. Upon hearing this, his crew wastes no time constructing a protective barrier around their group. The moment the shield is in place, focused the power of his red dragon skill into his sword, causing fiery flames to erupt and spread in every direction. He merges it with a glowing red light. A towering wave of fire surged directly toward the boss. Nearly half of her body is destroyed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw unleash a sword flame technique almost identical to the one he himself used. The force proved to be much more powerful than before. If the shield had not been in place, everyone present could have been completely destroyed. Carnegie offered a hushed apology to his supervisor. He claimed that protecting the world was his responsibility. Suddenly, he let out a loud meow, imitating a cat, which made everyone nearby cringe with intense second-hand embarrassment. While carefully watching the fight unfold, notices that style stands apart from Hinoki's. She recognizes that his abilities are far superior, operating in a league of their own. A sense of wonder filled the air, felt a strong urge to gain knowledge from him. At the same time, unleashed a decisive finishing blow, slicing the boss boss cleanly into two, but suddenly a brilliant flash of light shot across the. His arm was unexpectedly cut off. Unable to accept what he's seeing, he spins around. His body was marred by a wide, open wound. Carnegie's eyes darted wildly around the room, a wave of terror washing over him as the reality of the situation sank in. One after another, his fellow soldiers are violently ripped apart, crimson pooling beneath them. Helpless, he watches as each of them collapses lifelessly at his feet. Noticed losing his balance and quickly hurried over to assist him. Summoning the remnants of his energy, managed to shove his opponent aside. Staggered back, his eyes wide with shock as the teammates he had just been fighting beside fell one after another right in front of him. Even as teeters on the edge of life and death, a deep sense of remorse overwhelms him. The incoming attack went unnoticed by his radar, resulting in a crushing defeat. As he plummeted downward, he offered a heartfelt apology to his captain. He slams into the ground, silently wishing his teammates noticed the direction of the assault. Manages to avoid harm, yet a powerful beam passes directly through several of the others, leaving them wounded. Gripped his injured arm tightly, his voice rising as he urgently instructed his teammates to find shelter among the landscape, warning them that they were under attack from a special skill. The group immediately follows the order, fleeing in panic to escape danger. As ran from danger, he noticed a teammate on the ground and desperately encouraged him to get up and escape with him. Despite the opportunity before him, he pauses, uncertainty holding him back. They felt anxious for their captain, who had suffered serious injuries. His arm was cut off by an attack so powerful that no barrier could stop it, as its very nature allowed it to destroy anything in its path. Without warning, a second beam shot in its direction. He manages to avoid the attack just in time by springing upward into the air. His fear steadily intensifies as he observes the scene unfolding before him. The boss launched an unending series of strikes and began to heal at the same time. They understood that defeating the boss would require a single, powerful attack. She shifted her attention toward. She discovered him on his knees, unable to move as disbelief held him still. Gazed at the lifeless forms of his comrades, his words soft and trembling as he implored Valentine, the founder, to bring them back to life. Despite feeling embarrassed, Valentine expresses regret for their actions. She was unable to restore life to those who had passed away. Carnegie paused, growing quiet before inhaling slowly and deeply. He summoned every one of the founders, confessing that although he had hoped to manage the situation alone this time, he comes to understand that he might have to rely on their assistance once more. Hinoi moves ahead confidently, showing no signs of doubt. He seizes command over the movements of his own body. At the same time, studied the assault and noticed that its radar had failed to pick it up. Understanding that the radar was limited to sensing dangers within 3 kilometers, concluded that the attacker must have launched the strike from farther away. With one powerful blow, J.K. Roo lost his life, and at the same time, his arm was cut off. Evidence now revealed that their secret foe possessed power equal to his own. Resolute, he vowed to honor his fallen comrade's sacrifice by refusing to let it be meaningless. Strained past his usual boundaries, drawing on a strength that surpassed anything he had ever managed before. He concentrated intensely, relying on his sharpened senses to locate a spot more than 3 kilometers distant, even though barriers hid the enemy from view. Gripping his sword tightly, he recalls the faces of those lost earlier that day. The memory of their sacrifice strengthens his determination, filled with steadfast resolve. Infused his sword with a deep red glow, then released a powerful surge of flames. The intense firestorm tore across the earth, destroying all obstacles before it. Eventually, the truth comes to light, exposing the true identity of the enemy behind the lethal magic. The culprit turns out to be the very boy who had earlier entered the place by himself, wearing simple clothes. He shows a hint of admiration for his determination in finding him after the incident, believing it to be fitting for someone who leads the most powerful team. Stared in disbelief as the stranger effortlessly absorbed his attack, leaving stunned by how easily his assault was. The boy asserts that his missing left arm saved his life, since with both arms that strike would have been fatal. Surrounding himself, he manipulates swirling orbs of darkness, drawing on a spell known as darkness. He moved in its direction. With deadly intent, he sends one of the orbs hurtling toward his target. Reacted by brandishing his sword, summoning a protective wall of ice. In a split second, he disappeared from sight and materialized behind the boy, swiftly turning the tables. He swung his weapon toward the man's neck in a vicious arc. Before has a chance to understand what just occurred, the powerful beam attack hits once more, ripping away a portion of his torso. The boy stood unscathed, his composure unshaken as he revealed that he had expected to strike. Despite this, he points out that is actually the person facing the greatest danger. His anger flared up in response to the remark. Using the last of his energy, he darts ahead and swings his sword, yet the boy easily moves aside, avoiding the attack without effort. With a surge of strength, the attack connected forcefully with its exposed injury, striking the wounded area without mercy. Despite the situation, manages to stay ahead of everyone else. Seizing the opportunity, he delivers a blow with the flat side of his blade. The impact knocked the boy down to the ground while observed, his interest growing as he watched the scene unfold. The boy ceased firing his beam attack after just a handful of blasts. Although the attack possessed immense strength, he appeared unable to maintain it for a prolonged period. The boy suddenly understood that he was unable to keep his spell active without stopping. Their stamina appeared to be on par with one another. Despite the crash, the boy skillfully regained his balance and landed upright. Suspicion was validated, yet it became clear that the circumstances were not identical. Found himself in a hopeless situation, his body battered with one arm gone and half of him missing. Simply dismisses the idea that a disadvantage even exists. He thinks back to the three guiding principles that the squad lives by. They found themselves gaining courage and resilience through their connection with others. A surge of determination courses through his veins while he prepares to battle with every ounce of strength he has left. He focused his determination, summoning crackling energy to sear his injuries and halt the flow of blood. While doing this, he bellowed the squad's third rule out into the chaos: overcome your weakness. As those words echoed, he released the devastating power of Scarlet Blaze. The boy's gaze sharpened as he noticed sacrificing his own life energy to increase his strength. Understanding this, the boy mirrored actions, pouring his own spirit into the darkness spell to make it even more powerful. Summoned the spirits of those comrades he had lost. He fixed a sharp glare on his opponent, his commanding voice echoing over the battlefield as he issued a stern warning not to underestimate his squad. At the same time, toward the rear of the room, reached out to his financial supporters, seeking their assistance. Hinoki's influence spreads through him, causing his hair to lose its color and shift to a stark white. The remaining members of the squad continue to run. The boss abruptly halts their advance, displaying her strength as her arms heal themselves. Observing this, becomes worried, understanding that defeating the boss by herself is impossible. She raises her voice, directing it toward, who remains on her knees at the rear of the room. From her perspective, his determination appeared to vanish entirely after he saw his fellow squad members die. This reaction made sense, considering he was a newcomer and had lived an ordinary life until now. But then, to her great surprise, slowly pushes herself up, lifting her body off the ground. A sudden burst of light fills the air as he surges ahead with incredible speed. With a powerful kick, he struck the boss, launching her through the air with tremendous force across the battlefield, and his rival remained locked in a relentless struggle, each launching and blocking attacks in rapid succession. Gripped the broken remains of his sword, holding onto just half of the blade. Scarlet light burst forth. The opponent manages to avoid the attack by swiftly shifting their body to the side. Even though he manages to dodge the strike, a sense of discomfort settles over him. The challenge is steadily increasing. Noticed his own flames, which he thought had vanished because of his darkness spell, suddenly coming back and attacking him once more. In addition, he realized that his ability to keep the darkness under control by himself was reaching its breaking point. Upon realizing the situation, he unleashed a rapid stream of dark energy spheres aimed directly at. Reacts quickly, moving out of the way before the attack can reach him. Taking advantage of a sudden opportunity, he sprang ahead and sliced through his opponent's arm, severing it completely. In an instant, the balance of power between them shifted, with each now standing where the other had been. Despite the loss of his arm, the opponent surged ahead and slammed his knee into his injured arm, fell to the ground, overwhelmed by agony, while his adversary advanced at a measured pace. Standing over, the opponent dismissed the loss of his own arm as insignificant, pointing out that still had a gaping wound in his abdomen. In that moment, the opponent unveiled a terrifying secret. He had foreseen what would do. Right from the initial strike, he understood that would choose to fight at close range. He recognized abilities, noting that consistently chose wisely and acted without hesitation. Still, he observed a weakness. Actions could always be anticipated. Because of this predictability, he believed was destined to be defeated. He slipped his hand into his bag. He retrieves a book and lifts it for all to see, asserting with confidence that the outcome of his defeat is already determined within its pages. His eyes grew wide with surprise as he realized what it was. It was known by everyone as the infamous Book of Doom. The opponent flips open the book, uncovering a truth that takes everyone by surprise. The young man asserted that, should a group dedicated to preventing prophecies exist, it was only logical that someone else would emerge to meet those needs. Felt a wave of shock wash over him when he realized that an organization like this had been operating without his knowledge. The adversary finally unveils his true identity, disclosing that he belongs to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He reveals himself as the 12th apostle, known as the embodiment of darkness. The individual chosen to bring the prophecy to completion could hardly believe what he was hearing, his mind swirling as he tried to understand why anyone would be so fixated on causing ruin. As the opponent casually turned the pages of the book, a sly grin appeared on his face. He wondered aloud whether would offer forgiveness if he confessed the truth. His anger flared at the ridicule, and he immediately unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, channeling all his strength into the attack. The attack came dangerously close, to slicing through the opponent's shoulder. Felt certain of his victory in the battle, noticing that his adversary's mana was nearly depleted, and exhaustion was clearly taking a toll on the opponent's body. Summoned the power of the red dragon form, fully believing that this transformation would guarantee his triumph. Despite his shoulder being almost completely torn apart, the man remained upright, boldly proclaiming that defeat was inevitable. At that moment, he produces a potion from his belongings. She raises the cup to her lips and takes a sip. A brilliant flash of light erupted, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling display. Squints as intense light overwhelms his vision, and in the midst of that dazzling glow, his face is slammed by a forceful punch. The force of the blow knocked him off his feet, and he tumbled hard onto the ground. When the dust finally cleared, stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. He realized that every injury he had caused was now gone, and his rival stood before him completely restored. The young man insisted that the potion he had used was actually a powerful artifact, and because of it, his injuries vanished entirely. Wielding the scarlet light blade in a single hand, unleashed another powerful attack, sending a wave of energy from his sword directly at his opponent. Despite the oncoming threat, the man dissolves it using swirling orbs of darkness, then launches a relentless series of attacks in response. Can only stand there, stunned by what just happened. Because the artifact the man wielded was so powerful, it was meant to be regulated by nations, making it impossible for any regular organization to have ownership of such an item. The man drives his foot into his injured abdomen. The force knocked him down, leaving him gasping for his last breaths. Witnessing collapse, the other man exhaled in relief, convinced that his opponent was finally defeated. At the same time, found himself in a different situation. He recalled moments from his early years. Alongside him stood his fellow companions. He extends his hand in an attempt to grasp his sword. He remembers advising him to care for his brother in the same gentle way he looks after his cat. A faint smile appears on his face, even though it is smeared with blood. Fueled by a fresh sense of resolve, he reached down and grasped his sword. Just as he prepares to bring the weapon down, a blast of dark energy struck him, slicing off the hand that gripped the sword. With unwavering confidence, the young man declared his farewell too. Yet, right at the moment he prepared to strike the decisive blow, a figure appeared, pushing aside the shimmering crystal at his back. Stood at the front, supported by the entire group of founders, all determined to take revenge on the person responsible for making their disciple upset. Became aware that was nearby, and a sense of unease washed over him at first. Before long, it becomes clear to her that Carnegie is not the only source. There is another presence radiating from him. The man observed the strange energy surrounding, and realized something had changed. No longer seemed weak or easy to intimidate. Instead, he now gave off an intense determination to protect himself. Feeling uneasy, the man issued a stern warning, telling to stay still or else he would harm. As he continues to talk, a sudden movement slices his arm clean off. The young man stared in disbelief, struggling to grasp how events had unfolded so rapidly. At the same time, kept his distance and attacked by skillfully swinging his sword through the air. The impact of the blow was so powerful that it caused his blade to lose its sharpness. The founders observed, with astonishment, that the sword had already lost its sharpness after only a single blow. The founder of the alchemists entered the scene and skillfully transformed various objects into weapons, providing Carnegie with an arsenal to aid him in the battle. Fueled by a burning desire for revenge, directed the founders to attack the man with all their might. At the same time, the man's arm grew back in its entirety. Hinoi is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The mage founder clarifies that what just occurred is known as reversal, a rare ability she never anticipated a contemporary awakener would have. She considers the possibility that the artifact in his possession constantly mends his injuries, though only for as long as its power remains active. While she shares her thoughts, released an arrow that flew straight toward the man, hitting him squarely in the head. He was completely unaware of the attack before it struck. The injury closed up immediately as his body healed itself. Observing the situation, one of the founders turned to the mage and inquired about the method to eliminate the man. The mage explained that the only way was to kill him over and over until he finally perished. The young man cast his spell, surrounding the area with a shroud of darkness, prepared a new arrow, fitting it carefully onto her bow. As let the arrow fly, a darkness spell surged forward, attempting to block its path. The arrow shot forward with force, burying itself deep into the man's chest before continuing on to hit his head. The founder of the archers taunted the man, questioning whether he had honestly thought he could defend himself against the founder's arrows. The man's injuries began to heal themselves as his body rapidly recovered. The character faced an assault from a darkness orb. Carnegie skillfully avoided the assault by relying on the founder's ability to slip away from danger. She darts rapidly in the direction of the man, man. She delivered a swift kick to his face. He reaches out and takes hold of the other boy's hand. She thrust her open hand forward, striking him squarely on the face with her palm. One of the founders realizes that the man is unable to perform his annihilation beam attack. His sight becomes obstructed whenever his own orbs get in the way. This situation benefits them, making it less difficult to avoid the incoming strike. Carnegie swung his fist with force, striking the man's stomach and knocking him off his feet. The impact sent the man sprawling onto the ground. The founders questioned how often they would witness the same man perish and come back to life. At the same time, approaches. In his battered condition, he wonders aloud whether he is really Carnegie. Shook his head, insisting that the founders had taken control of his body and were manifesting as heroic spirits through him. Valentine activated the ability known as healing power preservation. Gently placed his hands on injured arms, channeling healing energy into the wounds. As the restorative power flowed, the wounds slowly began to mend. Carnegie hurriedly explained the urgency of the situation, stressing that swift action was essential. As walks away, realizes that the true authority lies with the founders. Not far from the action, the young man picked himself up, his mind reeling with disbelief at how easily his magic was being avoided and turned against him. Wasted no time and lunged at him, wielding a spear in a swift attack before he could react. The blade drove directly into his chest, striking his heart. The young man faced non-stop assaults, losing his life over and over again without any chance to catch his breath. One of the founders turned to the mage and inquired whether leaving the spear lodged in the man's heart would stop him from healing himself. Despite being struck by the spear, it simply pierces through his form and his body starts to heal once more. As his wounds rapidly close, he begins to restore himself again. Soared through the air and struck with a fierce kick from above, sending her opponent crashing down onto the ground. Pondered over which parts of his body would heal first if his entire form were obliterated. The man's body started to heal itself, new tissue forming where his hand had been. By the time his body has completely regenerated, he is left breathless and drained of energy. Despite suffering a relentless assault, he refused to let a mere boy stand in his way. Determined to end his life and make his getaway, he charged at him with deadly intent. Had arrived before anyone else and now sat watchfully beside, making sure no harm would come to him. Carnegie grinned wickedly, announcing with satisfaction that he had already missed his chance. Hinoi seized command of his body and skillfully wielded the sword in his own unique style. The man's body is sliced apart into several pieces. Despite the man being completely destroyed, he felt no fear of dying, convinced that his actions were part of a foretold destiny. Despite his determination, his courage started to falter when confronted by the sheer terror that inspired. The man's body began to heal once more, and as he recovered, he struggled to recall the purpose behind his actions, the need to complete the prophecy. Unwilling to be ruled by fear, he steadied himself and dug into his bag, searching for a different artifact. Before he could put the artifact to use, severed his arm, causing the relic to clatter onto the ground. A formidable golden enclosure formed around, known as the sand cage of time. As the regenerative ability faded, the man realized he could no longer heal his injured arm. Feeling a wave of relief, he thought to himself that he had just managed to survive the ordeal. The founders noticed the cage, and their faces showed worry as they tried to figure out their next move, realizing that the man's ability to heal himself was almost finished. The man positioned beyond the confines of the cage insisted that not even his own darkness held the power to break through its barriers, leaving unable to harm him from inside. He looks anxious as he tries to announce his departure, but he is interrupted before he can even finish speaking. Hinoi shouted, insisting that he pay close attention. Out of nowhere, the young man sensed an intense presence at his back and quickly spun around. There, he spotted, who was already upright and visibly healing from his wounds. The onlookers marveled at its impressive strength and undeniable charisma, wondering how he could be so powerful and confident. The roots of his story stretched back to his early years, when he honed his skills alongside the renowned, despite his reputation, managed to surpass him in a duel with swords. This caused him to recommend that seek out a more suitable teacher to advance his skills. Taking to heart the guidance offered by the most powerful awakener in existence, sought out renowned experts, hoping to learn from those who had reached the pinnacle of their craft. Despite facing many masters along his journey, he managed to outperform each one. Regardless of the skill, be it sword fighting, spellcasting, or nimble movement, every instructor tried to train him. Yet within just a few weeks, each one lost hope and abandoned their efforts. A master suggested him to the most skilled swordsman they were acquainted with back then. Hinoi was known as Hinoi's younger sister, spent nearly 3 years learning under, who would become his last mentor. During a training session with, grew curious and inquired about a particular sword technique. The reference appeared in a book titled Indomitable. Not even was able to understand the method behind the technique. They asserted that this technique was exclusive to Hinoi, the original founder, was intrigued by what he saw, recalling the details he had previously previously read in a book. Despite her efforts, quickly came to the conclusion that there was nothing more she could offer, since he had already perfected Hinoki's unique one-handed sword technique. Wished to become more powerful than he already was. Remained uncertain about how to move forward. She likened him to a flower that had yet to bloom, observing that despite his extensive training, flourishing within this lifetime would likely remain out of reach for him. She wished that someone more skilled with a sword might cross his path someday. At that moment, becomes aware that the scene unfolding before him is taking place in real time. He observed skillfully wielding the sword in ways he had never seen before. Believed that chances like this were incredibly rare, possibly happening just once in a lifetime, so she urged him not to let it slip away. Feeling deeply appreciative for the opportunity, silently expressed his gratitude to, before carefully pressing the ends of his severed arms against each other. Observing his actions, the founders find themselves puzzled, unable to understand his intentions. Concern for his captain weighed heavily on his mind. Standing outside the cage alongside the enemy, starts to radiate an aura identical to his. At the same time, within the training arena belonging to the group opposing the prophecy, was practicing alongside. A strong, invisible energy fills the air, making its presence unmistakable. Without warning, a powerful blast shakes the surroundings. As the dust began to clear, the group stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in the wall, realizing that had disappeared. Meanwhile, the fighting continued on the battlefield. The young man stared in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how managed to accomplish that despite his current state. He feels sure that he is about to be defeated. Upon observing the situation, Hinoki takes a moment to clarify the circumstances too. People resembled flowers, each one reaching full bloom when they achieved greatness, whether it was in body, spirit, or by perfecting a special skill. At this moment, began to realize the extent of his true abilities. Hinoki stood just behind, urging him to remember everything he witnessed and to etch the scene firmly into his memory. Suddenly understands the message Hinoki is attempting to convey. Raised his arms as though grasping an invisible sword, his resolve shining as brightly as a flower in full bloom. Successfully employed the hidden technique called Indomitable, a move from Hinoki's one-handed sword style that he had once only learned about from a book. Despite his opponent's perfect shield of darkness, managed to slice the enemy's body in two, accomplishing this incredible feat without even using a real sword. The young man questions whether this moment and location will be where his life comes to an end. His body began to break down, piece by piece. Hinoki expressed admiration for his ability to bring into reality a sword that had previously existed only in his imagination. At the same time, stood bewildered, yet a sense of fulfillment washed over him as he realized he had achieved his lifelong dream of becoming a true swordsman. He feels grateful for the moments he has shared with his family. The group of companions gathered together. The group included both allies and those who served under his command. All of his past experiences have contributed to making him more resilient, even if this would be the final chapter of his life. He thinks back to moments spent with his younger brother and their family cat. Inwardly, he offered them a silent apology. Just as he neared the brink of fainting, his awareness began to slip away. He notices approaching him. With a cheerful expression, they offered their assistance. Upon witnessing the scene, comes to understand that this death could be more of a beginning than a final conclusion. He realized he could pass on his legacy to the next generation by entrusting it to. Reaching out, he took his hand in his own. He expressed his gratitude before falling to the ground in exhaustion. Once the cage disappeared following the man's downfall, hurried over to his captain, sensing a powerful bond that pulsed through the crest of nothingness. All of his fellow soldiers lay motionless on the earth, and just as he was on the verge of collapsing beside them, rushed onto the scene with remarkable speed. Just as begins to lose his balance and tumble, he reaches out quickly and catches him, preventing the fall. Passed away in his embrace when he was just 23 years old. Following the clash with the wielder of darkness, the group paid their silent respects as they gathered around his lifeless form. Stands overwhelmed by hopelessness, struggling to accept the reality of recent events. He recalled an earlier moment during their training when he had questioned about his reasons for taking on the role of squad captain. From the anti-prophecy unit, believed that ranked just below him in terms of strength. He was convinced that if unleashed his full power, no one could stand against him. Once questioned, wondering if possessing such overwhelming strength made him prefer battling without anyone's help. Was taken aback by the question, and wondered aloud to whether believed he lacked the ability to work well with others. Valued his team above all other things in his life. Yet, he struggled to find the right words to let know how much they meant to him. Without warning, his teammates reached out to him via the security camera. Felt a surge of excitement within the group when he learned that one of their comrades had successfully completed the level level 2 assignment he had been striving toward, felt a surge of happiness, and expressed his wish to share the news with the captain before anyone else. Excited by what he had heard, eagerly proposed that the group celebrate by going out to lunch together. Was surprised by how close they all seemed, while she paid attention to their conversation. Admitted that he cared deeply for his companions, and felt certain that, even if he were injured in combat, he felt a sense of joy at the thought of having his friends standing beside him. Returning to the present, cradled his friend's lifeless form, assuring him that his desire to stand up for his comrades had been realized, despite the fact that most of those comrades were now gone. Both of them had managed to survive. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gently shut his eyelids, recognized that had accomplished everything expected of a leader, something himself doubted he could ever achieve, yet managed to do it all, and he did so with dignity. Meanwhile, remains positioned on the ground. All the founders gathered behind him as shadows gradually crept over his mind, obscuring his thoughts. The mage began to offer an explanation. The situation most likely stemmed from accepting full responsibility for the station's destruction, and being viewed as weak by others. Each of the founders had faced the pain of losing those close to them, comrades, friends, and family members alike. As they witnessed their friends leaving, sorrow weighed heavily on their hearts. Most of them, including Hinoi, found themselves unable to heal from the pain in their hearts, remaining stuck in their sorrow. Hinoi approached, who remained on his knees, overcome with hopelessness. He tried to get his attention, his voice gentle but firm. His voice filled with despair, confided that he no longer wished to continue the battle. He felt as if his heart was being ripped in two, convinced that allowing the founders to battle from the start could have prevented any loss of life. He realized that while trying to gain strength for the sake of others, he had only become a tool used by the founders. Hinoi listened to his words and opened her mouth, attempting to respond. Carnegie finds himself consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts, unable to focus on anything else. He becomes aware of the sensation lingering from when he shook hands with. The sensation was as intense as flames, consuming everything in their path. Carnegie is aware that placed his trust in him to continue the legacy he started. The founders felt tears welling in their eyes, moved by the moment. However, following words left them stunned. He announced his new ambition. Not only did he wish to outdo the founders, but he aimed to exceed their achievements with every second he lived. Without warning, a brilliant beam of light struck. He expresses his unwavering resolve. From that moment forward, he vowed to protect everyone, determined that no one else would lose their life. His mind had become as resilient as if he had gained 1,000 levels of mental strength. A month passed, and the scene shifted to Mountain in Nagano Prefecture. Trains in close combat with, launching a series of punches and strikes, skillfully evades every attack, moving out of the way with practiced ease. Carnegie responded by launching a swift attack aimed at breaking through his opponent's defenses. Swell managed to block the attack, yet the force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling out behind him. Could hardly believe how easily had redirected the power of his spell. While tried to make sense of what had happened, quickly launched a counterattack. Anticipates the move, skillfully employing Aikido techniques to spin around. Lifts his leg and attempts to deliver a kick into the empty air. Carnegie steps in and prevents the attack from landing. He responds by launching a forceful kick right as he closes in to strike. A sudden booming voice brings both of them to a halt. Appeared, leaving everyone to wonder how everything had unfolded. The complete destruction of the squad came to mind. The anti-prophecy unit still bore the lasting impact of what had happened. As the funeral ceremony for those who had passed took place, sorrow filled the hearts of all in attendance. Remained motionless before the photograph of his brother, unable to tear his gaze away for the whole duration. Later on, while made his way toward his bedroom, he noticed emerging from his room, her arms filled with several books and a cat cradled carefully against her chest. Immediately realized that the cat before her was the same feline frequently mentioned in conversations. Found himself surprised to discover that was aware of his brother's cat, a detail that had even escaped own notice. Just prior to stepping into his brother's room, remained unaware of the adorable cat and the collection of books, the garments, the meal. He learned about these things only after searching through his personal items, never knowing what his brother had been thinking before. Observed that was carrying several diaries, apparently intending to bring them along. Had written these diaries with the intention that his brother might read them if anything ever happened to him. Within their pages, he carefully documented every detail of his daily training and each mission he undertook. His attention shifted as a new detail caught her eye. Each diary entry seemed to close with expressing concern for her well-being. He filled the pages with thoughts about her daily life, the chilly weather she faced, and celebrated her milestones and successes. He sat by himself in his room, reading in solitude, collapsed onto the floor and began to sob uncontrollably, drawing her knees close to her chest. He came to the startling understanding that every word his brother had written was actually about him. Anyone who felt moved by this moment would likely want to share their feelings. While explained everything too, the truth slowly came into the light. Recalled how frequently mentioned as cat during their conversations. Upon hearing those words, his eyes filled with tears. He announced his determination to become stronger, stronger, hoping that his brother, watching from heaven, would no longer have to be concerned about him. Afterwards, the two of them approached Hinoi for training. Initially, she regarded them with suspicion, but her demeanor softened once they explained that was sibling, and that had been defeated in combat. Felt a surge of surprise ripple through her. Despite the circumstances, she managed to remain calm. Both, and moving with perfect coordination, asked her if she could help them improve their strength through training. Returning to the present moment, couldn't help but be impressed by the noticeable growth in both of them, with remarkable progress standing out the most. Wondered aloud about how he was doing, prompting to let out an exasperated sigh. She insisted there was nothing more she could show him, since he seemed to have mastered it all. With a playful grin, teased that perhaps she should be the one learning from now. She nudges a stick with her foot, sending it in the direction of the two of them. Wearing a wild, excited smile, she boldly announces herself as the sword. She dared her opponents to approach, exuding confidence as she prepared for their next move. At that moment, both of them rushed toward her, launched an assault head-on, while descended from above to attack. During the fierce battle, his resolve to become more powerful grew even stronger. He firmly believes that one day he will surpass everyone else and claim the title of the world's most powerful awakener. At the same time, in London, England, a solitary man dressed in a hat and coat made his way through the city's nighttime streets. When he reached a corner, one person in the crowd realizes that he is a member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse, realizes that he knows the individual who is coming toward him, revealed her name, straight up forcefully insisted that disclose where his base and fellow comrades were hidden, making it clear that any response other than the truth would result in his death. Upon hearing those words, immediately called forth his unusual heart-shaped pike, boldly daring to attack. Without warning, blood erupted from the shadows of the alley. Afterward, emerged without a single scratch. Beyond the building, additional individuals allied with the anti-prophecy movement stood in anticipation. Passed the book to them, she turned away and walked off, mentioning that only 7 people remained. At this point, they possessed 5 books, each one signifying that another member of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse had been defeated. Moved on, setting her sights on the next target. Within the highly confidential headquarters of the anti-prophecy organization, the pursuit of timeless mysteries, a person handed the book which had gathered to an elderly woman. The superintendent overseeing the anti-prophecy unit was known as I.O. The individual who delivered the book affirms that it originated from, and explains that these volumes are prophecy books owned by the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse. This person introduces himself as serving as the superintendent's assistant. Another assistant was there as well, a woman named. She offered the idea that the books could actually be pieces of one big book that had been split apart. I.O. flipped open the book, noting that the real challenges lay beyond simply defeating the apostles or recovering the books. Had started to make decisions by himself, seemingly driven by the lasting pain that death had left behind. Upon hearing this, began to question what actions they ought to take next. With a gentle smile, I.O. instructed the others to let her take care of. She promised that when he came back, she would have tea ready for him, and suggest that, with his team taken out, and a vacancy now open in the anti-prophecy group, they showed a readiness to create a new team, taking on the responsibility of leading it themselves. Upon receiving this information, I.O. pauses and becomes lost in contemplation. Elsewhere near Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy known as the Rebellion was beginning to take shape. Overseeing this prophecy was the deity referred to as the God of Down. The anti-prophecy unit engaged in battle against the prophecy's soldiers, but found themselves overwhelmed and unable to overcome even a small number of their opponents. Overcome with anxiety, they began searching for their captain, hoping he would respond to their calls. Who leads the squad, moves ahead of the others. She considers the opposing troops dull and believes overcoming them will be simple. She turned her gaze back toward, noticing that he had become a member of her team. She wonders aloud whether the task is within her abilities. Cast the powerful spell, a large mass of mercury began to form, prompting her to caution the others to keep their distance. She directed the mercury across the ground, guiding it until it reached the soldiers' feet. When the silvery liquid had completely enveloped each of their boots, cast a spell that transformed the mercury into a poisonous vapor. As the gas spread, the soldiers started to choke and struggled for breath. The county would then take the next step, transforming the gas once again into liquid mercury, which now resided within the soldiers' bodies. She channels a red-hot energy, causing the mercury inside to bubble and seethe. At last, she completes the process by turning the mercury into a solid form. Without warning, sharp spikes erupted within the soldiers, ending their lives in an instant. The whole team stands in disbelief. Within moments, had eliminated every soldier present, brought her fingers together in a sharp snap. She faced the group and declared that her task was complete, approached her, applauding as she moved closer. The instructor acknowledged this impressive feat, noting how she had skillfully combined all 3 states of matter and unleashed 4 distinct attacks within just one move. Gently grasped chin, expressing regret that time with their group was limited. She then suggested that after completed her training, she ought to become a permanent part of their team. Her eyes lighting up with excitement, responds that she will consider the idea. The rest of the squad admired, secretly questioning whether someone as charming and skilled as her would actually become part of their team. But then, something unexpected happened that caught everyone off guard. Hoped would become part of their group, believing that with help, their future battles would be much less difficult. Once steps out, she immediately picks up her phone to contact. She let him know that she had finished Lesson 7, which focused on mastering the 3 states of alchemy, and requested that he provide her with the following lesson. Determined to protect his lunch from the persistent cat, nods in agreement. The founder alchemist was astonished to learn that had at last achieved mastery over level 7. In response, asked the founder to arrange 3 additional lessons for. He happily accepts the offer. Carnegie let know about the update, prompting her to express her gratitude. She went on to share that had already progressed to Lesson 8. In city, located within prefecture, a rank 2 prophecy had come true, bringing forth an earth-devouring creature led by the formidable Sphinx. Was assigned the task of taking down the boss. Relying on his powerful lightning kick, he struck once with incredible force and defeated the boss instantly. He finishes his level 8 training by mastering the lightning kick. The leader of the squad commended for his abilities and suggested that he become a member of their team. Much like considers which squad would suit him best. Seeking guidance, he turns to for her opinion. She felt a surge of excitement at the thought of competing with him, and confidently asserted that, regardless of the squad he picked, she would come out on top. Participating in the group call with the others, felt pleased to see their progress and growing strength. Inspired by their improvement, he announced his intention to rise and resume his own training, while continued speaking. Felt irritated whenever the cat preferred to cuddle with instead of him. He complained about it, and while attempting to separate the cat from, wondered aloud whether anyone else had caught wind of the rumor about a new squad being assembled. However, was unfamiliar with any such news. She went on to clarify that a new team was coming together to replace former group. The leader of this new unit would be chosen based on who had accomplished the most among the members. Reacts to the news with a carefree attitude. Although appeared preoccupied, her thoughts were focused elsewhere. She pointed out that the pressing issue was not about who would be chosen as captain, but rather if was interested in creating a team of his own. Initially dismisses the remark, thinking it's just someone being playful. Suddenly stops moving as the full meaning of words sinks in. He turns to her, his voice filled with confusion, and questions the reason behind her statement. She discloses that the anti-prophecy harbors a specific longing within it. A power existed in the world that could erase every prophecy. Reacts with surprise upon learning this new information. Expressed her own longing, admitting that she wished to possess a power like that as well. She points out that the squad is looking for someone with determination to guide them, and expresses her confidence that possesses the traits needed to become an effective captain. At that moment, heard her squad captain summoning her, so she politely took her leave from and bid him farewell. Found herself lost in contemplation, pondering what it might mean to step into the role of a squad captain. At the same time, inquired about, prompting to explain that there had been conversations about possibly taking on the role of captain. Thought that was more than capable of handling the responsibility if he wished, and shared her opinion. Deep in contemplation, turns to the founders, hoping they can provide the answers she needs. They seemed equally unsure about what guidance to offer him. Having spent their lives serving under a master, none of them had gained the skills needed to lead others. The mage founder noticed the situation and dismissed the teachers as ineffective, criticizing their failure to support when it mattered most. Hinoi shifted his attention to the originator of military strategy, seeking his thoughts on the matter. On the other hand, declines to get involved, explaining that the timing isn't appropriate. Since a capable individual was already present to mentor, no further guidance was necessary. Before has a chance to make sense of the situation, a wooden spear suddenly slams into the earth just a few inches from where he stands, snapping him out of his thoughts. He glances upward and notices walking toward him. She encourages him to stop dwelling on unnecessary thoughts and to focus on resuming his training. Wearing a wild grin, she boldly dares him to try his flash step technique on her. Carnegie nodded in agreement, sprang off the rock, and swiftly moved forward with a blur, using his flash step technique. Using the ripple step technique, she managed to touch down gently. Gazes in awe, her mind swirling with curiosity about who really is. In her eyes, the progress he had made in only half a year was far beyond what any ordinary awakener could achieve. As memories of struggling through endless failed attempts during his intense flash step training surfaced, burst into laughter. Before before he has a chance to reflect on the memory, he becomes aware of a powerful energy rapidly approaching him. Rushed toward him, her wooden staff glowing with power, but he reacted quickly and moved out of her path. The staff came down hard on the rock behind the boy, breaking it neatly into two pieces. Stood frozen in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold before him. Showing no sign of hesitation, asserts to that his level of focus is irrelevant to her. She is determined to make him comply, regardless of his attitude. Carnegie, feeling a hint of unease but focusing completely, remains standing firm. Within his thoughts, Hinoi comes to understand that Ment was the one capable of leading. The mage founder soon realizes that possesses exceptional strength for someone awakened in modern times, which aligns with what one might expect from a descendant of Hinoi. Despite this, Hinoi refuses to admit to having any children, suggesting that the lineage could belong to his brother instead. Even so, he cannot deny some impressive abilities. She reflected on the fact that she had mentored someone with abilities as remarkable as she could possibly be the one to carry on the legacy. Yet, while he expresses this thought, he observed her employ an unfamiliar move known as a surge of electricity shot toward, who managed to narrowly dodge the attack. Quickly notices the overwhelming force of the assault and realizes that is using every bit of strength to challenge him. Lunged ahead, unleashing her purgatory sword technique in a swift follow-up attack. She launched a fierce attack in his direction. At the same time, Hinoi observed with eager anticipation, recognizing that had crafted a new skill by perfecting the teachings she had received. Outside, swiftly avoided the strike, catching his attention. Although the move was completely unfamiliar to him, was still able to slip past it unharmed. Admired its unique way of wielding his sword with just one hand, noticing its strong resemblance to the original founder's fighting style. Carnegie is taken aback by the remark, but before he has a chance to reply, suggests that he may be concerned about reaching's level of strength. Could hardly believe what just happened, leaving her momentarily frozen in shock. This very thought had been lingering heavily in his mind. SWO, who happens to hear the conversation, reacts with surprise, clenched his sword more firmly in his grasp. He remembered seeing some impressive abilities up close, and thought about how had stood out as an exceptional squad captain. Often wonders if he'll ever be able to match abilities, and this uncertainty keeps him questioning himself. Unexpectedly, explained that he didn't need to act like. Without warning, she raised her voice, demanding that he focus. She focused her strength and performed the dance with her sword, which unleashed a swirling tornado of water. She goes on to describe how this method was created by previous masters who expanded on the skills introduced by the founders. Although their abilities could never quite reach the same level of strength as the founders, the masters remained determined, continuously improving and slowly narrowing the gap over the years. Upon realizing her words, at last grasps her intention, admits her uncertainty about just how remarkable Captain truly was. Based on everything she had learned about him, it was clear he had been an outstanding leader. She mentions that things might start out differently but with practice and improvement, he truly has the ability to get there. She raised her wooden stick and directed it toward, cautioning him against attempting to follow in his footsteps. Rather than letting his mind wander, he concentrated on the journey that had been assigned to him. Upon hearing those words, recalls the moment when had reached out and given his hand a firm shake. Reflecting on that experience, he comes to understand that focusing on what lies ahead is more important than getting caught up in comparing himself to others. A gentle smile spreads across his face as she confidently promises to personally take charge of his training, all to ensure the future they both hope for. The two of them began a grueling training session, challenging one another and striving to surpass their own boundaries. 2 weeks passed, and the scene shifted to the headquarters of the anti-prophecy group, and both holding the rank of squad captain, carefully examined the roster of fresh candidates who had recently received recommendations for their squads. The superintendent personally submitted the list, and were also present. Several members consider this choice to be unusual. Outside the headquarters building, a shadowy individual quietly reported over the phone that they had managed to enter the facility undetected, and revealed that the exam to select the new squad captain was scheduled for 3 days from now. The mysterious figure clutched the Book of Doom tightly, confidently announcing their intention to soon rise as the new leader of the anti-prophecy squad. The mysterious figure revealed herself as, who belonged to the elite group known as the 12 Apostles of Apocalypse, has an ability known as Heavenly Demon that enables her to take the place of anyone whose life she ends. She aspired to lead the newly established anti-prophecy squad as its captain. Their plan involved dismantling the organization by working from within its ranks. Relentlessly pursued his mission, taking down member after member of the 12 Apostles until only a few remained. Realizing they stood no chance against him in direct combat, the surviving apostles began to search for alternative ways to confront their powerful enemy. They had made up their minds to undermine the anti-prophecy by working from the inside. The group held a firm belief that no task was too difficult if it meant bringing the prophecy to life. 3 days passed, and the grand training field of the anti-prophecy buzzed with anticipation As the selection examination for the new squad captain commenced, participants from all around assembled, ready for what lay ahead. The instructor informed the class that they would be taking 4 tests. Only 4 participants would move on to the final round. The competition operated on a points-based system. Finishing first in any challenge awarded 3 points, second place received 2 points, and third place got 1 point. Ultimately, the individual who earns the top score will be chosen to lead the newly established squad as its captain. The superintendent observes the scene. The instructor encourages everyone in the group to try their hardest. All together, they shouted their agreement, sensed the heavy stares of those around her pressing down on her. There were 8 contenders in total, with representing the squad among them. Belonged to the squad. A member of the squad stood in the scene. The young man introduced himself as a member of the squad. A member of the squad stood nearby. A member of the squad stood among the group. The scene also featured who was a member of the squad. Despite appearances, the real threat stemmed from the presence of one of the 12 apostles, who had managed to disguise herself among them, concealing her true identity in full view of everyone. Among the group received a special recommendation. In contrast to his peers, he was by himself, since his squad captain was absent once more, having overslept like always. Despite everything, she decides to reach out to him with a message. She made it clear that if he failed to win, she would take matters into her own hands to ensure he regretted his actions. Eager to remain in the game until survival, gathers his resolve as the competition begins. At the same time, hurried over to the training area, she clung tightly to Spak, urging him to increase his speed with a loud command. They understood that unless they moved quickly, they could lose the chance to witness the important events. She is certain that will come out on top, and is determined not to miss the moment he triumphs. At the training grounds, the initial challenge commenced, focusing on assessing each participant's mana levels. Stunned the crowd by unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that broke the measuring device and earned her the top spot. A member of the squad and the 5th highest scorer in the test stood frozen in shock as she witnessed the sheer force that displayed. Finishes in 3rd place and claims 2nd, both coming to the conclusion that stands out as something extraordinary. Observed that unusual situations sometimes happen during the exam, especially when someone with exceptional physical power or magical ability took part. He considered the possibility that might be extraordinarily talented with mana. In a similar manner to one of the other contestants, held the position of 7th in the rankings, moved ahead on the scoreboard, securing 1st place with a total of 3 points. When the instructor revealed that the second test would focus on hand-to-hand combat, the true challenge started. Every contestant needed to go up against a rival, with a win granting 2 points. The tension grew as the instructor called out the name of the first competitor, lifts his hand on his own, signaling that he wants to challenge. Stood out as the most powerful regular fighter when it came to hand-to-hand combat, and many also regarded him as an irregular. At the age of 2, he found himself in the midst of a sudden invasion as creatures from another world appeared. Despite being only an infant riding in a stroller, he defeated every monster on his own, without any help. His actions astonished his mother, as he stood up to defend her and ultimately earned a reputation as a legend. From the audience, leveled an accusation at, claiming he had cheated by allowing to participate in the hand-to-hand combat challenge. In response, defended his decision, insisting that selecting his most capable team member was completely acceptable. Possessed a rare combination of powerful magic abilities and extraordinary physical strength. He proudly claims responsibility for training ever since the younger fighter became part of his team, and even now, he remains undefeated in any hand-to-hand match. Upon hearing the announcement, begins to question whether the match might conclude immediately, given that fighting skills seem nearly impossible to surpass. When the battle starts, moves toward, she questions whether he has truly been tutoring. Thinking back to the founders, Carnegie explains that his role is only to deliver their message. Felt confused by the statement but pressed on, insisting that an unknown individual was guiding and mentoring, who was already recognized as a brilliant prodigy. He notes that is destined to exceed his present abilities by himself, even in the absence of mentorship. Carnegie chooses not to argue, and instead quietly accepts the other person's point of view. Grew even more irritated, furious beyond control, unleashed the power of violent bite, causing his body to morph into a terrifying creature. With astonishing swiftness, he darted toward, bent down quickly, avoiding danger at the last possible moment. Wasted no time, and swiftly unleashed a fierce strike with his sharp claws. Felt a surge of excitement as he observed his fighter giving their absolute best in the match. Launched a powerful swing, putting all his strength into the motion. Swiftly moved out of the way of the incoming strike, taking advantage of the opening that followed. Moved into the stance she had learned from Kudu, and firmly took hold of his wrist. With immense strength, he hurled his opponent down, driving him forcefully into the ground. A powerful blast bursts forth, scattering stones in every direction across the open field. The sudden event caught everyone off guard. Once the dust cleared, and remained suspended in midair, the surrounding onlookers stared in astonishment at the sight. Even though had only deflected assault, The force behind the move had completely torn apart the battlefield. Finds himself amazed at the sheer power that displays. Interprets his words as sarcasm. Although the force of the attack was intense, managed to touch down on the ground without harm. Against all odds, and to the astonishment of those watching, he succeeded even though the land around him lay in ruins. Studied the data on his laptop and concluded that this result could not have been avoided. Experienced unpredictable surges in strength, and his body was much tougher than that of an average awakener. After steadying himself, rushed toward for another attack. Comes to the conclusion that just blocking strikes will not secure him a victory. He understands that he must come up with a new strategy. He began to unleash the unique abilities he possessed as a founder. He responds to his rush by snapping his foot forward in a quick controlled kick. He proceeds to increase the number of attacks. They employed the penetration technique. Luminance unleashed a series of powerful kicks, hitting repeatedly as he remained suspended in midair. All eyes turned toward the scene, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Fell heavily to the ground, overcome by defeat. The instructor steps in without hesitation, halting the match before it can intensify. He announces as the victor and grants him 2 more points for his performance. The rest of the squad stared in disbelief, witnessing someone overpower with sheer strength, even after had previously insisted he was just an irregular. His fingers flew across the keyboard in frustration, his thoughts spinning with disbelief at how skilled had proven to be in close combat. At first, he believed would disappear on her own without any interference. However, it soon became obvious that was starting to stand in the way of everything he wanted to accomplish. As slowly returned to awareness, his eyes fluttered open. He recoils in disbelief upon witnessing, performing a mysterious incantation over him as he remains sprawled on the ground. Calmly lets him know that his injuries are being treated. His amazement grew as he witnessed his abilities. Was already unusual, possessing both immense magical power and exceptional strength, and now he demonstrated the ability to heal as well. The situation felt nearly impossible to believe. Struggling to take it all in, turned to, wanting to know if there was anything at all that exceeded his capabilities. Remembered the moment when he had struggled in vain to revive the squad members he had lost. After spending some time tending to wounds, informed him that his injuries had improved enough for him to try standing on his own. They converse. Without warning, a sudden thunderous noise echoes from close by. Glanced to the side and explained that this event signified the last round of the hand-to-hand combat test. Became suddenly aware and felt a surge of panic as he tried to figure out how long he had been out. After a moment, he understood that more time had passed than he expected. Meanwhile, remained composed and reassured him that only 5 minutes had actually gone by. Explained that once their own fight ended, the remaining battles all began at the same time. Out of those matches, 2 pairs completed their fights almost immediately, even after 5 minutes had passed, and continued their fierce struggle, neither willing to give in as their determination held strong. They unleashed a continuous onslaught of powerful strikes against each other. Rushed toward, but she unleashed a strong counterattack that forced him backward. She ridiculed his absence of remarkable talents, sneering that someone without distinctive skills or qualities could never be worthy of leading as a captain. Took a deep breath, regaining his composure before firmly responding that he was never someone who tried to draw attention to himself. He believed that if a regular person tried to become the captain, they would not survive. He thinks a good captain needs to adjust to every challenge, since even the smallest improvement in survival odds for the team is worth it. Made it clear that his main objective was to avoid ending up like the squad, determined to prevent himself from sharing their unfortunate destiny. His words deeply resonate with, since is referring to his lost comrades in such a heartfelt way. Felt insulted and cautioned to be careful with his language. During the ongoing battle, unleashed her precise maneuver, creating a swirling vortex of energy while she rushed directly toward. Despite her efforts to defend herself, manages to intercept the strike. The impact knocks him off his feet, slamming him hard against the ground. Swiftly moves in for another attack, yet right before the blow can connect. Caught off guard by the situation, raises her hands in defeat and gives up without resistance. The instructor quickly intervenes, bringing the match to an end and announcing as the victor, which leaves her stunned and unable to process what just happened. One of her teammates swiftly holds her back while she seethes with anger, frustrated that surrendered without putting up a proper struggle. In contrast, explained that he had anticipated a longer fight and decided to save his strength for the tests that would follow. As he turns and leaves, he carries the certainty that victory over would have been his had he chosen to put forth the effort. He chose to keep his true abilities hidden for now, deciding not to show everything he was capable of. Watched the battle intently, paying careful attention to every move. The hand-to-hand combat portion of the exam ended, with taking the top spot on the scoreboard with 5 points and coming in second with 3. The instructor informed everyone that there would be a 30-minute break before the third test began. He also explained that, in the next round, the 4 contestants with the fewest points would be removed from the competition. When lunchtime starts, notices that both and Sue are absent, even though they were supposed to join her, and she finds herself herself curious about where they might be. At the same time, reached the front of the anti-prophecy headquarters, holding in her arms. She appeared worn out from the strain of bringing her all this way. He grows puzzled as she walks toward the courtyard rather than the training ground. Curious about her choice, he asks her about it, explains that she can detect a faint aura in the air, hinting that a person had recently lost their life in that place. She believed that the strange residue came from an awakener who had lost their life to a monster far stronger than themselves. Upon hearing the news, stood frozen in shock. The possibility that an awakener had been killed in this secret location meant that someone might have broken into the anti-prophecy headquarters, a place believed to be hidden from outsiders. Insisted that the 12 apostles possessed enough strength and intelligence to discover how to reach this place. Surprise grew even more as he wondered aloud what their motive could possibly be. She chooses not to respond to the question, redirecting their focus by proposing that they make their way to the training venue. Although she kept her thoughts to herself, she understood that the person who had died was probably someone with the rank of squad captain. Yet, since there were no formal reports about the event, the mystery surrounding the situation only deepened. At this moment, it wasn't just who was involved, and were also included. All of them especially shared a common purpose, seeking justice for Captain's death. During the lunch break, everyone tended to their injuries, ate their food, and chatted with one another in a relaxed manner. Sat by himself, his attention fully absorbed by the glowing screen of his laptop. At the same time, seated beside, starts to feel a surge of excitement. He spotted, and as they came into view, signaling the arrival of his comrades. The mood in the room changes when people realize that is present, causing a wave of unease to spread among them. Among the 5 top-tier operatives in the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force, this individual worked closely with, glanced over the assembled captains, a sense of discomfort settling over him. Earlier, had stated that one of their captains was dead. Despite everything, all 7 captains stand together on the training ground. Upon hearing those words, a sly smile appeared on his face, is summoned so that something significant can be revealed to her. She confided in him, revealing a startling truth. One of the captains could secretly be a disguised member of the 12 apostles, leaving him utterly astonished. Believed there was a strong chance based on the lingering aura she had detected in the courtyard. She was certain that the person who had died possessed the strength and presence of a captain. Every captain had been found, which made the circumstances even more questionable. By any logical reasoning, such a thing should not have been possible. If someone was pretending to be the victim, it meant an imposter was hiding within the group. Senses the looming threat, and her body stiffens with anxiety. Nodded in agreement, aware that someone capable of defeating a captain-level opponent was now standing in their midst. The thought crossed his mind that the situation resembled an Among Us scenario, which made the moment feel a bit sly and ironic. Worried that, unless a solution was found quickly, more people could be harmed. If the issue remained unresolved, a prophecy could emerge that threatened humanity with total extinction. His lips curled into a wicked smile as she proposed a much harsher solution, wiping out everyone present to remove the danger once and for all. And both instantly rejected the suggestion. They insisted that their task was simply to identify and take out the single member of the 12 apostles hiding within their groups. Eyes lit up with excitement as she realized that facing the 12 apostles could finally give them the opportunity to seek revenge for. They were the ones who had caused his death, and with that in mind, she turned to, wondering aloud if he shared her feelings. While reflecting on the events that befell and their team, he affirms the truth of what occurred, tightened his fists as memories of everything his brother had gone through flooded his mind, shifted his attention toward Azure, the founder of the detective team, seeking to hear his perspective. Azure proposes that the first step should be to inspect the crime scene. However, he realizes that doing so is impossible at the moment, since they are currently in the midst of an examination. Carnegie thinks about making his way over quickly, realizing that he still has a bit of time before lunch break finishes. Despite the potential benefits, Azure cautions that taking this action could tip off the person responsible. The group considered the possibility that the apostle before them might possess the same overwhelming power as the one they had encountered on the snowy mountain. If so, he would have the ability to eliminate them all without difficulty. With this in mind, they understood the importance of being ready for such a threat. Considering this, makes up her mind to visit the training ground once the day's test is over. However, she wonders aloud whether it's possible that not even the founders could sense any lingering aura at the scene of the crime. Hinoi discloses that for the past month, he has been living close to a volcano, dedicating his time to perfecting his one-handed sword skills. He mentions that the volcano could be disrupting the balance of their kai, which may make it harder for them to detect any lingering energy. The mage goes on to explain that when an aura is only detectable up close, it almost always signals the presence of a foe belonging to the 12 Apostles class. Azure, feeling frustrated by others intruding on his investigation, prepared himself to object. However, Hinoi quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that their priority should be finding the perpetrator so that he can take matters into his own hands. As the interrogation resumed, Azure instructed to pose a question too. Carnegie wonders aloud about the chances that the apostle might have entered their ranks disguised as a candidate instead of posing as a captain, was unexpectedly surprised by this. After a brief pause, she acknowledges that it could be done, as long as the discussion is about those being considered for captain. Nevertheless, she maintains that the squad captains should still be considered as potential suspects. Nodded in understanding, but his mind swiftly began to craft a new strategy. He intended to put this plan into action during the upcoming test, anticipating that the challenge would require combat skills. Only a short while had passed before the instructor informed everyone that the third stage of the exam was about to begin. The announcement that the test would be written left utterly stunned. Within secluded rooms, the candidates sit apart from one another, stripped of their phones to prevent any chance of communication. This strict isolation leaves unable to uncover any clues about the infiltrator. The examination centers on understanding the principles behind the anti-prophecy. Found herself completely confused by the situation. Despite the obstacles he faces, his resolve remains unshaken as he persists with unwavering determination. As soon as the test concludes, the instructor reveals the outcomes to the group. Carnegie did not manage to score any points, whereas surged ahead to claim second place with a total of 3 points. Meanwhile, the final 4 contestants among them were removed from the competition. Cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had received the lowest score on the writing exam. Feeling a surge of frustration, he remained standing in place, approached and offered words of praise, assuring him that he had done a good job, and both ended up with no points on their writing tests. Yet it was who felt the sting of disappointment most sharply, particularly because had managed to achieve a perfect score. Even so, he commends for holding on to the top position, and lets him know that he'll be supporting him as the exam continues. Curiosity fills him as he thinks about who will become the next captain, and he mentions that once the captain is chosen, the superintendent will also assess if the new team can work well together. Clarified that a squad required at least 7 members, so the captain would need to find 6 additional recruits. He then suggested that should begin thinking about potential team members to choose when he eventually took on the role of captain. Resting a hand gently on his shoulder, volunteered to join the squad, highlighting his impressive strength and athletic skills. With a cheerful smile, he turned and departed, silently hoping that would succeed in the remainder of the exam. While exited, Azure walked up to and instructed him to go to the crime scene. Yet, the certainty in Azure's voice made suspect that Azure had already figured out who was responsible. Azure agreed with the statement, yet explained that he required concrete proof before reaching any formal conclusion. He then announces his intention to lead an attack against the 12 apostles. The mage recounts all the recent events, noting that Detective Azure supports by helping him think through his strategies. Hinoi grows irritated by the mage's indirect way of speaking, though the mage chooses this style on purpose to keep the conversation more lighthearted. At the crime scene, Azure steps in to assume responsibilities. The character starts to carefully inspect the surroundings. As he had anticipated, all the evidence confirmed what he had suspected. After confirming who the victim was, he realized he had also uncovered the identity of the person responsible. Upon hearing the revelation, Hinoi comes to the understanding that their adversary truly belongs to the ranks of the 12 apostles. This suggested that he could have gotten his hands on the Book of Doom, the very artifact that once belonged to the previous apostle. The mage wondered aloud about their next course of action, before could offer an answer. Without warning, a powerful burst of energy courses through him. The character suddenly finds themselves in a misty, otherworldly domain. At that spot, he comes across an elderly woman who, upon being questioned, insists that she is just a grandmother strolling through the area. She asks him for an update on what he has found during his investigation, disclosed that a killing had occurred, and explained that the person responsible was hiding by imitating another's appearance, demonstrating impressive talent. After learning this information, the elderly woman wondered aloud if it was time to search for the perpetrator. However, clarified that the identity of the culprit was already certain, not because of speculation, but because undeniable evidence had been found. Even so, he acknowledges that revealing the truth must wait for now. The elderly woman feels bewildered, convinced that the most effective solution would be to identify the wrongdoer and deal with them without delay. Explained that, despite appearances, the situation involved not just one perpetrator, but 2. He argues that handling both targets together while they're in one location would be more effective. Choosing to address the situation the next morning, he asks the elderly woman, who, in truth, is the superintendent, to stay out of the matter and just watch what happens. She offered him a warm smile, expressing her hopes for his success, and reminded him once again that she was merely an old woman passing by, promising not to get involved. Just as she prepares to go, introduced himself to her, sharing his name for the first time. The old woman smiled once more in response. Without warning, a powerful wave of energy courses through his body. He manages to take command of his movements once again. In a highly classified setting, the assistant turned to the superintendent with concern, expressing doubts about whether it was truly prudent to let the situation remain unchanged. Despite the situation, the elderly woman expresses that she isn't bothered, noting that appears to be on the right track and seems to have a strategy in mind. She explains that her main curiosity lies in observing Sn's next move. Afterward, she directs her assistant to tell the other officers to support should any problems arise. The assistant nodded in agreement, yet she confessed that, despite passing close to the lingering traces, nothing had caught her attention as noteworthy. Nevertheless, the superintendent chose to rely on Sn's judgment. The assistant cannot understand the reason behind the superintendent's unwavering confidence in his abilities. The elderly woman explained that her decision was influenced by the unwavering confidence and strong determination she noticed in his gaze. The following morning, made her way through the forest, approached and began outlining the specifics of the upcoming test. He informed the group that this assessment would measure their abilities by seeing how effectively each person could lead a squad. Although anticipates that will count on his expertise in strategy, he chooses to voice his encouragement for instead. Expressed her gratitude to him. Without warning, the person questions decision to intentionally withdraw from the examination. Following a short but ominous silence, faced him and asserted that his approach had shifted halfway through. Rather than seeking the role of captain for himself, he now chooses to work according to his own methods while following the leadership of a capable captain. Eyed with suspicion, suggesting that Sn's actions were a deliberate attempt to remove all the talented squad members. Lingered quietly among the trees, keeping herself out of sight as a precaution. Upon sensing Sn's doubt, responded without hesitation, expressing that he felt no remorse about taking a life if the situation demanded a substitute. During the third test, he found himself unable to write anything, as his mind could only access the knowledge he already possessed. This limitation led to him receiving a score of 0. He admitted to himself that he was being foolish and decided it would be wiser to just get rid of Spotty. They walk out into a wide, open field. The squad captains and their teams formed a circle around the two of them. At the heart of the scene was bound to the floor by heavy chains, with a fellow captain positioned close on either side of him, displaying her trademark confidence and relaxed attitude, addressed by calling him Mr. Apostle, and prompted him to share his introduction. He understood that others had seen through his attempt to hide his true identity, lowered his voice, unveiling his actual identity as the 9th Apostle, went on to describe her power, mentioning that she had the skill to pull information straight from a person's mind. She asserted that she had eliminated since he had the most powerful body of all the competitors. Gave a sly smile, questioning whether Sn's true intention was to undermine the anti-prophecy efforts from within. Admitted this was correct, but confessed that now, after failing her mission, she saw no other option but to eliminate everyone in the room. Before taking action, she feels a strong need to find out who uncovered her real identity first. Gestured in Sn's direction. Someone stands directly next to. Sn's lips curled into a wicked smile as she shot him a piercing look, her thoughts swirling with disbelief that he dared to approach her so boldly. She shifts her body to look at him, her presence exuding a powerful and vibrant energy. He urgently insists on learning the stranger's identity, his mind racing to piece together the events that led to this moment. Just moments before, Possessed had promised to put Sn's name forward as a suggestion for the new squad captain. Felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the news. Reminded him that the news was confidential for now and would not be made public until the following morning. Sn's excitement grew as he made a light-hearted remark about how, although the information was supposed to remain confidential, they were nearly shouting it for everyone to hear, making it certain that others would find out. Offered reassurance, explaining that, when it came to physical strength, ranked among the most powerful people present, there was no question that this person possessed all the qualities needed to become an excellent captain. Noticing how confident he appeared, made up his mind to agree, his resolve strengthening as he promised himself to give it his all. However, right as he reached out to bump fists with, in a split second, he was torn apart by an unseen force, fell before size, struck down without warning. The event left him in complete disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Without warning, a resonant voice filled the space, ridiculing Sn's lack of strength and casting doubt on whether someone like him deserved to be considered for the role of squad captain in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure responded to its own inquiry, asserting that the squad's strength had come solely from the artifacts and the individual responsible for supplying them. Taking a confident step ahead, the woman revealed her name to be, identifying herself as a member of the 12 Apostles, and expressed her anticipation for what awaited them all. Approached Sn's unmoving form and summoned her heavenly demon ability, seizing full command of the body. While she focused her energy, a powerful force began to flow through her. Unleashed his powerful punch, Vajra, striking her with such force that her body burst apart in a violent spray of blood. His chest rose and fell with furious breaths as tears of anger welled in his eyes. To his astonishment, a burst of applause sounded from behind him. The very whom he had just witnessed fall was now standing there, clapping and commending for defeating a 12 Apostle in one strike, a feat that perfectly aligned with the high expectations set by his master. Still in shock, spun to find standing before him, appearing very much alive. Before he has a chance to respond, disguised as swiftly cuts his body in two, a sly smile spread across their face, proceeded to unleash unleash the power of the necromancer dance artifact. She brought back to life, transforming him into an undead servant completely under her control. Having fallen under his influence, accepted his new role and began to refer to her by name, signaling his willingness to follow her commands. Before he manages to utter another word, she strikes him with such force that he almost loses his balance. She insisted that he address her as, making it clear this was necessary to prevent anyone from questioning her true identity. Gave a silent nod of agreement, and together they let out a low, unsettling laugh that echoed with a hint of malice. At the same time, and Azure examined the crime scene together. He relied on his special ability, known as theatrical detective work. Azure summoned his unique power, turning back the clock to observe the sequence of events that had unfolded at the scene. Through this remarkable ability, he could review the past as if he were actually present, uncovering the real story behind the crime. The requirement was clear. Azure needed to have the proof in his own hands and work out the identity of the perpetrator through his own reasoning, rather than simply observing the available hints. Furthermore, this unique skill gave him the power to foresee crimes before they actually occurred. Yet this gift came with a major disadvantage. Azure revealed to the founders that his unique talent came with a serious risk. Should he ever make an incorrect deduction on a case, that skill would vanish forever. He would be unable to use it again for the rest of his life. As he described this limitation, the founders listened intently, understanding the gravity of his ability. They feel a deep sense of revulsion towards deceitful method, which involves ending a life and seizing possession of the victim's body. The atmosphere in the room shifts dramatically as everyone suddenly becomes silent, stunned by what just happened. Everyone's attention shifted to whose body radiated with an intense surge of mana, his anger clearly beyond restraint. Burning with resolve, he made a silent promise to himself that the apostle would never receive his forgiveness. In the present moment, still seething with rage, unleashes a powerful assault, a rapid, shining punch designed to overwhelm her opponent. The effect was amplified by the use of his penetration spell. Became the target. He unleashed the power of Luminant's fist, and as his blow connected with his face, a tremendous surge of energy exploded outward. The force of the impact hurled her through the air. She attempts to touch down, yet the overwhelming force causes her to slide backward, making it difficult for her to steady herself. As the dust began to clear, was taken aback when he heard her burst into laughter, accusing him of being heartless. Even though she had endured several of his attacks, she continued speaking, taunting him by mentioning his bond with and challenging his reasons for assaulting her so harshly. Fully aware of his limitations, realizes that challenging with his present abilities would be futile. Still shaken by the force of the punch, brushed off the impact and taunted her opponent, insisting that his blows were so weak they seemed more like playful gestures than real attacks. As the force from the attack subsided, shouted with confidence that such strikes were useless against her. Nodded in agreement, yet he confessed that he was never destined to be her opponent. He was merely stalling so that the mage founder could seize control of his body. When the founder seized command, she asserted ownership over all, causing his body to be surrounded by a surge of energy. Upon witnessing the scene, comes to the conclusion that could be the individual the satellites had issued warnings about, someone who has a total transformation. Rather than being frightened, her excitement only grows. A mischievous smile spreads across her face. From above, countless mummies descended at her command, their horrifying cries filling the air. She claimed that life felt dull unless someone confronted death, urging everyone to give their all in every battle. Azure observed the approaching mummies and thought they resembled hollow husks animated by who manipulated the corpses she had previously claimed. Let out a loud laugh and confidently declared that every one of these mummies matched physical power, daring them to try their luck against her. Surveyed the area and realized that about 100 bodies lay scattered, each positioned at the same level as. This startling discovery left a nearby candidate visibly stunned. From within his own mind, observed the scene with revulsion, appalled by the way manipulated the corpses of those she had defeated. Standing next to him, the mage observes that both he and the founders are no longer the same as before. The mummies hurled themselves rapidly downward, closing the distance to the ground. The mage, now in command of his body, confidently asserts that has failed to grasp the extent of his abilities. Without hesitation, she releases a barrage of electric shocks that strike every mummy suspended in the air, leaving them convulsing from the sudden surge of electricity. Stood frozen, completely taken aback by what had just happened. Mage felt a surge of frustration when called forth her minions, releasing them one by one to plummet toward the ground. To prevent them from landing, Mage found herself compelled to intercept and attack each minion in midair. Fiery mummies began to descend from the sky, filling the air with chaos. Found herself puzzled, trying to make sense of recent actions. Some individuals achieve extraordinary precision as a result of their rigorous practice. Calmly activated his ability, striking each target with perfect accuracy and unwavering composure. The mage directs to come closer and observe her movements carefully. The boy is impressed by how she manages to perform all of her spells skillfully, despite relying on a frail body. Mage gestured for him to come nearer, then began to clarify the difference between and the founders. Unlike who had pursued power solely for his own benefit, the founders had been determined to channel their strength by taking control of his body. His expression showed uncertainty, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Mage went on to explain that despite all that had happened, intoxicated by his overwhelming strength, believed he was nearer than ever to his ultimate aim, to gain even more power. At the same time, the founders found themselves captivated by his extraordinary abilities, their admiration heightened by the awe her talent inspired. Yet, following the heartbreaking loss of a friend who had once placed their hopes for the future in, Mage realized that anger was genuine and came from deep within him. She gestured toward the founders, who were all visibly thrilled. Mage asserts that everyone is satisfied with how is now. Felt a wave of confusion after hearing those words. Fueled by frustration, she rushed toward, declaring that the world's rule was straightforward. The powerful always crush the powerless. As she prepared to land her attack, a sudden flash of electricity bursts before her, bringing her forward rush to an abrupt halt. Glanced around in confusion, her eyes widening as bolts of thunder crash down from the stormy sky. Mage discloses that perspective is shared by a large number of others. He recalled seeing a being so strong it could have brought down the entire tower, yet it was effortlessly overpowered and consumed by creatures from a different realm. The mage watched as her allies were defeated one by one. The character now fights on behalf of those who once lacked strength, determined to seek justice for them. As she approached, Mage, who remained in command of Spotty, expressed her irritation and taunted, ridiculing her for not having the power to stand up and fight. Struggled to stand, repeatedly knocked down by the relentless barrage of thunder that struck around her. Mage understood that cheerful demeanor, shaped by years of mountain training, hid a burning desire for vengeance deep within him. She makes certain that every founder holds the same conviction. There was a belief that would eventually achieve the same level of greatness as those who had come before. Mage reached out with an open hand, promising that assistance would always be available should he ever require it. If he experienced sadness, he was expected to indicate the source of his feelings. They intend to bring the prophecy to its conclusion. Without delay, directs her finger toward who hovers in the air. Without warning, lightning crashed down upon her, shattering her body into fragments. The entire group stands frozen, unable to believe what just happened. At that moment, the instructor noticed that bore a striking resemblance to how looked during his own childhood. There was a sense that something terrible was beginning to take shape within. Found herself shattered across the ground, struggling to grasp how a mere boy had managed to defeat not just her loyal minions, but also completely annihilate her own form. Carnegie approached her, wanting to know if she finally understood the extent of their power, while also mentioning that he had many questions he intended to ask. He mentions his connections to several experts in interrogation and expresses his intention to discuss the entire situation with. Spoke in a low, serious tone, as she confessed her inability to battle while remaining as she was, conceding that her superior's judgment on the matter had been correct. Without warning, a coffin rose up from beneath the earth, refers to it as her secret weapon. Carnegie's face displays a look of utter astonishment. As spoke, she recounted a tale from centuries past, revealing that one of the original founders, feared as the 10,000-man army slasher, had been the one who brought down the tower. Felt a surge of terror, slowly lifted the lid of the coffin, revealing Hinoki's body resting inside. All of the founders, with Hinoki's spirit particularly shocked, are left speechless when they realize she holds his lifeless body. The mage silently summoned a thunderbolt spell, sending a powerful strike crashing down onto the coffin. Hinoki felt a wave of shock, realizing that had already seized control of her body. Mage calmly explained that things had become serious now, confirming that was in command. Hinoki's lifeless body stood before them, his hand still clutching the sword tightly. Felt a surge of excitement as she realized her new abilities, confidently believing she was now strong enough to stand against her opponents as an equal. Felt a sudden, intense force pressing down on her, leaving her startled and uneasy. He notices that the energy surrounding him surpasses what he experienced during his training sessions with. However, there is more to it than just that. With a swift motion, she snapped her fingers. Hundreds of minions burst forth from the earth as calls them to her side. They referred to it as the second wave. Carnegie started to feel uneasy, but Mage calmly assured him that there was no need for concern. Persisted in calling forth her minions. Without warning, a loud blast shattered the silence behind her. As she spun around, she noticed a group of friends making their way over. Someone called out the name. The rest of the group was included as well. He stood prepared to fight, with others by his side. His irritation grows, convinced that faces this struggle by himself. While she watches him talk, notices that the way the corpse speaks matches Hinoki's voice and manner of talking exactly. Even with the arrival of their friends to help, they continue to have a hard time overcoming the minions. Observes that these creatures possess much greater strength than the previous ones. The minions now displayed an ability to toughen their bodies, making them more resilient than before. Despite one member releasing their strongest abilities, the attack fails to harm the minion, leaving it completely untouched. To their dismay, the group realized that every minion brought a different talent to the fight, turning them into tough adversaries. Their sheer quantity added to the challenge, making the situation situation even more daunting. The members who opposed the prophecy struggled more and more to confront their enemies directly, who has been intently watching the fight unfold. She unleashed her sound visualization release ability. A sound phoenix was being summoned. Within moments, a powerful force wiped out the entire group of minions. Despite unleashing a formidable attack, she stayed on guard, aware that every minion's abilities were bolstered by their unique talents. It seemed as though the chaos had already reached its peak. Without warning, bursts out of his restraints. With overwhelming strength, one of the younger members was forcefully slammed to the ground. Manages to intervene at the last possible moment, saving everyone from inevitable disaster. In the midst of the turmoil, immerses herself in the pandemonium, clearly finding it exhilarating. With a self-satisfied grin, she confidently asserts that survival in such a fierce clash is reserved solely for the squad captains. Upon hearing the statement, glanced toward the other founders, seeking their perspectives on the matter. Despite the situation, none of them spoke a word. He turned to face Mage, and requested that she allow him to take control of the body for a short while. She hadn't expected the request, and it caught her off guard, but after a moment's hesitation, she nodded her acceptance. Seizing the moment, he directs a bold and taunting remark at, his confidence clear in every word. He claimed that she had made a mistake by looking down on his friends, and insisted she should have known better. At the same time, becomes encircled by a group of minions. However, he remembers the teachings from 7th lesson. He focused his energy into his fist, preparing to unleash his special technique. He called forth a dragon, channeling its energy to fuel his strength and form the base of his assault. He unleashed a powerful kick, sending every approaching minion flying back with overwhelming strength. Sometime earlier, the founder known as Spirit, the observer took note of his physique, noticing how strength and agility combined seamlessly in his frame. He observed that the individual often favored focused, precise attacks, using his speed and nimbleness to his advantage. One of the founders believed the technique held promise, but insisted it would achieve greater success under their direction. In the current moment, demonstrates perfect mastery of every technique he has learned, his movements twisting and gliding with the fluidity of a snake. Attacking from all directions, the figure eliminated the minions one by one with flawless accuracy. Meanwhile, remains firm, bracing herself as a wave of minions charges in her direction. She recalled guidance on the transmute technique, a method that transformed flawed materials into something flawless. Once, she was limited to crafting weapons of poor quality and little value. Now, however, her mastery of alchemy allows her to break through those old barriers. They shaped stone golems directly from the ground. She had perfected this technique back in Lesson 8, and now it allowed her to shatter the minions' tough bodies without any difficulty. Wanted to know more about, so she questioned Hinoi regarding him. Hinoi expresses confidence that is managing well on his own. Although he might not possess the same level of brilliance as his brother, he demonstrates unique abilities of his own. Right now, he demonstrates impressive mastery of Hinoi's single-handed sword technique. This effect was amplified by the use of the skill. With one mighty sweep, the character wiped out a horde of minions in an instant. He amplified his assault by fusing it with calendula, shaping the energy into a blossom-like arc that swept across the battlefield and struck multiple minions at once. Observed the scene with pride, admiring her student's effortless blending of different techniques and abilities. Still, she couldn't help but think that accomplishments stood out even more, given the intricate nature of his combinations. While she kept dispatching minions, her mind wandered deep in contemplation. She becomes aware all at once. Before her eyes, an enormous tornado composed of roaring flames began to take shape. The unexpected scene shocks her, signaling that and the 12 apostles have already started their fight. While her attention remained fixed on the swirling blaze, her surprise grows even greater as she discovers that her opponent is actually Hinoi, the famed founder known throughout history. Rushed toward, skillfully blending Hinoi's single-handed sword technique with a powerful wave-cutting slash. Despite the incoming threat, the boy dodged with remarkable ease, moving as swiftly and instinctively as a seasoned fighter in perfect control. Although failed to hit her intended mark, her blow shattered the earth below with overwhelming force. Responded right away by launching a thunderbolt attack using her mage abilities. The attack hardly seemed to affect whose strength was unmatched. She counterattacks by unleashing her powerful dice slash technique. She divided the whole battlefield into innumerable cubes, not hesitating to destroy her own minions along with everything else. Despite the danger, the boy manages to stay alive by jumping onto a nearby floating cube. He remembered experiencing this technique firsthand, having once endured it himself. At the same time, while the ground breaks apart into moving blocks, the rest of the group finds it difficult to keep their balance. A team member grasped onto a companion who teetered on the edge, threatened by a yawning void below. Yet just as hope flickered, time ran out before a rescue could be made. The dice swipe cuts through his arm, leaving it detached. The force knocked her off balance, causing her to plummet downward. Even as she descended rapidly, she held tightly to her comrade's detached arm. Spots the group at the last possible moment. He quickly conjured a bubble spell, raising everyone out of harm's way. Mage Spirit's concern deepened as they glanced at Hinoi, seeking guidance on their next course of action. Hinoi decided not to interfere, allowing allowing her to make the choice on her own. Trusting his words, she accepted his offer. Right as let loose with splitting cloud, a fierce burst of energy swept over the whole battlefield. Even who serves as a squad captain finds himself speechless at the overwhelming chaos unfolding before him. At the same time, feels exhilarated as she experiences the strengths of a founder's body, amazed by how ideal Hinoki's form is for combat. Nevertheless, senses that she must rely on an even more powerful ability. Hinoki called upon her hidden skill, indomitable, gathering her strength as she herself to launch an attack. To her complete astonishment, stopped her sword mid-swing, gripping the blade firmly with his uncovered hand. Hinoki's spirit observed with a lack of interest. Mage taunted, pointing out that despite possessing Hinoki's body, remained powerless in his eyes. Upon hearing the statements, patience snapped, and she raised her voice in exasperation, questioning how anyone could view the renowned physique of a founder as anything less than powerful. Driven by a need for greater power, she hurriedly sifted through Hinoki's memories, determined to find something with greater strength. Pushing her way further into the depths of Hinoki's mind, she sought out a memory that held more power. Tears welled up in her eyes, as though she had just witnessed something deeply frightening. Her eyes filled with tears as memories of Hinoki's life during the era of the towers flooded her mind, the weight of the past overwhelming her. Merely seeing this memory drives dangerously close to losing her sanity. Within the vision, Hinoki effortlessly cleaved an entire tower in half with just one powerful motion of his sword. Nevertheless, even after achieving such remarkable victories, he becomes increasingly distant and emotionally withdrawn after every fight. Found it difficult to grasp how an ordinary person could possess knowledge and abilities so extraordinary. In Hinoki's mind, there were endless recollections of devastation. She was cutting through human bodies, slaying creatures. The vessel cut a sharp path directly through the water. The damage extended so far that it left scars upon the very surface of the planet. Felt overwhelmed as the burden of her memories pressed down on her, leaving her spirit defeated. The overwhelming stress caused her to break down, unable to withstand the weight pressing in on her. Uncertainty overwhelmed her as she searched for a place to turn and a way to become stronger. The burden pressed down on her so heavily that even her spirit felt as if it might break apart and disappear. Hinoki's spirit remained calm and at ease, casually suggesting that spirit could simply fall to pieces. Another founder hastily cautions that, should this occur, the creature would lose control and ruthlessly destroy everything nearby. To their utter shock, the very thing they feared unfolds before them. Soul breaks apart completely. A shrill scream burst from its mouth. The force was so immense that its effects reached all the way to the far-off city of. The power behind the scream sets off a swift evacuation. Residents glanced at their phones, quickly realizing that the mysterious aura originated from Nagano Prefecture, an astonishing 100 kilometers distant. Even with such a gap, the tremors managed to find their way to them. Alarm rapidly took hold, with many convinced that either doomsday was upon them or a terrifying creature had been unleashed. On the battlefield, scream rang out, filling the air with its intensity. As the scene unfolds, the rocks slowly lift from the earth, defying gravity itself. An intense and oppressive energy fills the air, pressing down on everyone nearby and making their shoulders feel as if they bear an unbearable weight. Several of the frailer individuals started to cough harshly, collapsing to the floor as the overwhelming power pressed them down. Saw what was happening and urgently called out Hinoki's name. Despite the commotion around him, the spirit appears completely at ease, lounging without a care in the world. He calmly explains that he has entrusted all matters to the mage. Mage nodded in agreement. At the same time, moved closer to. Mage lifted her sleeve. The seal of truth became visible on her arm. She stood firm, her confidence clear, and made it known that if body was necessary, she would finish everything with a single blow. With determination, she activated the seal of truth. Its form started to glow, an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from within her. Stared in utter shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. Within, the alchemist's spirit began to communicate, urging him and to remain vigilant. The spirit clarified that regardless of whether they practiced magic or alchemy, their ultimate goal was always the search for truth. At this very moment, was on the verge of uncovering one of those profound truths. As the spirit's voice persisted, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Mysterious seals, identical to those that had once appeared on Mage, now began to form across his arms. The first encounter with the alchemist's spirit, it remained uncertain whether his body would endure the overwhelming fragments of truth or collapse beneath the immense burden they carried. At the same time, soul had already splintered beyond repair, leaving only the faint traces of her spirit to keep her body moving. Despite everything, the body acts on its own, driven by deep animal-like instincts. Hinoki, previously known for his maturity and calm demeanor, had surrendered himself to this condition a long time ago. To explain this occurrence, people refer to it as truth ignorance. His anger intensified, causing a wave of shadowy energy to erupt from her. The force of her aura warped and bent the atmosphere nearby, making the very air seemed to ripple and contort. As Mage observed the scene unfold, she envisions a time when the energy grows so intense that it wipes out all living beings. The group also counted among its members. The impact stretched all the way to distant regions of the continent, touching lives far and wide. In that instant, it seemed as if alone held the power to bring about the world's destruction. Became aware of how serious things were, and understood the threat that the vision revealed. Mage proceeded to unleash a unique ability known as Magus of Truth, a specialized technique meant to neutralize an opponent's powers. The strength of this move was so overwhelming that even the fabric of reality seemed to struggle under its tremendous energy. Began charging her arm with swirling dark energy. He brought the weapon down toward, but blocked the strike with ease. She was startled when he clasped her hand with a strong hold. At that instant, Mage summoned an intense surge of radiant energy, unleashing a brilliant flash that flooded the space around them with blinding light. When the dust finally cleared, all that remained of was a blackened skeleton, yet continued to hold onto her hand. Using his body as a vessel, Mage offered a last farewell to his fading spirit while her remains scattered into the breeze. The other founders observed the scene with resolute expressions. Meanwhile, Hinoi stood up, his irritation obvious as he realized his soul and body had been fully split apart. Mage smiled warmly and glanced at, wondering aloud if the recent events he had observed would prove useful for his ongoing training. When regained command over his own movements, he was stunned to discover the battlefield empty, all of his allies erupting into applause, celebrating him as though he had just triumphed over the creature. Couldn't help but feel concerned, noticing that he never once reached for his sword, which made her wonder if all her lessons had been for nothing. Lets out a breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Admired strength, impressed that he had managed to defeat such a formidable foe in a single move. Meanwhile, noticed something others had missed, sensing there was more to the situation than what appeared on the surface. She realizes that has carefully studied his rival's abilities and found a way to make them ineffective. His hands began to shake, her mind swirling with doubt about whether any human could ever attain such a lofty height. Even though the future remains unclear, she begins to feel more sure of herself, encouraging herself with the belief that she too can achieve this. The instructor felt a surge of concern upon noticing the enormous crater in the field, realizing that it had all started as a simple test. However, events had rapidly spiraled out of control in an astonishing way. The instructor grew irritated upon realizing that even had failed, understanding that this meant he would need to organize another similar exam. As the group begins to compose themselves, someone spotted an unusual glowing ring and felt a surge of fear. The instructor reacts with surprise as well. Unexpectedly, the superintendent was the one who appeared. Carnegie noticed the superintendent and quickly realized she was the same elderly woman who had appeared in his thoughts before. The superintendent stood beside the lady's assistant, who appeared uncertain about the reason for her presence. Unexpectedly, the superintendent dropped to her knees before, expressing that she had long awaited his homecoming. She reveals that she has been waiting for the founders for centuries. At last they stood before her, and the rest of the group looked toward, expecting her to explain. She calmly explains that they ought to have realized, even if this is their initial encounter with her. Explained that the elderly woman was among the original creators of the anti-prophecy group, and occupied the top position in the Japanese division. Feeling irritated, pointed out that this information was already known to them. The real mystery was the reason she found herself kneeling in front of. Even herself couldn't explain why she was doing it. At the same time, finds himself confused, trying to understand why the elderly woman from before is now lowering herself in a respectful bow before him. Inside him, the founders found themselves lost in contemplation, searching their memories for the truth behind the situation, yet no clear answers came to mind. Sudden surprise washed over when he became aware of the immense energy radiating from her presence. The elderly woman rose to her feet and inquired whether recognized her, noting how much she had aged over the years. To clarify her intentions, she spun around and began to sway her hips, inviting Hinoi to watch as she demonstrated the waist dance. Every founder found themselves bewildered, but then it dawns on them that the elderly woman, Io, stood there. Hinoi hurriedly requests that take his place, and when she does, he offers her a friendly greeting. Everyone nearby reacted with surprise, while the assistants quickly positioned themselves defensively, interpreting the action as an insult to their superintendent. Their anger boiled over as they announced their plan to eliminate and repeat the test. Despite everything, Io continued to dance alongside Hinoi. He instructed them to relax, reassuring everyone that there was nothing to worry about. Hinoi gently tousled Io's hair with a playful gesture, teasing her by saying she was already acting like an old grandmother. Upon listening to his words, Io suddenly recalls that, back when she was part of their group, he spoke in a similar manner. After some time had passed, the entire entire group set to work, restoring the damaged training grounds together. They took a moment to compose themselves. At the same time, hidden far inside the anti-prophecy, there existed a highly classified place called the Hut of Everlasting Vision, stood frozen in awe as the garden unfolded before her eyes. Io went on to clarify that, because she rarely showed herself, a protective barrier was usually placed around the area, allowing her to live there in peace and solitude. Wondered aloud whether she was familiar with every one of the founders. Io then starts to recount her own story. She shared the story of her past, explaining that she had grown up without parents after losing her family when the towers first appeared. It was the founders who took her in and became her guardians, raising her as their own. Could hardly believe that she had been only a young girl back then. When Io revealed that those events took place 3 centuries ago, amazement filled him as he understood that was now more than 300 years old. She went on to explain that she could halt time itself, thanks to a special artifact that kept everything frozen whenever she stayed within the headquarters. Upon learning about the artifact's memory is instantly triggered, bringing those individuals back to mind. At the same time, Hinoki's spirit conveyed to Valentine that the artifact worked much like her own preservation ability. Valentine acknowledged this, reflecting that, at the height of her powers, she could have accomplished the same using her skill. Despite her awe, she found herself questioning the mysterious origins of the potent artifact now in its possession. Io revealed that a covert branch operated under the anti-prophecy, dedicated to gathering powerful artifacts, and their activities remained concealed from everyone else. She goes on to explain that the facility where the artifacts were kept had been attacked not long ago, leading to many of the items being stolen. A dedicated task force was assembled with among its members to recover the stolen artifacts. Within, the detective founder speculated that the 10 apostles might be responsible for the attack, a possibility that could clarify their overwhelming influence in the present day. Couldn't believe how swiftly the detective managed to figure that out after such a short exchange. The detective proceeded to disclose that had identified her boss as the individual responsible for supplying her with the artifacts. He searched through her memories and found the truth for himself. A different founder points out that, rather than searching for a dozen awakeners more powerful than, the enemy would find it far simpler to rely on artifacts to boost the abilities of less impressive awakeners. Hinoki acknowledged this, observing that the 2 foes they had faced earlier were not as powerful as. Io nodded in agreement, admitting that before they infiltrated the facility, they had no knowledge of the 12 apostles' existence. She reveals that the apostles have gained abilities equal to those of the anti-prophecy's most formidable foe, rendering them a threat that can no longer be overlooked. She mentions that the group is making every effort to locate their leader. However, it appeared that was going to arrive before anyone else. Carnegie is taken aback by this revelation. At the same time, in Detroit, Michigan, the roads lay deserted. The surroundings resemble a war zone marked by silence and devastation. Suddenly, a turbulent spell conjured a powerful tornado that crashed down onto the ground with tremendous force. Stood at the heart of the situation, grappling with a startling realization. Up until now, had believed that the 12 apostles were simply a group of 12 separate people. However, a 13th individual is part of the group as well. A man reclined comfortably on his couch, observing Sm's early arrival through a glowing orb. He couldn't help but smirk, clearly impressed by her unexpected punctuality. He spoke with a menacing undertone, nonchalantly inquiring which beverage favored, coffee or black tea. Not pausing for even a moment, selected him for death and addressed him by his real designation, Number 0. Unleashed a second turbulence beam, directing it at the suspended Number 0. The force of the beam was immense, so much so that the distance stretched out endlessly. Who was also part of the special task force, spotted the unusual occurrence. Mikado, standing beside him, observes that the city has already been deserted, which means they should be safe. Despite this, confusion fills him as he wonders why is resorting to such a strong offensive move. While the group engaged in conversation, an intense assault rapidly approached them. Reacting swiftly, they jumped away from the rooftop moments before it was cleanly split in two. The entire structure breaks apart, scattering debris in every direction. Touching down on the earth, they choose to assign the number 0 to, as the group concentrated their efforts on dealing with a member of the 12 apostles. At the same time, irritation mounted as every attempt to break through the barrier around Number 0 failed, despite unleashing his most powerful wind-based assaults. He questions whether a skill or maybe an artifact is causing this effect. After taking the last sip, he set his empty teacup aside. Number 0 emerged from the bubble, a smirk on his face as he taunted and questioned whether he had finished. Wasted no time and quickly summoned the wall of cutting pearls, sending huge boulders hurtling toward Number 0. A catastrophic blast erupted as a result. To his surprise, Number 0 appeared without a scratch. match. He nonchalantly likened himself to a whale, swimming among ordinary fish while standing before. Soon notices that, despite lacking the shield, Number Zero still possesses alternative ways to protect itself. Number Zero noticed standing in front of him and started to mock him. He explained that if things were different, would possess such overwhelming strength and fearsome presence that Number Zero would never dare to see him as a threat. Now mourned the loss of his friend. To Number Zero, this fact reduces him to a pitiful being. From the instant entered the world, he had been regarded as nothing but a creature built for combat. However, even though his very existence revolved around warfare, he was unable to save the friends he cared for most. Felt an intense anger flare up inside as those words echoed in her mind. Fueled by fury, he charged toward Number Zero, unleashing a surge of unstoppable strength. His gaze burned with a deadly intensity, while memories from 23 years ago surged through his mind, recalling the events of the past. During that period, far within the secluded mountains, who served on the special task force, froze in disbelief. He gazed in shock at a dazzling burst of energy pouring out from a huge crater. Shouting out in astonishment, he came to the painful understanding that nothing was left of the family mansion but this destruction. Superintendent I.O. stood among the wreckage, taking in the sight of what was left of the ruined mansion. In the midst of the destruction, an object radiated an overwhelming surge of power. As she moved nearer, she discovered what was causing it. A newborn lay at the center, surrounded by a powerful, almost tangible force. The sheer strength of this presence led everyone to suspect that the chaos around them had erupted the moment this child entered the world. Superintendent I.O. immediately dashes forward, making her way to the infant without a second thought. She suffered several wounds across her body as the intense energy around her pressed in relentlessly. Although she feels the pain, she continues to move ahead. At last, she arrived beside the child and carefully lifted the baby into her arms, softly murmuring soothing reassurances. The person comforted it, letting it know that things were all right now. As E.O. held the baby close, the comforting warmth of the embrace gradually soothed the infant, causing the cries to quiet and eventually stop. Consequently, the fierce winds swirling in their vicinity gradually faded away. I.O. appeared, her body marked with bruises and smeared with blood, but she clung protectively to the child in her embrace. With unwavering resolve, she proclaimed her intention for the child to grow up under the guidance of the anti-prophecy. After some time, the baby receives the name. 9 years later, who had grown into a young boy, got ready to depart from the facility. A teacher by the name of Hinoi appeared, accompanying, who was just 12 years old at the time. Someone stepped forward in an attempt to halt his actions, cautioning him against stirring up any conflict. At the same time, the man cautioned that pursuing this path would lead the anti-prophecy to pursue him relentlessly, remained calm and gave a nod of agreement. However, as the master began to walk away, he mysteriously explains that this was precisely why he chose to spare life. Who was standing close by, sensed the uneasy atmosphere, but then she unexpectedly burst into laughter. The master, feeling irritated, wonders aloud about her unusual behavior. Possessed remarkable strength from an early age, shattering every record and viewing others as lacking in comparison to herself. One day, everything changed for him when appeared and nonchalantly tossed a wooden stick in his direction, inviting him to join as a partner for sword practice. His thoughts were tangled with uncertainty, leaving her unsure of what was happening. Offered a calm smile and extended his sword, signaling for his opponent to come forward. Back then, he and were both the same age. After that, the two started practicing side by side, yet no matter how hard he tried, couldn't overcome in their sword matches. This constant defeat left him feeling frustrated. Despite repeated setbacks, he persisted, frequently urging to engage in yet another practice match. Determined to teach a lesson, challenges him to another fight. Once again, the outcome does not change, is defeated. Feeling overwhelmed by irritation, he raises his voice, shouting out in anger. He insisted on understanding why, no matter how much effort he put in. Victory continued to elude him. Who is there as well, suggests that overwhelming strength could be the cause. Remains confused by words, since he always finds himself defeated by him. Someone outside interjected, remarking that the words were meant as praise for. The voice came from Mikado, who was 14 years old at the time. Repeatedly shattered his wooden swords every time he sparred with. Observing this, pointed out that no matter how fiercely fought, his weapon would always end up broken, even in victory. To help make her point clear, picks up an egg and demonstrates to him how challenging it is to keep the shell from cracking if a person uses all their strength while gripping it in the middle of a struggle. Confusion lingered as Mikado decided to take action. He grabbed the egg and hurled it at the ground with all his strength. To his astonishment, even after the egg slammed onto the floor, its shell stayed perfectly intact, showing no sign of breaking. Reaching out, they carefully lifted the egg. Mikado clarified that he simply needed to find harmony between his aggressive aura and the protective aura surrounding the shell. He assured that this ability wasn't a special skill, but rather something that would develop naturally as he gained more experience. As he continued his explanation, hurled every egg at the wall, yet astonishingly, not a single one cracked upon impact. Watches in astonishment as every eggshell remains perfectly intact. Mikado passed an egg too, letting him know that defeating in swordsmanship would require him to change the way he controlled his aura. After he completes that action, his powerful presence will no longer pose a threat to those nearby. As Mikado began to walk away, he was suddenly stopped when someone called out to him. An egg suddenly struck the top of his head, glanced over his shoulder, and noticed that stood there, inviting him to participate in the aura adjustment training. Wanting to even the score, insisted that the other person should apologize to him before anything else. He proceeded to strike the egg crate with his foot. He channels his abilities, causing them to rise weightlessly into the air. When attempts the task himself, every egg either bursts apart or breaks to pieces in his hands. After some time spent making the attempt, used the egg to punch a hole through the wall, yet the shell remained completely intact. Both of them began practicing their sword skills together. Now that had mastered control over his aura, the two of them were able to spar for an entire day, exchanging blows without restraint. When and Mikado witnessed the scene, excitement filled them, and they eagerly requested to be his next opponents in a match. 4 years passed, and was recruited to join the Special Task Force. Sets off to pursue his own plans, made his way toward a prophecy intended to aid the European branch, having learned of a unique prophecy of special rank known as the Pandemonium. Wondered aloud whether continued his search for someone skilled in swordsmanship who could become his mentor. In response, nodded, letting her know that he was indeed still seeking recalled the advice he had once given himself about seeking out a mentor on his own. Extended his fist, expressing his desire to be seen as an equal. Smiled warmly. He gives him a fist bump, letting him know that he'll be waiting for his return. Afterward, devoted himself completely to supporting his friends in every way he could. His resolve stayed strong, fueled by the simple fact that his companions still lived. All he ever longed for was genuine friendship, but the 12 apostles robbed him of that precious bond. Filled with memories from the past, rushed forward to confront number 0 in the present moment. With a fierce desire to kill, one person prepared to attack, while the other remained calm and unfazed. Yet right before the blow could land, number 0 reached into their belongings and revealed an artifact shaped like a golden egg. She snapped it in half right before his eyes. The creature cast the Berserk Life Stampede spell, filling the space between them with an intense, radiant light like a burst of sunlight. The other members of the Special Task Force observed the situation. Their curiosity piqued as they questioned among themselves whether was responsible. As the brightness fades slightly, gradually appears from within the light. A peculiar and intense energy seemed to emanate from the figure. When Mikado spotted, he wondered if had already overcome number 0, but remained silent, offering no response. They tried to get his attention, but to their surprise, admits that he is unfamiliar with the others. Immediately senses that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, and urgently warns Mikado to stay away. Although the opportunity to act has passed, his hand is already pressed firmly against Mikado's forehead. Wearing a wicked grin, he cast the turbulence spell, summoning a powerful whirlwind that swirled around him. Once the trio from the Japanese branch of the Special Force disappeared, a new team from the USA branch, featuring Marquise, and was dispatched to look into the situation. When arrived, he placed his hand on the ground and quickly sensed that the lingering energy in the area was unusually intense. The evidence suggested that this spot had been at the heart of the blast. Marquise stared in awe at the enormous crater left behind by, finally realizing the reason people called him the strongest man in the world. Despite his best efforts to understand, he couldn't figure out the reason behind, and his team's sudden disappearance, especially given his immense strength, was equally puzzled, unable to offer any reason for why they had vanished. Word of his vanishing spreads to the Japanese branch, instantly throwing the group into disorder. Meanwhile, at the everlasting Vision Hut, when the reports reached the assistant superintendent, a wave of anxiety swept over him, leaving him doubtful about the truth of what he was hearing. Io, her concern mirroring the others, wonders aloud whether any news has surfaced regarding where might be. She approaches the assistant, hoping for answers, but admits to knowing nothing. The object that once linked her to no longer existed, having been shattered. Yuk considered the circumstances and felt a strong sense of misfortune. While the conversation continued, made an entrance. Now recognized as a squad captain, they don the distinctive cape that marked their new rank. He experiences a bit of awkwardness as he adjusts to his new position. The assistant superintendent explained that every squad captain, along with the superintendent, had fully supported his promotion through a unanimous recommendation. His battle with had convinced everyone that he alone possessed the strength needed to take place. Bending down onto one knee, remembered the promise he made to himself to outshine the founders soon and to make sure no more lives would be lost. He expressed his gratitude for their trust and, drawing strength from the founders' legacy, assured everyone that he would strive to fulfill the expectations set by the anti-prophecy. Upon hearing the news, Io's eyes lit up with with excitement as she expressed her long-held belief that he was the perfect choice to lead as captain. Her expression shifted to seriousness as she focused on the urgent issue at hand, directly seeking his thoughts about the matter. Some time ago, Carnegie had been seeking out individuals involved with the anti-prophecy, hoping to recruit them into his own team. He suddenly realizes he is seated across from the superintendent, who is waiting to hear what he thinks. Everything seems to have gotten serious much faster than he expected. While the superintendent was addressing the group, a door unexpectedly appeared behind I.O., its surface decorated with an illustration of a tiger. Is startled by the unexpected arrival. As the door swung open, I.O. proceeded to present two individuals who belonged to the Special Task Force, and Mikado appeared battered and bruised, showing clear signs of a recent struggle. I.O. then explained that the two of them had once served alongside in a Special Task Force, making them the only individuals who understood the real events that had taken place. Mikado starts to recount his experiences from his time spent in Detroit, fell under the control of the 12 Apostles leader, who seized command of her body, stood frozen in disbelief, overwhelmed by the shocking news. Mikado went on to observe that the power manipulating bore a strong resemblance to the technique had used earlier. He guessed that an artifact was probably behind it, but decided that the exact details about the artifact did not matter right now. Mikado makes it clear that the most important detail is how, who used to shield his friends from harm, has now become a threat to all mankind. Feels deeply unsettled by the terrifying truth unfolding before him. Mikado explained that fought against the mind control with all his strength, giving and Mikado a chance to get away. Just before losing consciousness, expressed regret and shared one last wish. He requested that takedown number 0 for him. Upon hearing statement, found herself at a loss for words, the significance of what had just been said pressing down on her heavily. The assistant superintendent rested his hand gently on shoulder. He shared his strong expectations for his potential, but also pointed out that had yet to gather the required 7 members for his team. At that moment was accompanied by and immediate responsibility, as explained by the assistant superintendent, was to swiftly find 3 additional recruits for the team. Realizing his squad desperately needed more members, hurried outside in search of potential recruits. His eyes landed on a boy from the squad, and without hesitation, he darted after him, trying to convince the boy to become part of his team. Despite everything, the boy's anxiety was obvious as he darted around in a frenzy, loudly insisting that nothing could ever make him abandon the squad. As the boy believes he has finally gotten away, he suddenly finds blocking his way, standing quietly and holding out a permission slip bearing signature. Shock washes over the boy as he struggles to accept that his own captain has given him permission to go. Despite his initial doubts, he found himself stunned when he discovered the letter was real. Although hesitant, he ultimately decided to accept the invitation to become a member of squad. At this moment, and managed to add a 4th person to their group. At the same time, outside, tries to persuade to join the team. Despite this, his method stands out as remarkably unorthodox. He makes an odd, over-the-top motion by stomping his leg, signaling for to join him, but she thinks his behavior is completely strange. Firmly stated that the captain had given him direct instructions and made it clear that he wanted to join their group. Despite this, stood his ground and declined, making it known that his main objective was to compete in the upcoming captain's exam. A vacancy had emerged in the aftermath of his passing. Unfazed by being turned down, swiftly unleashed a strong kick aimed at to see how he would react. However, easily the blow, demonstrating his remarkable agility and quick reflexes. Although surprised, found himself even more determined and continued to challenge him. His curiosity grew, leading him to suggest a challenge. He decided he would become part of the squad, but only if they met a specific requirement he set. Had just 60 seconds in the courtyard to make contact with him, needing only a single touch to succeed. Success would be enough to convince, to enthusiastically become part of their team. Asked for permission to use whatever methods he thought were needed to succeed, and once agreed, he prepared to act. A radiant dragon materialized and coiled protectively around him as he steeled himself to overcome the trial. Clicked on his laptop and set the timer to begin counting down. Deep within the limestone cavern that served as the headquarters for the anti-prophecy unit, encountered Captain. The captain seemed absorbed in fishing, his line cast into a rift known as a fissure rumored to exist in the 17th dimension. Shares that he occasionally manages to catch large fish in that spot. When he spotted, he inquired whether was signing up for the squad's replacement test. Affirmed his intention, adding that his goal was to become a captain who valued survival above all else. Explains that reaching his goal is possible even if he never becomes a captain. Was taken aback by this and wondered aloud if the captain believed he was unfit for the role. Struggled to haul in a massive shark, the fishing line straining under the creature's weight. He expresses his opinion that is missing an important quality. Rushed toward with determination, while did everything possible to dodge and keep distance between them. Even though she had nearly closed the distance between them, Canada could not manage to make contact with, not even a single time. Stared in astonishment as he noticed effortlessly slipping away from each of his strikes, quickly understanding that she was employing a special technique to avoid being hit. Unleashes egos, a powerful ability he has carefully kept secret from others for quite some time. With his ego's ability, he could instantly transport himself to any spot within 100 meters, as long as he had already been there at least once before. After setting his destination, he gained the ability to teleport there swiftly and with remarkable accuracy. Even as launched a relentless series of attacks, skillfully evaded each strike, relying on his expertise to avoid every blow. Finds this difficult, yet he views it as an opportunity to improve his skills. He understood that sooner or later he would have to face in battle. As she darted from place to place to avoid incoming attacks, wondered aloud what sort of admirable trait found in. Pressed on with his assault, confessing that he lacked any concrete information. Launching himself into a kick directed at, he disclosed his awareness of the image held of the perfect squad captain. He aimed to boost his team's chances of survival by a single %. Respected this quality, yet he admitted he could never trust a captain who valued survival above all other concerns. Feels irritated by the remark. Points out that focusing solely on oneself can prevent a person from reaching their true potential. While he shares this insight, thinks back to memories from when he was a child. He discovered the lifeless forms of his family scattered around him, victims of a dreadful prophecy. The experience filled him with a strong resolve to put an end to all prophecies. Realizing that Carnegie possessed the power to achieve this goal, he chose to serve under him. Upon hearing those words, comes to understand that his shortcoming as a captain is his inability to earn the trust and reliance of those around him. Refocusing his attention on avoiding attacks, he realizes victory is within his grasp and makes a mental note to remember this exchange for future reference. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, began typing a message on his phone, insisting that someone had arrived right on schedule. Felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Without warning, cast his calendula spell. The attack was intensified by, which unleashed powerful blows from the sky. The force of the attack shattered the whole courtyard beneath their feet. With power to teleport taken away, quickly takes advantage of the situation. He sprang from the rooftop, launching himself into the open air. He executed a sudden flash kick, ripping away a portion of clothing in the process. As the clock ran out, managed to tear away the cloth, which was considered a valid touch, securing his victory. Touched down as questioned whether ruining the whole courtyard had really been necessary. Unbothered, dismissed the concern and instead commended for his assistance. At the same time, seethed with anger in the background. After entering some text on his laptop, he eventually regains his composure and decides to become a member of team. Upon hearing the news, Sue exchanged a celebratory high-five and escorted into the room, her wrists bound with heavy chains. Stared at the ruined courtyard, unable to hide his astonishment. Meanwhile, turned to him, making it clear that he expected to take responsibility by drafting an apology letter for the destruction. In an effort to ease the tension, stepped in and proposed that perhaps could repair the courtyard. The team faced a significant issue. They were still short one member. Since didn't have any other acquaintances to suggest, she turned to for advice on possible candidates. Gestured in the direction where the special task force members stood. Someone called out to. Mikado appeared. Someone called out the name. He discloses that he has already brought them into his team. From that moment, they become Carnegie's temporary subordinates and will join battles as part of his squad. At the same time, inside the watchtower, the surviving members of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse gathered together for a meeting. Of the original group, just 5 remained. Despite their dwindling numbers, their spirits stayed high, bolstered by the possession of Spotty, the most formidable weapon known to mankind. In their minds, this advantage meant they were now within reach of destroying the anti-prophecy unit once and for all. Number 0 took a moment to remind the group about their guiding principle, emphasizing that every action they took was dedicated to bringing the prophecy to life in their world. Within the prophecy research room belonging to the anti-prophecy, the assistant superintendent turned to the director, inquiring whether the requested item had been acquired. The director gave a nod, indicating agreement. It becomes clear that the Book of Doom, which had previously belonged to the 12 Apostles, was originally one complete volume that had been split into separate pieces. After reviewing the 8 books that had collected, they concluded that the recent event was connected to a prophecy, one that mentioned a unique rank known as the Gita. He believed that the only way to bring about the world's end was through his actions. The 12 Apostles required unique abilities, as hers alone were enough to meet their needs. High above the ocean, traveled alongside, who belonged to the 12 Apostles, as they soared toward a mysterious location. Suddenly, inquired whether was familiar with the Gita, but admitted he had never read it. Clarified that the text belonged to Hindu scriptures, highlighting the importance of performing one's responsibilities with genuine selflessness. Believed that the author of the unfolding prophecy must have possessed an intense loathing for mankind. While soaring above the bustling lights of Times Square in New York, a family spotted the group, and one of the children's eyes lit up with excitement as they realized that was the famous strongest awakener in the world. The audience eagerly joins in, their voices rising in enthusiastic cheers as they rush forward, sword, hoping to snap photos. The crowd grew more animated as addressed him as a samurai. The excitement in the gathering building at the appearance of their admired heroes signaled to start the mission. Wasting no time, began gathering energy in his palm, forming a glowing ball. As the audience erupted in applause, they remained oblivious to the events that were about to take place. A father took a photo of his child, unintentionally including in the background, abruptly released the energy ball, sending it soaring upward until it consumed the entire sky. The ball suddenly shifts shape, expanding into a towering tornado, and from deep inside the swirling winds, filled with urgency, pleaded with Number Zero to halt their actions. Despite any hope of escape, time had run out. Number Zero had unleashed the turbulence spell on the group before they could react. In the bustling cafeteria of Anti-Prophecy, could be seen energetically delivering a lecture. Hurried over to him, holding out his phone to reveal something important. Breaking news swept across the airwaves. New York was engulfed in flames, its devastation the result of a fierce assault led by. Reports indicated that an awakener was responsible for launching the attack and laying waste to the city. At the same time, inside the everlasting hut, the American branch superintendent, Vice, shouted angrily at I.O., demanding action after had just wiped out an entire city. Yo made an effort to soothe him. The disaster had claimed many lives in New York, the center of global commerce. She explains that was not responsible for the devastation. Instead, it was the leader of the 12 apostles who had taken control of his body. She goes on to clarify that they have recognized the man as Warren Hastings, who is known to be an Englishman. She wonders if he could be cooperating with mysterious beings from a different realm. Vice could hardly believe what had just been revealed, his expression frozen in disbelief. I.O. revealed information concerning the 12 apostles. They were making use of artifacts that were not monitored by the Anti-Prophecy authorities. She believed that an unknown force or individual was offering them assistance. Even after listening to her explanation, insisted that remained accountable, since the person responsible for destroying the whole city had been a member of their elite task force. He cautions her that the White House is actually thinking about launching nuclear weapons at. Despite understanding that even nuclear weapons would be useless against, Vice turns to E.O., curious about her next move. In the cafeteria, Carnegie turned to and inquired whether he had finished lesson 15 like the rest of their classmates. Nodded, letting him know that he had. To his astonishment, selected him to serve as the vice captain of the squad. He instructs him to tell the others to keep practicing until they are given deployment orders. He pointed out that and often disagreed with each other, emphasizing that they should concentrate on working together if they wanted to reach their full potential. Found herself curious about how planned to spend his own leisure hours. Then discloses his intention to go to sleep. This time, he intended to fall into a profound slumber, instructing to ensure that no one disturbed his rest. Since the directive came from, agreed to follow it, choosing to put his faith in judgment. At the everlasting hut, I.O. discloses her intention to confront, and the rest directly, preparing to deploy their most powerful elite squad for the encounter. At headquarters, entered his room and quickly drifted off to sleep. Within the realm of his dreams, he unsheathes his sword and starts training alongside Hinoi as the rest of the founders gather nearby, prepared to guide and instruct him. To his astonishment, Hinoi moved with lightning speed and swiftly cut him into pieces before he could react. He heals without delay. Hinoi swiftly sliced him apart once more. Hinoi recalled too that the decision to train without restraint had been his own choice. Now it was clear that he intended to consume his opponent. After making his declaration, he rushed toward with all his strength. A different founder steps forward in an attempt to step into the situation, and Mage block his path, preventing him from moving forward. Some of the other founders believed that although intense methods might be necessary for brief training periods, was experiencing fatal incidents far too often. His spirit faced the possibility of scattering into nothingness in the near future. Despite their feelings, everyone recognizes that holds the title of the most powerful awakener of their time, leaving the present day with no hope of defeating him. Although the training method seemed reckless, it stood as the sole way to achieve triumph. Earlier, the founder cautioned that might not be able to withstand much more. The alchemist offers comfort, explaining that there is nothing to fear because possesses great strength and resilience. Watched as was repeatedly cut down before his eyes, he remains confident that he can get through this challenge, stood before Hinoi, overwhelmed by a heavy sense of pressure, and offered an apology, her nerves evident in her posture. He sensed the biting chill of a fierce snowstorm raging on a mountaintop, struggling to catch his breath as he steadied himself. Once again faced Hinoi, preparing to confront her opponent. The figure was immediately cut cleanly in two. To his astonishment, he succeeds in slicing off just one strand from Hinoi's hair. In the past, he had been unable to touch even a strand of hair, yet now he had finally succeeded. Although has faced death numerous times, his resolve to become stronger never wavers. Each time he falls, he finds the strength to stand back up, ready to continue his journey. At the same time, in Mumbai, near the iconic Gateway of India, a member of the Indian division within the Anti-Prophecy Special Task Force felt a surge of excitement at the sight of his presence. He pointed out that his intervention had prevented Mumbai from being reduced to ashes by the blazing fire boss, who was connected to the special rank prophecy. He smiled and wondered aloud if, even after their past as partners defending the city, had arrived with the intention of bringing its destruction. Brushed off the comments as pointless, pointing out that even though it was his own body, Number Zero was the one in control now. With a mocking tone, Number Zero taunted, scoffing at the suggestion that might be able to take back control. Seeking to torment him even more, he projects trapped thoughts straight from his own mind. His voice echoed with regret as she pleaded with to escape. Despite the danger, stands his ground, determined not to abandon the place where he grew up. He readies himself to defend his home, resolved to resist with unwavering courage, even if it costs him his life. At the everlasting hut, Io began recounting the long-standing conflict, detailing how humans had been at war with creatures from another dimension for over 100 years, sharing this history with the superintendent's assistance. In the time of the founders, the tower emerged before anything else, soon followed by the appearance of the crack and the rise of the prophecies. Across the ages, certain people have allied themselves with these entities, working together to bring about the world's ruin. While she offered her explanation, an assistant's attention shifted to the news reporting India's collapse. A surge of alarm swept over him as he understood that the adversary now appeared to be advancing towards Europe. Io had anticipated this outcome, yet thought it would have been better if the group had traveled directly to Japan. When the assistant inquired about the reason behind this preference, she explained that because Number Zero had only just begun to possess Spotty, he likely couldn't access all of its abilities at this stage. In addition, his power increased with every battle he faced. After making her statement, she directs her assistant to gather every captain. She next addresses her male assistant, letting him know that he, too, will be deployed to the front lines. Tries to lighten the mood by joking that his skills are only needed for hard work when there is no war. The biggest surprise, however, comes when Io declares that she herself intends to go into battle alongside them. At the same time, the squad was making their last-minute preparations. They stood as the sole chance to overcome, yet their readiness was not complete. Until they finished getting ready, Io instructed the remaining squads to hold back as long as possible. Along with the other squad captains, appeared tense as they inquired about the duration needed for the preparations. Io shares information that had previously mentioned. He required 48 hours. She announces that their journey will take them to the Pacific Ocean, where they plan to confront and try to halt her actions. At that location, every member of Japan's anti-prophecy division assembled, getting ready to face the upcoming fight. Rushed forward in their direction, he unleashes his formidable turbulence spell straight toward his opponents. Nevertheless, Io's protective magic brings it to an abrupt halt. His eyes grew narrower as surprise flickered across his face. Ias gave a sly grin, teasing him and warning not to make the mistake of underestimating their group. Some time ago, while the captains made their way toward the sea to confront, squad hurried after their captain, urgently begging for a chance to join the battle against the head of the 12 apostles. The captain shakes his head, making it clear that he will not agree. Despite tears streaming down his face, remained determined, believing that, although their influence might be small, they could still stand as barriers to safeguard the captains. In response, the captain and the rest of the group shifted their attention toward him and his companions. She inquires whether they comprehend the reasons behind the captain's decision to join such an irrational fight. He clarifies that despite being aware they are unlikely to come back due to the overwhelming strength of their opponents, they continue to cling to the belief that those under their command will endure and keep resisting. The captains rely on their subordinates, confident that these individuals will accept the duty of safeguarding the world. After making their statement, the captains turned and exited the area. Abandoning their followers, some individuals began to cry. Some among them gathered their courage, firmly decided to shield the squad until the team was fully ready. Despite the sadness reflected in their eyes, they understand that taking action is necessary and that there is no time to waste on tears. The squad captains, accompanied by the superintendents and their assistants, suddenly appeared by the ocean's edge, finding themselves directly confronting. Io skillfully intercepted its turbulence spell without any difficulty. The other captains stared in awe, captivated by the overwhelming strength she displayed. Two felt a surge of surprise as an unfamiliar power revealed itself. As Number Zero sifted through memories, they identified as the superintendent responsible for opposing prophecy. Two had served as a maternal figure, one who consistently concealed the full extent of her abilities. Io stood before him and revealed that she had not used her powers in battle for a century until now. None of the captains had witnessed her reveal the extent of her true strength until this very moment, as she did so right in front of them. She cast the 8-8 mirror spell, which unfolded in two separate phases. In the initial phase, Io gains the power to fully cancel out any ability once she comprehends how it works, giving her perfect protection. This ability functions as a precise defense, seamlessly aligning with the sophisticated sophisticated analytical talents that mages possess. Without hesitation, unleashed his fiery, swirling magic attack. A series of intense tornadoes surged forward, all directed at Io. When the captains saw the display, they understood instantly. It was the very technique responsible for reducing all of India to ashes. Luck was on their side, as Io recognized the technique and easily countered it. In the second phase of her power, she gains the capability to imitate an ability after successfully mirroring it during the initial stage. She unleashed tornadoes of her own, which crashed into the swirling winds created by. Their goal was to wipe them out entirely. Shifted her attention to the ongoing fight and realized the mechanics behind her ability. He began to feel irritation rising within him when he noticed a presence attempting to ambush him from the side. A captain unleashed his endless fist technique, overwhelming with a relentless storm of punches. With every punch that struck him, sensed a creeping numbness spreading through his body. Yet, no matter how many hits he managed to land, the captain stared in disbelief, surprised that showed no reaction at all. Without warning, the captain caught as he leaped through the air, tightening his grip to hold him still. At the same time, the captain gestured urgently to the rest of the team, instructing them to launch their assault as he kept restrained. Immediately unleashed her Phoenix sound visualization ability. The rest of the captains unleashed their impressive skills together, launching a coordinated attack against. Responded by casting his wall of cutting pearls spell, unleashing a powerful surge of tornadoes that barreled into every captain. When the haze faded away, appeared without a scratch, taunting Io for arriving with fighters he considered too feeble to challenge him. As he begins to speak, he suddenly becomes aware of an intense energy radiating from overhead. As he lifts his gaze, he notices the superintendent's assistant conjuring an enormous energy sphere, glowing as brightly as the sun, and getting ready to hurl it in his direction. Quickly notices that the power increases in intensity the more she focuses on using it. While he tried to create an energy ball to defend himself, the female assistant cast her slave maker spell, binding his hand in magical restraints. Stood frozen in disbelief, caught off guard by the presence of an Awarp Awakener among his opponents. With shackles now binding him, all attempts to use his magic became impossible. At the same time, the male assistant completed his channeling and launched a huge, blazing ball of fire straight at the Frozen. As the attack sped toward him, understood there was no way to escape its path. Despite the danger, he knew that releasing his strongest wind attack just before the blow landed could reduce the force of the impact. As he began to understand the plan, his attention was suddenly caught by a matching fireball approaching from the other direction. Had conjured it with her mirror spell. The two fireballs crashed into each other. A tremendous explosion burst forth, wrapping in intense flames. Io pressed the attack without mercy, fully resolved to destroy, believing that sacrificing him was necessary to secure the future. Within, the entity known as Number Zero silently directs its anger toward her. From a distance, the members of the U.S. team watched closely as Number Zero became ensnared in a relentless barrage of fierce assaults. In the following instant, a tremendous blast suddenly surrounds him. A sense of satisfaction washed over one of the soldiers as he watched the shot land perfectly on target. A different expert determined that the intense heat from the white fireball soared to several thousand degrees Celsius, a temperature high enough to completely destroy Number Zero along with every one of their companions. Mr. Richard, however, held a different opinion. He observes an expansive aura of violet energy enveloping the figure labeled Zero. At the same time, Number Zero struggles to accept what is happening. All those strong awakeners had put their lives on the line, all for a single, decisive attack. He sensed that the experience surpassed anything he had imagined. Unexpectedly, he soon realizes that his body possesses an impressive resilience. He withstood heat reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, emerging completely unharmed. Suddenly, the U.S. military set their sights on him, launching a relentless barrage of missiles in his direction. Amid the chaos of flashing explosions overhead, Number Zero stood unfazed, laughter escaping despite the turmoil. He unleashed a swirling turbulence attack, directing its force straight at the ship. Marquis steps in and blocks it. Despite overwhelming opposition, they fought desperately to shield the fleet from the relentless barrage. Even with all his attempts, it became obvious that Marquis was struggling to contain it as well. Number Zero's booming voice filled the air as he proclaimed that it was time for everyone to behold the bringer of the world's end. Richard's hands tighten into fists when he sees what's happening, yet determination keeps him from surrendering. Number Zero, however, becomes aware that his remaining mana is running low. Io noticed it too. She reveals her hidden weapon, the special item she has saved just for a situation like this. A memory resurfaced, showing the group getting ready to face off against Number Zero. They insisted that overcoming's physical strength could not be done. Io nodded in agreement with. She suggested that winning could be possible through a method other than defeating him directly. She then unveiled the artifact that the group planned to to use in their fight against Number Zero. In the present day, the artifact finally emerges, unmistakably identified as the legendary sand cage of time. Number Zero glanced around at the shimmering golden barrier that surrounded him and realized he had seen it before. Io recalls a time when he had presented a comparable artifact to someone under his command. Number Zero was caught off guard by the realization that they had more than a single copy of the item. Yo, maintaining his composure, reveals that shattering the cage would demand a tremendous reserve of chakra, a resource he has depleted after enduring such a prolonged and tiring battle. Number Zero observed her closely, a sly grin forming as he realized she was merely stalling with her clever ruse. He cautioned her that her efforts would be in vain, explaining that regardless of his escape, she would still be powerless to overcome him. Io flashed a confident smile and instructed him to remain in that spot for the next 2 days. She assures him that once he is free, she will reveal something fascinating to him. The narrator mentioned the period required for the young hero to get ready for the ultimate confrontation. Initially, Number Zero acts as though he is unaware of Io's secret advantage. He chooses to admit that he is already aware of. Number Zero had secretly explored some memories, discovering that within them, believed, was the person fated to bring all prophecies to a close. Io found it hard to accept just how much respect seemed to have for Number Zero, his tone icy and unyielding, declared that he could not permit someone of his kind to exist. In his mind, his name was already marked for removal. Fueled by intense energy and frustration, he declares that Io is, in fact, the one who remains completely unaware. In the following instant, he lets a self-satisfied smile spread across his face while he details the incredible strength that's body now possesses. Up until now, every bit of mana he has displayed has been taken solely from the dormant energy within his body. This meant that what everyone had seen so far was only a small fraction of his actual abilities. His real power extended far beyond what anyone present could possibly imagine. Before Io has the chance to finish using her 8th auto-mirror skill, Number Zero landed a swift, unarmed blow against her with ease. Her body collapses to the ground, completely motionless. His objective lay directly before him as he focused intently on Japan. At the same time, the young boy pressed on with his training, lost in the depths of his own mind, was taken out by Number Zero, causing the Japan branch of the anti-prophecy organization's plan to stop or overcome him to end in total failure. After witnessing the outcome of the fight, they realize that Number Zero is becoming more adept at using Spotty. He has learned to manage the dormant aura that resides within the boy. The strength within continued to grow. During their training on the Sado coast in Niigata Prefecture, abruptly became aware of a dark, unsettling presence while practiced nearby. She comes to the realization that this can only signify a collective failure within their entire organization. Upon coming to this understanding, the group chooses to go straight to the headquarters to face their adversary, a plan that supports without hesitation. At the same time, within the surveillance center of the group opposing the prophecy, anxiety intensified while she observed the video feed showing the wreckage of the American naval fleet. Its assistant reported that after Number Zero's assault, they had lost all contact. In response, instructed him to begin using satellite images instead. She silently berated herself for neglecting to activate the Raven's Eye skill while she was above the sea, missing the chance to discover what had truly occurred. At that moment, the rest of the group made their way back, overwhelmed by desperation, turned to and pleaded for her to use her healing abilities. Eyes widen in shock as she comes face to face with Io, who appears gravely wounded. The story shifts to an earlier moment, taking the audience back to the period preceding the medical procedure. Io spoke to, in a way that made her realize how important she was to the group. Io directs her to swiftly teleport the group, following the captain's strike, and to carefully monitor the enemy's actions. After Tangent and her companion activated their Heaven Fall ability, it became his responsibility to quickly teleport the entire group to safety. Immediately accepted, expressing her willingness to risk everything, even her own life, to see the mission through. Io responded by delivering a swift slap to her. Io firmly states that she cannot perish, emphasizing that her responsibility is to transport everyone safely back to headquarters once the battle concludes. Once more, Io insisted that put her own safety first, making it clear that even if Io ended up in harm's way, his own life should come before anything else. Attempts to voice an objection fixed her with a piercing stare that immediately quieted her. Despite everything, quietly confesses her wish for Io to keep living. Io offered her a gentle smile, promising that she would protect everyone and ensure their safety. Io hovered on the brink of death, her grip on life tenuous, as hurriedly fought to save her, begged to push herself further, while insisted suspected she was already giving everything she had, possessed the power to reverse time, but Io's unique skill disrupted her efforts. Io had activated an artifact designed to freeze time itself, creating a barrier that made healing abilities falter as they battled against its effects. A second healer, her expression shadowed with worry, remarks that despite their united attempts, they are struggling to keep Io alive because her injury is simply too grave. Feeling cornered, devises a daring plan. He realizes that Io's ability to halt time depends on her being within the anti-prophecy. If they manage to bring her beyond its boundaries, the artifact's power could diminish. However, voices immediate concern, cautioning that attempting such a move could be perilous given Io's fragile state. Before any further disagreement could unfold, a stifling wave of purple energy swept through the room, instantly halting everyone in their tracks. The character raised their gaze upward. Number 0 appeared, suspended in midair, with the other apostles of Apocalypse standing on either side. His anger erupted without warning. His urgent pleas for them to halt went unheeded. She suddenly appeared right before her foes, prepared to defeat every one of them, sprang into action without hesitation, calling forth the power of her void Parquet's skill. This power enables the user to move instantly between different dimensions, proving highly efficient when used for limited or focused purposes. Despite its power, applying it widely brings significant dangers, as it may trigger unexpected distortions capable of causing extensive harm. Silently blamed herself for acting without caution, fully aware that Io remained trapped within the headquarters. At the same time, Number 0 instructed to proceed forward, lifted the sacred seat crafted from the Twisted World's relic. In the blink of an eye, he sent a powerful slash hurtling toward the dimensional space that belonged to. The force of the assault is so immense that it breaks apart her entire dimension. She intended not only to break the surface of her skin, but to cut deeply enough that her arm would be wounded. His friends erupted in applause, clearly delighted by his harsh actions. Remained alert, fully aware that was not truly defeated. He realized she must have escaped by teleporting away just before he could land the final blow. As he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes landed on her. She was injured but still breathing, protected by standing guard. The rest of his team stood nearby as well. Number 0 glared at the group, his annoyance clear, and questioned whether they planned to stand in his way like so many others before. Moved ahead of the others, drawing her sword from its sheath. Speaking with steady confidence, she announced that remained asleep. Until he regained consciousness, she and the others planned to take control of Number 0 and his followers. At the same time, Number 0 carefully evaluates the fresh challengers before him. Looking through his recollections, he realizes that both and are familiar to him, and however remain strangers in his eyes. He judges that they do not deserve to have any power. Since even someone like Never found them remarkable, he assumes they pose little danger. However, right as he decides they are insignificant, he directs his gaze toward. Number 0 hesitated, unsettled by an inexplicable quality in the other person's presence. He quickly put his turbulence skill to use, not hesitating for a moment. In a sudden moment, notices that the people surrounding her, even and, have disappeared without a trace. Wasted no time admitting he was responsible, which made object with frustration because he had played a part in the trick as well. Meanwhile, worn out and injured, angrily demanded that they be quiet and clarify what truly occurred. They explained that the effect results from a blend of stability. My house is your house, and everything everywhere all at once. Its power worked to enhance causing his teleportation field to grow larger whenever it made contact. Its ability was typically limited to affecting only himself. With his help, he gained the ability to teleport other people too, and could even select several places to send them. While cared for her wounded arm, went on to clarify that he lacked the exactness that possessed. His ability to teleport was limited to locations where he had already placed some of his own items, but with his abilities, he was able to extend how far he could travel. Working as a team, they managed to move everyone to safety. Number 0 and his apostles were sent out to various places. Number 0 had been sent by the 3 of them, not to just any random location, but to a place chosen with great care. At that instant, Number 0's eyes flutter open, revealing a strange environment where neither direction nor gravity can be felt. While struggling to get his bearings, he becomes aware of numerous sea creatures gliding past him. It dawns on him at that moment that he is submerged beneath the water's surface. He found himself within an enormous cave filled with stalactites, hidden deep beneath the Duizhi grounds, a place called the 17th Fissure, lower jaw. The strange location grew larger by 10 centimeters each year. The labyrinth grew wild and untamed, its twists and turns defying every attempt to chart or understand its full complexity. Not even had the power to break it, since a prophecy had declared that no human force could ever alter this place. Under his breath, questioned himself, curious if someone called Number 0 might be able to to overturn such a fate. At the same time, on the slopes of Mount in Nagano Prefecture, events began to unfold. Found himself standing in front of, and quickly understood that the two of them had just been transported to this place. Let out a satisfied laugh, her expression revealing how delighted she was that their strategy to separate the opponents had worked perfectly. Insisted on learning the whereabouts of number 0, but she responded with a confident smirk, revealing that number 0 had been banished to a place from which no one ever returns. His expression darkened with doubt, unable to believe what he was hearing. He wondered silently if a place like that really existed, questioning why everyone hadn't already been sent there. Responded with composure, explaining that they chose not to send everyone to that location. The reason was that one of their opponents probably owned a powerful artifact that could help them escape, a risk and the others were unwilling to take. There was a chance that number 0 possessed it and could bring it back someday, but by that time, IO would have already disappeared. Considering this, she pointed out that relying on that approach for every apostle was out of the question. The most she could do was take out a single one. Remained skeptical of her words, his hand tightening around his sword's hilt as he prepared himself to attack. Stood her ground, exuding unwavering confidence as she mocked him. She asserted that, except for number 0, none among them posed a real challenge to her, dismissing the rest as merely relying on old, obsolete strength. In the following moment, sends a powerful slash in her direction, responded with ease, drawing on her natural talent and the quiet strength she found in being alone. Once dismissed because it seemed simple, this skill enables her to sense all the outside and inside elements that keep her body operating at its highest potential. Essentially, this ability grants her flawless perception, allowing her to execute each attack with absolute accuracy and unwavering concentration. Because of this, she managed to avoid strike and, in response, he delivers a swift, precise strike along his opponent's side. Within the realm of martial arts, nothing holds greater worth than a body honed to perfection through rigorous training. Fully represents that ideal in every way. She fixed her gaze on, a cold smirk curling on her lips as she mocked him, declaring that he was not only immature but also even less capable than. At the training grounds belonging to the anti-prophecy group, the apostles of apocalypse who are left gather in front of Mikado, and instantly, their opponents notice that they have been intentionally cut off from the rest of their team, separated on purpose. Seth wore a smug expression, his demeanor mocking their efforts. She questioned whether they truly thought the two of them stood any chance against a pair from the apostles of apocalypse, particularly after seeing the strength of number 0 for themselves. She glanced over at Asura, wanting to know what they should do next. Asura pretended to be upset, his false tears showing as he boasted about being able to take on both opponents alone. This arrogant display of confidence infuriated Mikado. Without hesitation, the character swiftly initiates an assault. The character hurried forward, preparing to launch a fresh attack against Asura. At the same time, his thoughts drifted back to his friend from childhood. His anger suddenly flares up within him. Fueled by a strong desire for revenge, he seized Seth's hair in his grip. She responds with a low, amused laugh, unfazed by his frustration. In an instant, Asura unleashed a flurry of crimson attacks, compelling the two boys to react swiftly and evade the onslaught. She deftly freed herself from his hold and triggered her special ability. The monarch known as the Queen of Heart held her title with undeniable grace and authority. Quickly observes that Seth possesses a unique talent, allowing her to control and move nearby objects with ease. She summoned her magical cards, sending them out to find, and in an instant, hundreds of crimson cards spun around her, creating a whirling storm of red. Upon understanding who her real opponent was, resolved to prevent the other girl from succeeding. However, Asura unleashed another blow that made him retreat a few steps. Across the field, Asura his unique power. He possessed a skill called 100 Faces, which enabled him to transform his emotions into a source of strength. As he lowered his hand away from his face, his expression twisted into one of uncontrollable fury. Letting out a thunderous roar, he proclaimed his intent to destroy every last one of them. Red lightning burst forth from his body, lashing the ground in numerous spots. At the same time in City Prefecture, and confronted the last apostle of apocalypse still standing. Drawing on her stone of truth ability, triggered its power, which transported her to a stone statue rushed forward, heading straight for the opposing forces. He sliced off its head with ease, showing no struggle at all. At the same time, also engaged him in battle. In the following instant, unleashed his one-hunter sword technique, executing the dance. The powerful move sent dust and debris spinning through the air, cloaking the surroundings in a chaotic storm. With one swift movement, the enemy brushed away the lingering dust. He noticed that 3 of his foes were already lying defeated on the floor. Upon witnessing the scene, quietly muttered a curse to herself. They had anticipated their opponent would be powerful, yet the level of strength they now faced far surpassed their expectations. Their adversary insists on learning their identities. He picks up on the strength they possess and quickly understands that unless he overcomes them right away, they might pose a serious threat in the future. He spoke with unnerving ease, instructing them to let him end their lives because he wanted to save his strength for a more important goal. Let out a dismissive sound, clearly believing that did not fully grasp their capabilities. Ignores the harsh words, his mind consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. Looks over at him and instantly senses how desperate he is. He remains consumed by a desire to seek justice for his brother's death. The character realized that last name was familiar. His lips curled into a cold, sly smirk. He insulted his deceased brother, dismissing him as worthless and making cruel jokes about how quickly he had lost his life. Reacts without hesitation, falling for the trick right away. The enemy, already anticipating the attack, stood ready as they rushed furiously toward. With the sudden activation of Camellia Law, a wave of surprise swept through the crowd. At headquarters, the two healers worked frantically to save Io, and after a tense struggle, they finally managed to restore her heartbeat. In the following moments, swiftly reaches out to her team, requesting an update on their current situation. They respond by explaining that the squad captain is almost fully recovered from their injuries, instructed his team to join forces with the squad. Without warning, a member of the group came to an abrupt halt, blocking the others from moving forward. They noticed hundreds of Seth's cards moving in the direction of headquarters and quickly understood that was the primary target. Assuming leadership, instructed the group to get ready for the impending fight, emphasizing that their main duty was to shield the boy until he regained consciousness. In the following instant, the atmosphere becomes noticeably tense, became aware of a strange presence nearby, instantly recognizing the telltale energy that he had encountered many times before. Beyond the building, and his companions noticed the earth shaking beneath their feet. His eyes grew wide as he realized the source of the energy. He made a valid point, considering even Captain's abilities had their limits. A powerful wave pulsed out from the cave that held Number Zero captive. Could not accept the idea that Number Zero might have managed to get away. Encouraged the boy to join him in an attempt to draw Number Zero's attention elsewhere. Yet the suggestion filled the boy with fear. Despite the urgency, urges the group to hurry, reminding everyone that rescuing Captain is their top priority. The moment he tries to speak, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupts from the headquarters building, cutting him off and leaving his sentence unfinished. Within the room, stood at the center of a glowing energy, his powerful aura visibly restoring Io's wounds as onlookers watched in awe. Looked at him, her eyes wide with shock and her expression clearly showing she could not believe what she was seeing. He wondered aloud about the length of his rest, expecting it to have lasted 2 days as planned, but informed him that only half a day had actually passed. She wonders if such a brief period will truly prepare him to confront Number Zero once more. He gives a firm nod, his resolve unwavering as he silently vows to claim victory. Before proceeding, he glanced back at Io and expressed regret for having kept her waiting. At the same time, he triggered the power of Valentine's God's medical book. On pages 3 and 64, the words Divine Nectar appeared. Within the depths of Valentine's memories existed a method that enabled her to heal with unparalleled effectiveness, and stared in disbelief as the severe injuries gradually started to heal before their eyes. In just a few seconds, observes that Io's wounds have not just improved a little, but have vanished entirely, leaving her fully restored. She stared in astonishment, struggling to grasp the extraordinary nature of the recovery before her. Despite her own abilities as a healer, she knew she could never achieve something so remarkable. At that moment, Io's eyes began to flutter open. Lets out a relieved gasp. Io glanced upward, but was nowhere in sight. Valentine stood in front of her, catching her attention. Under Valentine's control, took her hand gently and quietly admonished her for acting so carelessly. Io, feeling drained and defeated, offered an apology for not being more helpful during the battle. Despite her doubts, he comforted her, expressing his genuine admiration for her remarkable performance. Valentine, communicating through his voice, assures everyone that her injuries have completely mended and that all she requires now is some time to recover. He assures her that once she wakes, they will share a meal with everyone, reminiscing about the way things used to be. Io's eyes welled up with tears as she gently shut them, surrendering at last to a well-deserved rest. Once the moment passes, Valentine faces her allies with a determined look, giving clear orders for everyone to get ready for the upcoming fight. At the same time, just beyond the headquarters, and battled fiercely against the playing cards controlled by Seth, unleashed the 1,000-strike skill of his high steel weapon, directing its power at his opponents. With one swift movement, they tore through an endless number of cards. At the same time, launched a relentless assault, combining her expert with precise swings of her to slice through the enemy cards one by one. Both of them were breathing heavily. They struggled to accept that these cards held the same power as that they had once faced in the battle against. A card attempted to sneak up on from behind, noticed the danger and called out a warning, but before could respond, she was struck in the face and staggered backward. She stared at the never-ending flood of cards, tightening her fists in determination as she resolved not to give in. His promise echoed in her mind as she took on the duty to safeguard the world. With unwavering determination, she insists that nothing will stop her from honoring the vows bow she made to her captain. At that instant, seemed to appear in response to her determination, overhearing what she said and offering her words of praise. He battles the swarming enemies, launching rocks at them with powerful strikes. His expression shifted dramatically, his eyes growing wide as a mixture of shock and relief washed over him at the sight of her presence. A gentle smile appears on his face as he lets her know that he has returned. In the following instant, Captain appeared on the, wielding his golden bat with expert precision. With a single powerful swing, he wiped out multiple cards at once. Both captains instructed their teams to prepare for a decisive attack against their opponents, and quickly followed the instructions without hesitation. His attention shifts upward as he spots the protagonist suspended in midair, radiating an intense, fiery aura. His sword emitted a bright glow while he prepared his fighting stance. In one swift, forceful movement, he unleashes the Hinoi one-handed sword-style technique known as wave. With a powerful swing, he released an immense slash that ripped through the air, causing a shockwave to slice through hundreds of cards all at once, and could only gaze in amazement, completely captivated by the sheer extent of his remarkable talent. At the same time, Seth became aware of the severe harm inflicted on her cards, and suddenly stopped moving in the middle of the fight. Asura observed the shift in her expression, and wondered what had occurred. She could hardly believe it as she realized that over 500 of her deployed soldiers, 10 whole decks of cards, had been wiped out. Asura quickly realizes that is the one responsible for the assault. Without wasting any time, he instructs Seth to move swiftly and take out their intended victim. Growing increasingly frustrated, Asura then shifts his attention to Mikado. His frustration grew as their relentless determination to survive continued, with every attempt to end them proving useless. Upon hearing those words, Mikado composed himself and prepared to launch another assault. He insists that his opponents will meet their end instead of him. Asura's gaze first clouded with puzzlement, but quickly sharpened into a glare of outrage at the boldness before him. Before he has a chance to respond, he becomes aware of a radiant, heavenly symbol taking shape on his arm. In the following moment, Mikado unleashed his anti-demon divine seal ability. A sudden surge of radiant energy erupted, racing straight for Asura. With determination, Mikado drove his fist ahead, unleashing a flurry of luminous projectiles that fanned out over the entire battlefield. Asura observed as an endless barrage of projectiles sped toward him. The observer took note of their sluggish movements and gentle demeanor. He grows enraged, brushing them off as worthless and certain that they pose no genuine danger. However, as the distance between them shrank, he is suddenly hit by the understanding about MCC. During their initial confrontation, a seal had been affixed to his body. The projectiles did not fly aimlessly. Instead, each one targeted his sealed form with precise intent. Just as he begins to process the situation, Mikado suddenly materializes at his back. With a powerful strike, the force of the attack hurled him backward through the air. He ridicules the other boy. He suddenly understands that the missiles are only a distraction. The real threat comes from Mikado's clever plan to penetrate his guard and deliver a powerful blow. Mikado explained that the sacred marks covering his body served as divine seals. With every new mark he inscribed, the speed of each projectile increased twofold. Suddenly, additional radiant projectiles materialize out of nowhere. In the beginning, he skillfully avoids their attacks. In a matter of seconds, they move so quickly that tracking their movements becomes impossible. Mikado delivered another powerful blow that crashed into his opponent, knocking him off balance and causing him to fall once more. He eventually realizes that every additional seal causes the projectile's speed to increase at an exponential rate. The projectiles quickly accelerate, surpassing the limits of his vision. Each one slammed into him with force equal to Mikado's own punches, causing a burst of light to explode around him. Asura collapsed onto the floor while Mikado loomed above, mocking him for his outburst. Fear made her whole body shake as she struggled to back away, desperate to put more space between them. He triggered his face of fear ability. Corrosive fog suddenly burst from his body, quickly spreading out and covering the surrounding area. Mikado observed as the poisonous fog spread outward, surrounding him on all sides. At the same time, Seth ended up cornered close to. Desperation filled her as she pleaded for her freedom, insisting she couldn't bear the thought of dying in disgrace. Despite her fear, chooses to disregard it, focusing instead on him. His lengthy hair suddenly animated, snaking around Seth and enclosing him in a constricting cocoon that cut off his air. The enemy flails in vain, his strength fading as her magic saps his energy, rendering him completely defenseless. Once the procedure concluded, his body remained motionless, stiff and unmoving like an ancient mummy. Turned his gaze toward Asura, realizing at that moment that he finally grasped the true meaning of fear. Out on the battlefield, Mikado took a moment to clarify the workings of his technique for Asura. The projectiles started off sluggishly, drifting forward with a pace comparable to a rolling bowling ball. Each blow held the force of his most powerful punch, and as he continued to attack, markings began to appear all over his body. The barrage of projectiles kept increasing in both quantity and velocity, relentlessly striking their target. At this point, Asura's entire form bore the evidence of 20 precise impacts. The missiles accelerated to unbelievable velocities, and the last wave swallowed him completely. A series of fierce blasts tore through the sky, leaving behind only thick smoke and shattered remnants. Mikado glances at his hand, a silent acknowledgement growing within him as he notices the significant increase in his own strength. The memory shifts to their younger days, where insists that Mikado's way of fighting isn't fair, believing that a single blow determines who will win the fight. Mikado remained composed as he clarified that using the technique consumed a significant amount of his strength. He noted that facing more powerful opponents made it even more challenging to place the first mark successfully. Additionally, he pointed out that the initial seal required more than 10 seconds to activate, making the preparation both slow and dangerous. Questioned if such adversaries truly existed, his thoughts drifting out loud. In response, Mikado gestured toward, remarking that was, in fact, one of those very enemies. His brow furrowed as she stared at the unfamiliar kanji, her uncertainty clear. Took a moment to clarify, pointing out that the symbol stood for a sacred seal. His thoughts drifted to his younger brother, questioning whether there might be a link between this power and his sibling. However, dismissed the suggestion, insisting that the ability was tied solely to his own strength. Responded by suggesting that he focus on increasing his strength and building up his muscles. Mikado believes that after joining the special task force and mastering this ability, he will be unbeatable even against. Jumped high off the ground, loudly encouraging Mikado to give it his all. Meanwhile, Mikado felt annoyed by his enthusiastic behavior. A subtle trace of respect can be seen on his face. Remarks that when everyone becomes more powerful, the plan was for everyone to join forces and face the battle as a united group once they became adults. Mikado made a vow to himself that, when he faced his best friend in combat again, he would manage to land at least one blow. Approached Mikado with gratitude, expressing appreciation for his assistance in overcoming the formidable foes. He pointed to Seth's still body lying close by, announcing that his task was finished. Mikado acknowledged this but reminded him that their work was not over. They still had to support and the other fighters, since enemies of this strength were impossible to defeat without teamwork. Brought up an unusual event that had happened earlier. At that precise instant, teased about the prospect of encountering his brother. Wanted to know if everything was ready, but instructed him to remain silent and be patient. He proceeded to unleash her ability, summoning the power of while boldly revealing her intention to utterly destroy their foe. Alchemist had explained to the boy that alchemy transformed simple objects into improved forms by grasping the true workings of the world. He clarified that true understanding arose from fully comprehending those fundamental principles. He wondered aloud whether transformation was included in the 15th lesson. Gave a nod indicating agreement. He emphasized that improving fighting skills was the priority, assuring him that mastering alchemy could be postponed for later. Would have no trouble managing it if she discovered it in the future. At that moment, drew upon her skills and set her technique into motion. Relentlessly continues his assault, never allowing a moment's rest. His attacks were so erratic that, and struggled to guess where the next one might appear. A blow struck squarely, called out to with a loud voice, but quickly reacted and blocked the attempt. Despite their determination, both of them realize that their strength is nearly spent, and they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Dry's laughter resounded throughout the battlefield, ridiculing his enemies for their frailty and despair. He recalls a unique move his boss instructed him to use only in dire situations, but concludes that now is the right time to use it. He called forth a powerful relic known as the Purgatory Star. With a wide grin, he hurled the object in their direction, boldly claiming that this act would bring everything to a close. The enormous, glowing eye loomed overhead, capturing his full attention as he gazed upward in silent awe. Dry revealed that the artifact was capable of firing projectiles, with every satellite it produced possessing the same level of destructive force as the initial one. His voice rises, filled with pride, as he declares that the assault will strike from all sides, blanketing the entire sky. His laughter grew frenzied as he declared that anything nearby would be consumed by the flames of his fire cannon, while fiery weapons erupted and scattered in every direction around them. Is unable to find the strength to reply, while also experiences a similar sense of helplessness. Feeling desperate, reached out to summon. In a flash, she materializes at his side, fully aware of the looming threat. As she unleashes her retaliatory move, the fire cannon responded by unleashing another powerful blast. The blast engulfs everything nearby, leaving nothing untouched. Firmly believes that no one or nothing could have made it out alive. He remembers receiving a special power from number 0. It was the very ability that had enabled him to get back at everyone who had ridiculed him. He cackles uncontrollably as he revels in his plans to bring about the end of the world. His laughter faded abruptly as a surge of green lightning erupted from beneath him. Remained untouched, channeling her energy skyward. Dry, seething with rage, unleashed another formidable burst of energy. Akane quickly conjured a protective barrier, effortlessly stopping the attack. None of his strikes managed to break through her guard, causing his irritation to grow. Proceeded to describe her unique ability, known as, she possessed the ability to transform any technique technique she witnessed, reshaping his aggressive moves into waves of restorative energy. Before long, each blast in their vicinity starts to heal rather than harm. The trio of warriors notices their wounds mending and their strength returning, instead of experiencing further injury. She explained that she had previously applied this ability to boost their physical abilities, noting that the increased strength would remain for roughly a minute. Dry gazes at her with a puzzled expression, struggling to make sense of the situation unfolding before him. Explains to him that it is already too late, since his fate has been sealed. His fear intensifies when she smiles even wider, causing him to stagger backward in a desperate attempt to get away. She ridiculed his effort to escape. In the following instant, lets go of Bird's coil. 8 powerful blows landed in quick succession, immediately followed by the appearance of an 8-headed serpent that hurled him through the air. The force of the attack struck relentlessly, carving deep gashes into his body, while blood streamed from his mouth. Sensed energy surging through him, restoring his vitality. The wounds that once marked his body disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. Moved ahead, recalling the skills he had learned in Lesson 16, and put his special technique into action. Hinoi blended his unique one-handed sword technique with the powerful moves Diced Slash and Autumn Thistle Master Annihilation. He gathers every ounce of his strength, focusing it into a single, decisive blow. The blow slices straight through, leaving no part of him untouched. His body shatters apart, breaking into fragments. The figure faded from sight until nothing remained, as quietness settled over the room, froze in place, haunted by the memory of taunting remarks about his sibling. Inside, he longed for a reality where his brother would end his life once more, believing that this fate could only occur if his rival also earned a spot in paradise. Who was counted among the 12 apostles was defeated by end of the squad. The trio remained side by side, their breaths coming in short, ragged bursts. Remains motionless, struggling to comprehend the events that just unfolded. She notices that has managed to execute a complex combination move, one that should be beyond his abilities at this stage, but he somehow succeeds in making it happen. Overflowing with appreciation, expressed that the triumph was solely due to her efforts. Before he has a chance to continue, collapses as her strength leaves her. She falls to the ground, losing consciousness as her thoughts slip into distant memories. Lost within the maze of her own mind, she realizes she is in conversation with. She offered an apology for the harsh words she had spoken 7 years earlier. At that time, overwhelmed by anger, she had blamed him for arriving after everything was already ruined, questioning why he hadn't come sooner. Stood in front of her, unable to move, weighed down by guilt as he quietly apologized. The girl's father, known for his esteemed position as a warrior who specialized in preventing disasters foretold by prophecy, happened upon a painting that carried a dangerous curse. Once it came to life, their whole reality warped into a new dimension focused on their mansion, transforming the surroundings into a living nightmare. Upon learning about the emergency, quickly entered the tainted painting, determined to halt the prophecy's progression before it could reach beyond its current bounds. When he finally reached the scene, he discovered that he was already too late. Her parents, all their servants, and everyone she had ever known had vanished. In the end was the sole survivor. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she unleashed her anger on, holding him responsible for not preventing the catastrophe earlier. Subordinate began to offer an explanation, but he interrupted her before she could finish. She continued to weep with sorrow, dropping to her knees before the others. Later, she discovered that on that very day had been thousands of miles away, struggling to prevent another disaster foretold by prophecy. He had rescued more than 1,000 individuals. At that moment, became aware of her own harshness, recognizing that she had unfairly placed blame on a 16-year-old boy who was already burdened beyond what anyone should bear. Despite everything, never expressed any anger in her direction. He had encouraged her to embrace life to the fullest and assured her she should never carry any guilt for doing so. He revealed that his relentless training had a single goal: to prevent the prophecies from coming true. She claimed that he wasted his efforts rescuing people who only cared about themselves, people just like her. He softly clarified to her that he did, in fact, have company. His teammates from the Special Task Force consistently offered their unwavering support. Despite being in separate locations, they still engaged in battle. Despite the miles between them, an unbreakable trust wove their hearts together, keeping them close no matter how far apart they were. He had previously displayed a picture on his phone's background, featuring their entire team together. She explained that, in time, everything would become clear to her. In the present, her eyelids flutter open, and knelt anxiously at her side, concern evident in their eyes. Leaned forward, wondering aloud if she had woken up. In a faint voice, she responded that she had only just come to. Clarifies that just a single minute has gone by since she fainted. She sat upright, feeling that she owed a personal apology. Mentions that he feels thankful to because of the help she gave his brother. He considered this person a friend unlike any other, someone he believed could never be replaced. His eyes widen with astonishment as she suddenly understands the profound impact has had on their their lives, stepped forward, confidently stating his ambition to eventually become greater than. The trio is united by a single, unwavering resolve. They all know that life must be saved at any cost, offered a confident smile, and proposed that they pursue him immediately. The group, unwavering in their determination, sprang into the air as one, ready to face what awaited them. At that exact moment, far below the surface inside a limestone cavern, Captain positioned himself close to the rift leading into the 17th dimension. He swivels around when moves closer to him. The captain wonders aloud whether has completed the last part of her training. Sensing the danger, hastily urges him to get away without delay. He reveals that intends to annihilate the whole headquarters by unleashing the most powerful turbulence weaponry available. Despite the danger, the captain stands his ground and chooses not to flee. Continues to move ahead. Zero Number's voice resonated from deep within, filling the air with an otherworldly presence. The entity greets him warmly, speculating that his arrival means he intends to challenge them. Explains that his intentions are not hostile. Instead, he has arrived with the goal of rescuing. Number Zero restated his earlier comment. Number Zero recalled the moment when Io had advised him to remain for 2 days, hinting that something intriguing was bound to occur. He takes this as evidence that requires a total of 2 days to get ready for their fight. With just half a day gone, he concludes that the young man still has a long way to go before he is prepared. He couldn't help but let out a laugh, realizing just how absurd the whole situation appeared to him. Without warning, the boy unleashes a powerful assault, blending the abilities of King of Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick into one fierce attack. The blow lands with tremendous power. The young man sensed an odd sensation, causing him to freeze in place. Despite his efforts, his rival's guard stands firm, leaving the assault ineffective and unable to penetrate. Number Zero noticed the remarkable swiftness and powerful force in his opponent's attacks. He makes up his mind to bring the battle to a close. Calling upon turbulence, he covers himself in a storm of untamed energy. This fierce power bursts outward, tearing apart anything in its path as he searches for a way out of the alternate realm. The boy immediately responded by unleashing his own turbulence, determined to counteract the powerful force that had set in motion. Within his body, one of the founders spots still asleep, and with frustration, alerts him that the battle is already. Still half asleep, expresses that the surroundings seem tranquil and soothing, admitting he wishes he could remain in that place endlessly. He became restless and demanded that Rowan, the creator of the dragon claw, sink his teeth into him. As Rowan obeyed, cried out in agony, jolted awake by the sharp pain of the bite. He offers reassurance, explaining that as long as caution is maintained, all will be well. Initially doubts the need for concern, but then a sudden understanding dawns on him. His own existence is tied to survival, and if were to perish, he would disappear as well. He explains to the group that he had taught divine wind to the boy, specifically to prepare him for moments like this. A sacred breeze swept through the scene. Outside, Number Zero stands frozen in disbelief, witnessing the scene unfold before him. Demonstrated the same level of mastery over turbulence as he did in his other abilities. He begins by forming a protective barrier around himself, establishing a secure space to ensure his own safety. With unwavering resolve, he lunges ahead, intent on utterly overpowering his opponent. The boy reacted by unlocking the power of the legendary Seal of Truth. The seal flickered open and shut at a quick pace, drawing in and dissolving the enemy's wind-based assaults until not a trace of them remained. At the same time, a different founder closely observed the fight, quickly understanding that trying to attack from afar would be useless. He decided that their best chance was to match wind powers with their own, then use speed ability to get in close. The strategy would succeed only if Carnegie managed to use his skills in the right way. Proceeds according to her plan. Hinoki's unique sword technique blended seamlessly with movements inspired by both crashing waves and sudden bolts of lightning. They combined their strength to unleash a mighty strike known as Violent Thunder. The blow lands on his opponent, delivering an overwhelming surge of power. He plummeted from the heavens, tumbling helplessly toward the ground, continued moving forward as she initiated the power of. She then merged the spear of annihilation with a deadly bow. Moon Rain Annihilation unfolded. He rushed at, sending a surge of thunderbolt crackling from his fingertips. A gigantic cannon materialized and blasted ahead, hitting Number Zero head-on and erupting with tremendous force. He finds himself confused, trying to make sense of the recent events. He is astonished to see merging abilities from entirely separate elements without relying on any magical tools. At that moment, he begins to suspect that could really be the legendary fighter meant to bring an end to every prophecy. Although he understood this, he loudly declares that strikes are still unable to inflict any real damage on him. Carnegie let out a soft sigh, burdened by the exhaustion that followed the fight. The founder notices a disturbance, quickly becoming aware that its power is growing at a rate far beyond what he had anticipated. Number Zero's confidence surged as he assumed lacked the necessary time to get ready for a win. Drawing all his strength together, he himself for a final, decisive blow. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, the boy called out too, sharing news that left stunned and motionless. He announced that Io had survived, remains completely still, His thoughts raced as he questioned if he continued to struggle against his destiny. Carnegie maintained a calm yet resolute tone as he went on with his words. She went on to inform about Mikado and were all present. Io and stood together, anticipating his arrival. He brings up memories they once shared. He acknowledges that he still owes for the compassion she offered him in the past. Remembering this unresolved debt strengthens his resolve to continue the battle. The founder observes him in silence, a gentle sorrow in their eyes, fully aware of the heavy weight he bears on his shoulders. He summoned, seeking her assistance, moved ahead, closing the distance between himself and the others. She gently rested her hand on Spack, channeling the energy into him. A wave of strength and resolve radiated from him as his presence shifted dramatically. He straightened his posture, determination shining in his eyes, as he silently vowed to devote every ounce of his strength from that point forward. Carnegie's entire demeanor shifted so suddenly that it immediately startled Number Zero. The founder observes the changes unfolding with focused attention. During earlier days, underwent intense and disciplined training alongside Hinoki. The founders assembled in their strategy room, preparing to deliberate over the impending confrontation with Number Zero. Spoke to the group with confidence, making it clear that their decision was obvious. He explained that, given Carnegie's present abilities, 2 days of training would not be sufficient. He realized that preparing himself for battle would require no less than a whole week, and even after that, there was still no guarantee that he would come out on top. His companion's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the statement. One of his companions remarked that, based on their observations, strength seemed to increase at an astonishing pace. He brought up the earlier battle, pointing out how and had faced off against. Stories from early years had circulated among the members of the Special Task Force. He had left behind widespread devastation. Considering everything they had learned, the founders came to a grim understanding, was quickly gaining strength, soon to rival their own. The group was left stunned and disheartened by this unsettling truth. He explained to the group that reaching that level was out of his reach for now, and even speed wouldn't be enough, leaving everyone anxious about what to do next. Eventually broke his silence, revealing that a solution existed, though it demanded a grave sacrifice. Revealed her ability to push beyond his natural boundaries through sheer force. By unlocking every chakra point within him simultaneously, she could unleash a torrent of life energy throughout his whole body. This sudden surge would dramatically increase his strength within moments, multiplying it several times over. Despite this, the process would inflict permanent harm on both his physical form and inner spirit. Quickly objected, believing that the approach carried too much risk, but the boy decided to take the chance back then. As he trained alongside Hinoki, found himself impressed by how effortlessly he managed to hold everyone's attention, even as he spoke with the founders. A sudden understanding washed over him, as he recognized that their companion was undoubtedly growing stronger. The boy explained that his intention was to return kindness by rescuing him. When the likelihood of losing becomes undeniable, he prepares to use his most drastic measure without a moment's doubt. Over time, the founders came to accept and comprehend the choice he had made. In the present, raises her voice with unwavering determination. A sudden surge of power erupts outward from his form. With his fist radiating light, he unleashed its full force against Spa's face. The force shatters Scarred, surprising him since he never believed it could be done. At that moment, they each unleashed a surge of turbulence together. The force from both sides crashed together fiercely above the ground. Number Zero was stunned to discover that had entirely suppressed his turbulent energy. Frustration boiling over, he shouts a warning, making it clear that underestimating him would be a mistake. Fueled by intense anger, the character lunges ahead with determination. Despite the tense moment, the boy remained composed and drew upon Kudu's style of tranquility, focusing his attack on S's chest. Number Zero's body suddenly becomes rigid, locked in place so he cannot move. Seizing the opportunity, his opponent launches another attack. He called upon Hinoki's one-sword style, merging its techniques with the power of wave and the precision of the wave-cutting blade. He unleashed the Purgatory Sword next, his strikes coming in swift succession. A swift, slashing motion cut through the air, as though something had been chopped into pieces. The began to dance, solitary moon end. A dense cloud hung in the air. With every blow, the attacker delivered calculated force, breaking past Number Zero's guard and inflicting serious injuries. The founders stood speechless, awestruck by the incredible display of strength unfolding before their eyes. Observed intently, coming to the conclusion that S's abilities far exceeded his initial expectations. He recognized that possessed a potential much greater than he had ever anticipated. He started to realize that the fight was nearing its conclusion, summoned all his remaining strength, and performed his final move, causing the clouds above to part dramatically. With overwhelming power, the blow lands squarely on Number Zero, launching his body upward and hurling him high above the ground. Instinct seized control of, driving him to let out a terrified scream. In a frantic effort to shield himself himself from the impending attack, he struggled to summon a mighty barrier of wind around his body. Continues forward, undeterred, his entire form glowing with an electric radiance as bolts of lightning flicker and swirl around him. He triggered the power of Thunderbolt Hadded. The technique blended the qualities of a beak, a dragon's talon, and the force to pierce through. He finishes the sequence by executing a flash kick. Fueled by fierce resolve, he unleashed a searing beam of light aimed straight at its chest. The impact triggers a massive blast that engulfs all surrounding objects. As the haze slowly dissipated, its battered form emerged, his jaw agape as a radiant light shone fiercely from his eyes. The boy remained alert, maintaining his defensive stance. Right when the young man moves in to deliver the finishing blow, swiftly retrieves the magical elixir artifact. He drinks it quickly, and his energy returns right away. Now that his strength had returned, he directed a powerful blast at, sending a surge of turbulent energy toward his advancing opponent. A tremendous blast erupts from the force of the collision. Just as danger approached, the boy managed to lift his shield in the nick of time. Despite his protective barrier, the overwhelming power of the attack destroyed everything surrounding them. Caught up in the turmoil, bursts into wild laughter, openly ridiculing for failing to anticipate the upcoming events. With a self-satisfied grin, he insists that the boy is now powerless to change anything. Although is battered and bruised, he refuses to back down, resolute in his goal to continue battling until the elixir's influence fades away. To his immense surprise, tiny sparks danced over his skin while the force of the explosion surged within him, rattling him from the inside out. The force knocked him to the ground, and in that moment quickly understood the situation. Its immense power was tearing his own body apart, and it was clear he would not be able to endure much longer. Determined to bring the battle to a close, he summoned his strength once more and unleashed a turbulence beam, directing it straight at as she plummeted through the air. Right before the intense beam can strike, jumps between him and the danger, using her spell to change the nature of the attack. She recalls the first time she encountered. During his earlier days of training, he had worked on mastering the spell known as turbulence, a magical ability that was first created by. He had promised to clarify everything once the fight was over, and requested that she examine the spell with her magic. At that time, he had asked her to vow that she would one day look after everyone. The long-awaited fight with number 0 at last commenced. In the present day, keeps the promise she once made. She changes the dangerous magic that cast into a surge of restorative power. A shower of energy descended on, rejuvenating him while stared on, unable to believe what she was seeing. He realized that the strongest move in his arsenal was now being used to strike him down. Once the dust finally cleared, everyone soon becomes aware that the boy and his companions have made it through unharmed. Upon this realization, his whole team comes together, standing by and awaiting his instructions. The boy, refusing to show any sign of fear, boldly stepped ahead and demanded that be released from the grasp of number 0. At the sound, the entire group sprang into motion and attacked simultaneously from opposite directions, their swords slicing through the air in flawless unison. Stepped forward, channeling his energy and delivering a fierce knee strike, characteristic of a dwarf's power, directly at. Began to struggle as the unyielding assault continued, her strength gradually giving way. Driven by urgency, someone made a last-ditch effort to fight back. He triggered the barrier made of sharp, gleaming pearls. To his surprise, had arrived before him. The material curved around it. The magic was interrupted while it was still being cast. He is unable to regain his composure in time. Mikado launches a powerful punch, striking upward with intense force. A relentless stream of blows rained down on his body, each strike finding its mark with unyielding force. Despite enduring severe injuries, still found a way to get away. His forbidden hair spell ensnared them once more without delay. Mikado finished his attack by unleashing a powerful surge from his magic circles, causing the ground to tremble as a thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. At the same time, stands back and observes everything from afar. She allowed her younger students to take charge of the battle, steadied himself as he hovered above the ground, raised his sword high, confidently noting that strength appeared to be waning. Number 0 becomes aware of the fading power of the artifact. Realizing his protection is slipping away, he quickly searches for a way to shield himself from danger. Meanwhile, the boys got ready to demonstrate the techniques of Hinoki's signature single sword style. They combine their energy into a single force. Together, they deliver a powerful strike that slices directly through the core of number 0's being. A sudden, intense flash of light erupted. A thick blanket of it spreads over the whole forest. When the blast faded away, its body was at last released from its confines. The move demonstrated moments ago was called the cut-off sword technique. The blade cut deeper than flesh, reaching beyond the physical form. The impact touches the very core of a person's being. The technique could also be executed without the need for a real blade. Number Zero twisted in pain, shocked that their assault had actually injured his very soul. His body was left abandoned, gradually began to recover his awareness, hurries in his direction, her expression clearly showing how relieved she feels. At the same time, experiences a sense of relief washing over him, as if a heavy burden has suddenly disappeared. He seemed to feel that his older brother was coming back, as if he could sense his presence nearby. As soon as touches down, wraps her arms tightly around him, pulling him close in an embrace, offers him a sincere and welcoming smile. Right as the pair clasped hands, without warning, a vivid blaze erupted from the center of his hand. Taken aback by the unexpected outburst, a sudden thought crosses his mind, making him question whether Number Zero might still linger within him. At that moment, as he recalled the perilous artifact, he urgently shouted at, urging her to escape. It was already beyond the point of return. As Berserk life triggered, an intense and dazzling light swept over everything, swallowing the whole area in its brilliance. The entire crowd stands frozen in shock at the sight before them. Soon notices that Number Zero intends to take control of Spotty. When the burst of light exploded and the swirling dust slowly faded away, glanced at the boy, a growing sense of unease telling her that something was off. Calmly reassures everyone that he remains in command of the situation. He had already expected that Number Zero would attempt to possess his body if pushed into a desperate situation, so he made sure to take precautions ahead of time. Despite sharing this reasoning, the group stared in disbelief, realizing that Spotty was now under the control of Number Zero. The boy acknowledges this himself. Within the room, Number Zero radiated a strange and eager anticipation. The sense of triumph grew within him as he realized he now controlled such an extraordinary vessel. He stepped forward and found himself facing a crowd of hundreds of founders, all waiting expectantly for his arrival, prepared to unleash a ruthless assault. Outside, explains with composure that the most perilous location for Number Zero exists within himself. He would be condemned to suffer endlessly, caught in a loop of agony created by the united strength of the founders. With the issue resolved, the boy nonchalantly proposes that everyone return home for the time being. Appeared once more, informed him that his owner had passed away, yet he showed little reaction to the news. His curiosity centers on the reason she chooses to spare his life, expresses her desire to personally guide and look after him. She decided to teach him, taking him on as her apprentice. At the same time, and the others made their way back, bringing along with them. Mikado welcomes him with a brisk nod. A fist halted inches before making contact with his face. He received a somewhat playful greeting upon his return, but was quickly pulled into another assignment that involved looking for any leftover Number Zero hideouts across England. With ongoing care aiding her recovery, slowly regains her strength. As she starts to feel better, she experiences a touching moment together with the girls. A sense of relief settles over everyone now that everything has come to an end. They felt nothing but gratitude for their grandmother's return. On a nearby rooftop, and sat together, unwinding while they discussed the losses they had witnessed. Richard's helicopter appeared on the horizon, catching everyone's attention as it drew nearer. They understand that this calm is only temporary. They chose to make the most of the peaceful moment before anything changed. Everyone in the squad, along with the captains, felt a wave of relief wash over them now that had returned. Their attention is fixed solely on him, yet behind the scenes, the others remained unaware of what was happening. Without warning, the boy loses his balance and falls to the ground. He slipped into a profound coma, leaving little hope that he would ever regain consciousness. As he suddenly crumples to the ground, the crowd hurries over in bewilderment, unable to understand why he has fallen when every one of his injuries has already vanished. In the midst of the group, is struck by an odd sensation of recognition, as though he has encountered this feeling in the past. She begins to question whether the person lying there is actually Carnegie. To the astonishment of everyone present, the founder's spirit gracefully separates from her own body and with serene composure begins to present herself. The group stood in shock, coming to the sudden realization that the famed founder from all the stories was actually standing in front of them. Clarified that exposing their presence had never been intended, yet the situation had forced her hand, leaving her with no alternative. Her face grows solemn as she explains her request, seeking assistance from someone who has a close relationship with to help guide him home. At the same time, within the depths of his mind, rests serenely amidst a meadow filled with blooming flowers. After some time had passed, began browsing through his phone. He finds a video message that recorded before he passed away. In the recording, reveals that he had expected to lose his life while assisting his friend, but he felt calm and accepting of that choice. He comforted, insisting that shouldn't hold himself responsible, and emphasizing that the events weren't really his fault. At that moment, Number Zero had taken command of his body. As watched the touching message, a wave of emotion washed over her. His friends soon cheered him up by asking him to come along and play a game of baseball with them. At the same time, inside the everlasting hut, the television displayed a news segment declaring that the individual behind the recent chaos had been officially pronounced dead following her defeat by the American-Japanese Navy. The explanation had been invented solely to prevent the public from discovering the truth about the prophecies, and it was I.O. who had devised this cover story. Although Richard felt a hint of irritation, He accepted the plan because losing was not an option. They relied on survival to help protect the world from danger. He was willing to operate unseen, hidden away from the light if that was what it took. Outside, a group of boys enjoyed a game of baseball. Mikado playfully mocked, making light of how had fallen from being the world's strongest to becoming a complete mess. The group thought it would be best for him to remain out of sight because his appearance was too noticeable, and nodded in agreement. A few moments passed before Mikado delivered a fierce blow, sending the ball flying with impressive force. However, manages to snatch it without any trouble. As he managed the task with ease, the group felt reassured, realizing that his strength was finally beginning to return. With determination, made his way to the ICU where the anti-prophecy team was stationed. Upon spotting him, couldn't hide her shock, but she and the others wasted no time updating him about its current state. His breaths grew more shallow with each passing moment, and no matter how hard they tried, even the most powerful healing abilities failed to halt his worsening condition. Fully aware of the seriousness of the moment, moves ahead and offers to do everything in his power to help save the person in need. While he continues, makes a sudden appearance. The explanation revealed that the boy had sacrificed his own vitality in exchange for that overwhelming burst of strength. With those words, an unforeseen series of events unfolded around him as an adversary suddenly stepped in. The entire group stood frozen, stunned by what they had just heard. The boy stood bewildered, slowly coming to understand that he was now separated from the others. He stands by himself amidst a wide field brimming with blossoms, encircled on all sides by majestic, looming mountains. He struggled to understand what was happening. In the distance, he spots an unusual figure clutching a dark, squid-shaped being. The mysterious figure, exuding a sense of calm, extends an offer to assist him in freeing himself from the burden of the crest of nothingness that clings to his body. The statement struck him with the force of a sudden storm, rendering him motionless and stunned by shock. Suddenly, the mood in the room changed completely, catching everyone off guard. Dimensional rifts started to split open in the space surrounding him. The figure's shape contorted, stretching into a nightmarish shadow. From within its face, innumerable monstrous eyes emerged, all fixed in an unblinking, terrifying gaze. The presence revealed itself as a collection of entities, explaining that they were responsible for creating prophecies, and were also the very forces fated to bring about the world's end, known as the clusters of destruction. Rayon conveyed all the details to the group, and as they listened, shock washed over every member. She explains that the clusters are entities originating from a different dimension, and their existence is tied to the enigmatic towers that appeared 3 centuries earlier. She believed that these beings represented the most formidable adversaries humanity had ever faced. Only those marked with the insignia of emptiness possessed the strength to confront them. Much like it done, Carnegie's body was gradually succumbing to the influence of the clusters, which had begun to corrupt him from within. Urgently told his friends that they had to get everyone out before time ran out. The group remained uncertain, unable to grasp what was being asked of them. Despite their confusion, encouraged everyone to place their trust and their very souls in her hands. Believing what she said, they obeyed her instructions and rested their hands on his body. Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded from the center of emptiness. The energy radiated outward, drawing everyone into its luminous embrace as it surged through their bodies. Cautioned that the situation held great peril, as the cluster's assaults possessed the power to break a person's soul. Her knees hit the ground as her voice quivers, begging them to rescue, believing it is humanity's only hope. Observing how desperate she was, the group expressed their unwavering support, showing that they believed was a leader worth sacrificing everything to protect. No matter the circumstances, they would enter without hesitation. When the channeling ends, a brilliant light surrounds everyone, overwhelming them with its intensity. Upon entering, is confronted by an unusual sight. The clusters are displaying the story of his whole life right in front of him. Many dismissed it as just another typical tale of reincarnation. The entity discloses that they possess the power to determine what will happen next. From a different dimension, an entity watched the actions and lives of humans unfold. According to the prediction, humanity is on the verge of mastering space exploration. Within just a few centuries, they could even travel into alternate dimensions. Despite this, the clusters insist that whenever humans meet a different species, in the same way they once did long ago, these beings now return, spreading chaos and devastation wherever they go. This time, the clusters were determined to alter the situation. Their plan was to eliminate humanity before anyone else and reshape the future according to the visions revealed in their prophecies. After taking in everything that was said, the boy's anger boiled over. He continued to wonder why the entity, despite knowing what would happen, chose not to intervene and prevent the conflict. The man responded with a wild, unsettling laugh that echoed through the room. They insisted that their ultimate fate would be destruction at the hands of an awakener, similar to a person who carries the mark of emptiness. He successfully conveys his message, illustrating how people instinctively fear whatever poses a danger to them. The clusters struggled desperately, each one determined to endure and persist against the odds. He remarks with icy detachment that bearing the mark of emptiness should logically be removed removed for the group's safety. With a tone that bordered on ridicule, he brought up number 0, labeling him as someone naive enough to think he was their equal, and firmly stated that handing over the artifact to him had been the correct decision. Upon realizing the truth, the boy's eyes grew wide with disbelief, as he understood that this entity was responsible for all the mysterious artifacts surfacing around the globe. The man thinks back on each instance when an awakener disrupted their schemes before, yet he insists to himself that this will be the final confrontation. Without hesitation, he directs his squid-shaped beast to advance. The creature extended its tentacles, coiling them firmly around and holding him captive without any chance to escape. Within seconds, the boy found himself tightly restrained, fighting desperately against the suffocating hold, while the group jeered at him, hungry to witness his demise. Within the realm of consciousness, assumed command, skillfully directing his team as they navigated the ever-changing landscape. She clarified that the founders were unable to participate in the fight because abilities were still restrained, yet she assured everyone she would guide them directly to him. As the group moved along her trail, they observed memories drifting around them, scenes of his time with the founders, his battles with numerous foes, and most notably, the strong connection he shared with his team. In particular, never left his side, offering constant companionship. Before long, the group arrives at a shadowy, abandoned place. On the grounds, a giant squid towered above, keeping him trapped in its grasp. Upon witnessing their captain in peril, the squad immediately springs into action, rushing forward as one and releasing their unique abilities with full force. The giant squid steadied itself before hurling its enormous tentacles at the squad, who quickly retaliated with swift attacks of their own. A deafening blast erupted, causing the dark realm to tremble violently. At the same time, events were unfolding on the ground level, hovered on the brink of being swallowed whole by the twisting mass of tentacles surrounding her. As his awareness started slipping away, he realized that surrendering to unconsciousness at this moment would mean the end of everything. His body convulsed with intense force, growing weaker as his strength faded. Outside, and the rest of the anti-prophecy team worked desperately to keep alive, knowing that any harm that befalls him will also endanger everyone linked to him by their souls. Within the room, the color gradually drains from his figure. In a sudden moment, it broke apart into innumerable pieces. A jolt reverberated through the air outside, while his heartbeat gradually grew weaker. It appears as though he is on the verge of dying, right when the cluster starts to savor its victory, convinced it has guaranteed its survival by removing the last true danger. A subtle fracture forms across the surface of its shadowy barrier. A sudden flash of light illuminated the area as squad appeared, their shouts echoing as they searched for him. Their sudden appearance sparked a renewed sense of energy inside him. Energy surged through his veins, triggering the gradual restoration of his body. He was taken aback when he noticed his friends standing beside him. The initial shock swiftly transforms into a surge of feeling, extends a hand, revealing the worries that have long troubled him. The unwavering resolve of those around him gives him newfound courage. United in purpose, the group promises to stand by him and continue the fight, regardless of the challenges ahead. Feeling a wave of relief and gratitude, expressed his appreciation for their trust in him, despite the hopelessness of their situation. However, their attention quickly returns to the group, who appears to have noticed. The creature goes so far as to bring up her family, talking about both her parents and her sister. The mention of certain names caused her face to cloud over with anger. Her response made it obvious that this creature could be responsible for their disappearance. Meanwhile, the cluster continued to speak incessantly. Carnegie's team had already begun their advance. Even though called out, pleading with them to halt, the group rushed forward without hesitation. Without realizing it, she stepped straight into the snare he had set for her. Without warning, their forms start to break apart, while the corruption within the cluster tears at their very souls, warping and unraveling them. He repeated the terrifying method that had destroyed his family in the past, but now his target was the whole squad. Right as the cluster is on the verge of swallowing them whole, a sudden dazzling light slices through the shadows, forcing him to stop his assault. All eyes shifted in disbelief toward the unexpected commotion. Two figures appeared from above, effortlessly making their way down. They offered relaxed praise to his team, acknowledging how long they had managed to endure. Both individuals bore the insignia and the emblem of the anti-prophecy division, clearly displayed on their hands. Exuding a composed confidence and an unmistakable sense of command, narrowed their eyes, trying to place where they had seen those faces before. However, the memories do not immediately come together. He suddenly remembers hazy memories from his first experiences as a member of his team. The individuals surrounding him had once trained by his side, yet he clearly recalled stories of their retirement from years before. Despite everything, thing. The group now stood in front of him as if they had never been away. The man reveals that his name is Claude. Standing next to him is a woman who, like him, once trained in the anti-prophecy branch and was in the same graduating class as. They had come back to take care of unfinished matters, and the determined glint in their eyes showed that they were fully prepared to enter the battle. The group issued a stern warning to the cluster, demanding that it depart from the boy's mind, and then revealed that was, in fact, the princess of old. Despite the commotion, the girl remains peacefully asleep, holding her stuffed animal close, completely unaware of everything happening around her. When the group saw her in that moment, shock ran through all of them as they finally understood she was royalty. The boy moves nearer, but before he has a chance to understand what is happening, the sleeping beauty expressed her desire for him to rescue their world. He is taken by surprise, despite the odd circumstances. She assures him that his cooperation will earn her assistance in finding a way out of the unfamiliar place. The cluster, having listened to everything, grows impatient and announces that fate is sealed. Her death cannot be avoided. He belittled the all-out race, dismissing them as feeble and viewing them merely as hurdles standing in his way. A thick black substance began oozing from his body, slowly creeping across the ground toward the squad members as they started to fall apart. As the threat closed in on Claude, he swiftly shifted his attention to, signaling her to take action. Still drowsy from sleep, the girl mumbled a reply that sounded like she was offering advance payment for assistance. She unleashes a burst of spark light, causing the black tentacles to freeze in place, suspended in midair. The group stood in stunned silence, their confusion giving way to mounting irritation at the surprising turn of events. At that moment, Claude moves ahead, exuding an air of composure and self-assurance. He approached the group calmly, making no showy gestures. He gently placed his hand on his own forehead. Without warning, the creature dissolves into a cloud of dense, frigid mist. As the cluster began to disappear, it managed to send out one last warning. However, the moment to act had already passed. A wave of shock spread through the crowd as they stared in awe, struggling to process how swiftly the enemy had been defeated. As their injuries slowly started to mend, a wave of relief swept through them. Before anyone has a chance to understand what just occurred, the earth suddenly cracks apart beneath their feet. An intense, dazzling light bursts forth, engulfing them completely, and, in the blink of an eye, they tumbled headfirst into a strange, open area they had never seen before. Appeared utterly at ease, unfazed by the recent events, as she nestled herself comfortably in a corner, looking as if she were simply enjoying a peaceful nap. Claude, in contrast, proposes that they should return to reality. As their forms begin to disappear, received a reminder that others had put their trust and hopes in his abilities. Now, the responsibility rested on his shoulders to demonstrate his worth. As the last message lingered in the air, the world surrounding him faded away, replaced by a brilliant wash of light. As the boy's eyes fluttered open once more, he wakes to discover that he is resting on a bed inside a hospital room. His squad lay dispersed across the area, weary yet still breathing. Seeing this brings a smile to his face. At that moment, rushed into the room, her face showing clear relief upon seeing that he was safe. She clarified that when his team made it back, her healing spell had already worked, saving him from near death. Expressed her gratitude to the other person. She manages to recover swiftly and regain control of the situation. They explained that Grandma I.O. and were still alive thanks to his actions. While their conversation continues, the remaining squad members begin to stir awake one by one. She felt a wave of happiness and relief wash over her as she noticed that he was awake once more. Claude in her present as well. Claude made his signature dramatic entrance, dressed in his flamboyant, feminine style, which immediately caused Sue to glance at him in bewilderment. The uncertainty only deepens after that moment. When opens her eyes completely, she greets, and with surprising composure brings up the vow he made to rescue their world. The rest of the group can only watch in shock, baffled by her words and unsure what she means. She then reveals the shocking truth that the ancient towers on her planet are starting to fall apart. In that moment, the realization struck. Those very towers, standing for 3 centuries, had once fallen to the Founder's triumph. She claimed that the same catastrophe from long ago was happening again, and now the clusters intended to make her world their headquarters for a new invasion. Because of this, she relies on to help her take down all the towers before time runs out. About 6 months earlier mysterious towers started to materialize without warning, unleashing turmoil and devastation throughout the world. The force swept across every land. As witnessed the destruction of her home, a deep sorrow overwhelmed her. Despite her reluctance, she found herself compelled to act. She had no choice but to run away. Before she departed, she promised herself that she would someday come back, accompanied by the one destined to carry the crest of nothingness and rescue her world from destruction. Returning to the present moment, she reveals that a fierce battle for dominance is unfolding across various dimensions, which is the true cause behind the countless bizarre occurrences that have plagued Earth. According to her, planets constantly struggle to gain land, power, and vital materials. Now, this ongoing conflict has expanded to encompass the entire universe. Upon hearing the news, stands frozen in disbelief, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of the revelation. In order to help him grasp the situation more clearly, and Claude combined his power to move the entire team to her. As soon as they reached their destination, the entire day seemed to shift. The entire group is surprised when they come across a lively little town, brimming with activity and excitement. However, when attempts to engage with a resident, her hand moves toward them, but it slips right through as if they aren't really there. At that moment, reveals to the group that the scenes unfolding before them are nothing more than an elaborate illusion. An ancient artifact possessed the power to rebuild memories from the past. Despite everything, the air remains lively and welcoming. Around the town, his face appears on enormous posters, all announcing her soon-to-be coronation. She gestured toward her distant castle. The group stared in awe, struggling to comprehend what lay before them. The enormous place sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, appearing almost unreal, as if it belonged in a dream. Carnegie gazes at the scene with admiration, struck by the vividness that brings everything to life. Simply instructs the others to continue observing. In the next instant, the sky contorted and split open as fractures in reality appeared overhead. Through these jagged openings, countless towers plummeted down toward the earth. The squad looked on in terror. Among them, immediately realized that these were the infamous towers of destruction. Without warning, the towers plummeted to the earth with the force of missiles, sending the surroundings into utter turmoil. Across the landscape, bursts of fire erupted, rapidly engulfing everything in their path. A chilling layer of ice spread relentlessly, covering everything it encountered. Destruction swept through the city, while terrified citizens cried out in fear. In just a few moments, the bustling town transforms into a terrifying spectacle, leaving every person motionless and stunned by the sudden horror. A piercing, sorrowful cry resounded throughout the castle halls. His voice rang out, filled with desperation and confusion as she pleaded for her people, unable to understand the reasons behind their sufferings. Team hears the desperate screams, each one a reminder of how the shadows are destroying innocent people. The suffering and confusion around them make it seem as if they've walked straight into a nightmare brought to life. Longed to offer comforting words, yet nothing escaped her lips. Silence filled the space where her voice should have been. Softly revealed that each night, her dreams were haunted by the same recurring nightmare. She witnessed her people being mercilessly killed by clusters, and everything she had tried so hard to defend was reduced to nothing but ashes. They observed everything as it happened. At last grasps the meaning behind what the founders once said. Their motivation for bringing down the towers extended beyond a simple desire for power. Their purpose was to seek justice for the powerless and oppose anyone who destroyed all that stood before them. At that moment, the full significance of the situation finally dawned on them. The boy softly rests his hand on shoulder, offering her silent comfort. He assured her with calm resolve that they were prepared to rescue her world from the same darkness that had devastated it before. The boy gently rested his hand on her shoulder. The emblem on his chest started to emit a bright light. He stood tall, the collective strength of every founder behind him shining through his presence. He spoke with a steady resolve, instructing the group to prepare themselves for the upcoming performance. Within moments, the group leaves the realm of memories behind and divides themselves between two separate cars. Led his team in the first group, while Aryan joined the others in the second group. Within the vehicle, sat restrained by chains to his seat, raising his voice as he insisted on being given a break. He grumbles about how they had barely finished rescuing before being tasked with saving a whole planet. His irritation deepens upon discovering that Superintendent I.O. committed to the mission before understanding all the details. However, before he has the chance to continue his outburst, fixes him with a cold, piercing stare that immediately sends a shiver down his spine. He immediately fell silent, but the irritation remained obvious in his expression. Earlier in the day, made a trip to see the founders. They expressed regret that they hadn't been able to assist when the fight with the cluster took place, especially held herself responsible, convinced that her own technique had put at risk. Despite her concerns, comforted her by explaining that her unique ability had been crucial in overcoming before. Once the matter was resolved, she encouraged the group to direct their attention toward their upcoming goal, rescuing's home world. Carnegie wondered aloud about the methods they had previously used to deal with clusters. The majority responded by explaining that their strategy was to keep attacking repeatedly until they succeeded. Puzzled by the absence of any clear plan, glanced over at. Someone clarified that the most effective way to protect themselves was to go on the attack. The group realized they had to take action against Owlet before time ran out. The idea continued to leave them in disbelief. Received instructions to begin her journey at the Mausoleum of Founders, the very site where their paths had originally crossed. Claimed that a huge portal machine was concealed in that location, and it had the power to transport them directly to where they needed to go. In the present moment, as the squad's convoy drew near the location, a dazzling shaft of light was already visible, slicing racing through the sky above them. Unexpectedly, astonishes everyone by disclosing that the portal allows them immediate access to every planet connected to it. Typically, a trip like this would span several weeks and involve changing transports across far-off planets. Learning that a machine could bypass all these steps and deliver them instantly to their destination left the whole team in disbelief. While they struggled to come to terms with the news, abruptly gestured toward the distant horizon. Hundreds of clusters began to gather around the radiant beam, leaving the entire group standing motionless, stunned by the incredible sight. Stays composed, remembering a time when Hinoi talked about the sleeping monster he had encountered. A battle that had taken place in the tower long ago had also involved a kind of cluster. The activation of the portal appeared to draw a response from the creatures. As the clusters assembled into enormous swarms, a sudden shift occurs within, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from deep within him. Filled with a sudden surge of excitement, he drew upon the strength of Hinoi and sprang out of the vehicle. As he himself to unleash his powerful attack, known as the 10,000 slash, anticipation filled the air. He notices standing next to him, prepared to fight. He was resolved to atone for the errors he had made before, appeared anxious to vent his pent-up frustration in the upcoming battle, nodded, silently directing to steer the vehicle directly toward the looming mass of monsters ahead. The once separate clusters had merged into one, creating a huge, twisting monster shaped like a tentacle and made up of countless intertwined creatures. Rather than being afraid, is filled with exhilaration. His sword catches the light, and a reckless smile spreads across his face as he stands ready for what comes next. He prepared himself to unleash his full strength, determined to cut down anything that stood before him. Fueled by excitement, the boy mimicked Hinoi's method and successfully parted the cloud. The character hurled the object directly at the enormous creature covered in tentacles. The explosion rips through the creature with ease, leaving it defenseless. The unexpected turn of events left the entire group in disbelief. More than anyone else, struggled to comprehend the overwhelming force unleashed by that attack. The force appeared to have grown more powerful than it was previously. Hinoi himself acknowledged that the energy had a new and unusual quality this time. He cast a perceptive glance toward, silently inquiring about how he was feeling at that moment. The group raced quickly toward the scene of the upcoming battle. The group charged forward, smashing aside any smaller creatures that dared to stand in their way. The situation intensified as an enormous beast suddenly materialized right before their eyes. Pressed down hard on the gas pedal, relying on the pair of fighters positioned on the vehicle's hood to confront the threat. He gripped his sword with unwavering determination, remembered the countless hours he spent training, shaped by Hinoi's unique methods. With every incision, the process continued. Each movement, each experience that molded his character. As soon as he unsheathes his sword, the atmosphere sizzles with energy. With one rapid swing, he lunges ahead, cutting through all the monsters before them and leaving each one neatly severed in two. Not long after, and had both regained their health, made her way to the everlasting hut, seeking a conversation with Io. They talked together about the prophecy book called the Gita, a secret that number 0 had concealed for ages, proving almost impossible for anyone to understand. In spite of their conversations, dissatisfaction with his own actions was plain on his face, and he struggled to conceal it. He continued to bear the overwhelming burden of guilt for taking the lives of his own people, while he was manipulated by the enemy. Unexpectedly, Io found themselves at a loss, unable to offer any definite solution for easing the pain. Slaps during the fight had brought about the devastating outcome. Even so, encouraged him to persevere, suggesting that he could find redemption by continuing to face new challenges in combat. He realized it was time to leave his past behind and move forward into what lay ahead. Io's words continued to linger in his thoughts, pressed on with a fresh sense of resolve, seeking hope even in the midst of his letdown and searching for significance within his hardships. While the conflict continued to intensify around him, his attention was drawn to groups rapidly converging on the vehicles. He raises his voice, urgently instructing those around him to shield the people within the building from harm. Sprang into action without hesitation. He noticed a car racing directly in his direction. With remarkable speed, activated his turbulence skill, causing the vehicle to soar high above the ground and out of danger's reach. Stared in astonishment, marveling at how skillfully applied a combat move, not to attack, but to shield others from harm. Feeling motivated, decided to contribute by conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped the car. The energy of the spell is reversed. Transforming the attack, the character used it as an offensive maneuver, enclosing several groups within a glowing orb. With a sudden force, the figure drove them down into the earth. All those in the audience, founders among them, watched with admiration as the pair collaborated flawlessly. Unlike the others, appears frozen with fear as a massive, serpentine horde of tangled creatures hurtles directly toward their group. Remains composed, quietly appreciating how much has matured and how well she manages her abilities. The pair instantly coordinate their strikes, moving in perfect harmony. Attacks landed on the enormous beasts from either side, and the force of the impact ripped through the creature, unleashing shockwaves that rippled over the entire battlefield. The people erupted in joyful joyful applause, while swirling winds formed a protective barrier around them. With the monsters defeated and the townspeople out of danger, the squad pressed forward, heading to their next location, the resting place built to honor the original founders. At the same time, under the highway, a solitary person observed the fight as it played out. Who served as the mausoleum's protector, let a grateful smile spread across her face, feeling immense relief that everyone remained safe even after all the turmoil. As he turned the pages of his book, he recites an ancient prophecy that predicts and his companions will one day arrive at the temple, gazed at Carnegie's shining crest far away, and quietly hoped that he would watch over the world, just as the founder had done long ago. After some time, the group arrives at the mausoleum, where the Guardian awaits to welcome them. He offers a courteous introduction, yet the group feels a wave of surprise wash over them as they discover the true nature of his occupation. Shared that his family had looked after the mausoleum for many generations, dedicating themselves to its protection much like monks guarding a sacred place. The whole building shimmered and throbbed with an eerie energy, making it obvious that something unusual was happening. While the team gathered to talk about the bizarre event, unease spread among them. Stopped in his tracks, caught off guard as addressed him using his full name, noticed the uncertainty in his expression, and offered a gentle smile, recalling for him that they had once played together years ago among the shelves of the mausoleum's library. The recollection arrives without warning. Carnegie eventually realizes who the young man is and brings up the topic of his father. At this, his face relaxes slightly, but he dismisses the inquiry without giving a real answer. He gestured for them to accompany him as he descended the staircase. At first, the squad shows uncertainty, shared information from an old book, revealing that the staircase descended straight to a secret portal concealed underneath the temple. He assured everyone that he would lead them safely all the way down. During their childhood, and often passed countless hours together in the library, spent time immersed in the cherished tales his father had always enjoyed telling. Among the collection, a book titled The Crest of Nothingness caught their attention, its enigmatic nature intriguing them deeply. Cherished the times when their father shared stories about the founders, as those moments became some of his most treasured memories from childhood. Back in the present, softly confides that he lost his father recently. He lost his life protecting the mausoleum from thieves, and among those intruders was a creature similar to the monsters had recently battled. Despite the hunter's success in defeating the beast, his father could no longer be saved. Upon hearing this, comes to understand that the clusters were likely attracted by the residual energy left behind by the crest of nothingness. A trap had been set close to the temple, and his father had become an unsuspecting victim, caught up in the chaos. A surge of guilt sweeps through, softly assured him that he was not responsible for what had happened, making it clear that the clusters were truly at fault. Noticing the somber atmosphere, swiftly steered the conversation in a new direction. A subtle smile played on his lips as he revealed that his father's family once held great admiration for the founders. The connection ran so deep that marriage linked their family to this alliance meant spent his childhood in a household ruled by strictness and emotional distance, a setting that molded him into the composed and quiet individual he has become. While their conversation goes on, the group finally reaches the entrance that marks the way to the innermost section of the mausoleum. As the massive doors slowly swing open with a loud groan, radiant light suddenly flooded the entire chamber, illuminating every corner with its brilliance. All eyes, with most transfixed, remain rooted to the spot, captivated by the astonishing sight before them. A gigantic portal appeared, its energy twisting and flowing in luminous, liquid-like waves, revealed that the portal had come into existence because of the united strength of the crest of nothingness. Before anyone could become too swept up in the excitement, attention shifted back to the founders themselves. Hinoi redirected the group's attention, emphasizing the importance of concentrating on their mission to rescue the planet. Gave a determined nod and moved closer, preparing to trigger the portal's magic. Meanwhile, clarified that, since only awakeners could use their crests to unlock the teleport, he would remain on his side to keep the portal steady. As prepares to step inside, came to a sudden halt. Tears began to fill his eyes as he looked ahead. He asked to seek revenge for his father, knowing he was unable to fight on his own. Gripped hand with determination, vowing to overcome each and every one of their foes. They planned to find the clusters and ensure they faced consequences for their actions. The group's promise lingered unspoken as they moved forward into the shimmering portal. Instantly, brilliant light swallowed them, drawing them swiftly along a torrent of energy. They flew through the air, heading straight for. Feels an unwavering resolve swell within him, knowing that this battle is about more than protecting a world. It is his chance to honor a lost friend through vengeance. They aim to bring a final stop to the fear caused by the clusters. In what seemed like mere moments, the squad materialized on the surface surface of the planet Owlet, their teleportation complete. However, the scene before them is completely different from the stunning location had envisioned in her dream. The towers had devastated the whole world, leaving nothing but destruction behind, and now even her once grand palace had fallen into the hands of those loathsome clusters. A surge of anger swept through everyone, however, could sense the overwhelming fury radiating from within. A surge of the founder's emotions welled up within him as he took in the ruins surrounding him, experiences an unexpected jolt of surprise. Despite everything that had been ruined, she realizes that some people remain concealed, managing to survive in secret. While they searched for their next course of action, they suddenly become aware that a threat is rapidly drawing near to where they are. Princess didn't hesitate for a moment. She darted ahead of the crowd, determined to reach the survivors and rescue them. Upon witnessing her sudden entrance, the squad quickly makes the decision to go after her. At the same time, within the refugee camp, the people gathered together. They are facing difficulties because they do not have enough food. Despite the dismal atmosphere and the harsh realities of their daily lives, everyone clung to a fragile hope that the princess would one day come back. Everyone is stunned when the princess suddenly makes an entrance. Without wasting a moment, the character expressed regret for arriving late to help. Despite her apology, the survivors' expressions brighten with happiness. The crowd began to cheer and shout words of admiration in her honor. Some emotions began to well up inside her. She was aware that she had left them behind in the past. She confidently declares her return and assures everyone that she will personally ensure their safety from now on. At the very moment, she offered them the hope they so desperately needed. A massive cluster worm quietly approaches from behind her, unnoticed. Fortunately, the mages arrive just in time to save the day. The worm became encased in ice, halted in its tracks without any chance to move, delivered a powerful kick, showing no hesitation in his attack. Afterwards, each of them swiftly merged their own unique elements together. Magic surged forth, striking the monster and filling the air with a brilliant, thunderous burst of light. Its face lit up with happiness. They make a public declaration, letting everyone know that these individuals stand as their formidable supporters. As the survivors gazed on, their faces lit up with admiration and a newfound sense of hope. The squad felt inspired and pushed themselves to go above and beyond in their efforts to offer assistance. As that sensation begins to take hold, Carnegie becomes aware of something that sends a shiver down his spine. An armored knight sat atop a horse, enveloped on all sides by a menacing, shadowy aura. Stopped in her tracks, immediately realizing that the man before her was her brother. Regrettably, the clusters appeared to have tainted him. Black, viscous liquid oozed from the prince's eyes, casting a disturbing image that was both shocking and unsettling. Yet even in the face of this corrupted figure, prepared himself, determined to face whatever challenge intended to bring. At the same time, events were unfolding within the palace walls. Parents, tainted by corruption, sat down to a dinner that was unsettlingly revolting. They spent their days anticipating the moment their daughter would finally come home for a long-awaited family reunion. Stood outside, greeting his sister as she returned home. His unexpected appearance left the whole squad in utter disbelief. Claude noticed the concern etched on their faces and hurried to clarify that the same creatures responsible for invading the land were now taking control of Spotty. The creatures relied on this approach to swiftly seize control and establish their dominance. Quickly understands that these creatures are not merely copying the cluster's techniques. Instead, they are taking control of the rulers' bodies to carry out their own vile agenda. Openly admitted his involvement, expressing pride in belonging to their group, and asserted that it gave him a sense of strength far greater than what he felt as an ordinary, powerless human. Wearing a sinister grin, he directed his threat at, hinting that she should join their ranks as well. He extended the same invitation to the entire squad, proposing that they unite with him to take control of the planet. Despite the villain's wild laughter echoing through the air, suddenly streaked forward in a burst of speed, closing the distance between them in an instant. Without hesitation, he pressed his sword against throat. Upon witnessing the situation, Hinoi decides to let discover on his own the true nature of the adversary confronting him. Without hesitation, the boy unleashed a thunderbolt attack aimed directly at its horse. He proceeded to strike his opponent using the techniques of the Hinoi sword style. Stared in disbelief as he realized that spear remained completely unscathed, despite the force of the spell he had just cast against it. Swiftly collected himself and responded by unleashing his cluster of tentacles in defense. Noticed the tentacles reaching for the group, realizing that any contact would cancel out their magic. Quickly takes the next action. He absorbed energy from a nearby tower of destruction to recharge himself, then unleashed a lightning spell of his own against. When their swords collided, the boy sensed the powerful force radiating from his opponent. Because he once served as a lineage knight and now carried the prince's spear. The weapon possessed remarkable durability. As the mage founder observed the ongoing battle, it became clear to him that wielded the power of lightning. Despite everything, they have unwavering faith in their own son. At the moment the prince lunges forward, the boy activates the seal of truth on his blade. The effect instantly cancels out every trace of his lightning. His reaction made it clear that this action had completely taken him by surprise. Despite everything, he continues to push forward. He rapidly prepared his spell once more. The clash of their two weapons echoed through the air as they struck against each other. A powerful shockwave surged outward, toppling every tower that stood nearby. Despite the intensity of the battle, neither combatant showed any signs of injury. The prince, overtaken by a mysterious force, prepared himself to rush forward once more. He suddenly became aware of the massive, shadowy squid perched on the palace as it started to emit a glowing light. Recognizing that his mother was the one calling, stepped away from the fight to answer her, even though the confrontation was still ongoing. A sudden streak of light darted in the direction of the palace. The character then suggested that the others join the battle at that new location. The boy's attention is drawn to something else as well. Both of his parents stood side by side at the window, gazing outside. Someone was obviously anticipating their arrival. At the same time, the creators have prepared themselves for the final showdown, urging the young boy forward to launch an attack on the castle. Prior to the cluster invasion, the palace thrived with tranquility and affection, enjoyed the devotion of a family who cherished her, embracing every oddity that made her unique. She constantly felt tired, sometimes nodding off in the middle of meals at the table. Her father merely dismissed her concerns with a chuckle, brushing them aside as typical childhood behavior. His mother frequently smiled, recognizing familiar traits of her own reflected in her daughter. She learned swordsmanship from, renowned as one of his finest. Despite her tendency to be lazy, rarely showed much drive when it came to her studies. Her mother dreamed that she would one day become queen, but herself felt no desire to take the throne. All she really wished for was a chance to relax and enjoy peaceful naps. Rather than claiming the throne for herself, she urged her brother to become the ruler. However, he understood that their family's traditions favored women as leaders, and he had unwavering faith in her abilities. He frequently reassured her that, regardless of what happened, she was destined to become an exceptional queen in the future. Unlike others, his greatest wish was simply to have her brother close to her. The connection they shared was deep, powerful, and sincerely heartfelt. Currently, it seemed as though everything was coming undone. Once departs, the group gradually relaxes, letting their guard down. The boy looked over at, seeking her guidance on what they should do next, hesitated, believing that it was the captain's responsibility to make that decision. However, maintained that the final decision belonged to, reminding her that it was her own family they were about to confront. A heavy realization settles over them as the consequences of that choice become clear. Reflects on the many individuals who have endured pain as a result of recent events. At last, she makes up her mind to face her family within the walls of the castle. When the group reached the towering gates, an eerie sensation, as if the air itself had come alive, began to ripple around them. While the castle's halls brimmed with an unexplainable tension, everyone struggled to make sense of the unusual atmosphere that enveloped the ancient walls. His eyes catch something unexpected. A large, imposing person kept watch by the entrance, and Claude stared in disbelief as they realized Carol stood before them. The person who had once taught them the art of swordsmanship stood before them, now entirely overtaken by the dark substance. In spite of the darkness that had overtaken him, he is still able to identify the princess. Without any warning, he suddenly lunged directly toward. They loudly demanded that everyone clear the way. Upon noticing that his family remained motionless in place, amused at first by the disorder before them, the founder's expressions shifted as irritation began to build within them. Insisted on seizing authority over, determined to put a stop to the chaos once and for all. At the same time, moves ahead and requests approval to take action. Silently nods, fully aware that she must battle to protect her people. Reacted quickly, summoning the magic of her spell. Carol suddenly found herself confined within a chilling ring, where icy light formed an unbreakable barrier around her. The boy shifted and took on his Hinoi form. His energy surged around him as he advanced, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With a swift and forceful strike, he defeats their old instructor, bringing the fight to a sudden close. In that moment, he releases the signature move known as the diced slash. Carol was divided into innumerable small cubes. As the teacher's form started to crumble away, his weakening voice reached out to the princess. He remarked with a playful tone that it had been some time since he had needed to pursue her for missing her swordsmanship lessons. Gazed at him with gentle eyes, lifting her hand in preparation to bring his pain to an end. Just before the young woman begins her incantation, the man makes a last request, pleading with her to protect their homeland. She nods softly, silently promising to do as he asks. A surge of icy magic from her spark-light spell swept over him, encasing his remnants in solid frost. He passed away quietly, finding peace in his final moments. As observed the scene, she came to the heartbreaking understanding that anyone claimed by the cluster was lost forever, unable to ever become who they once were. From the terrace above, his family quietly into the castle, their faces set with icy detachment. Immediately commands the squad to advance without hesitation. Before stepping through the castle's entrance, he raised his sword and aimed a powerful strike at the enormous black squid standing watch. The surge of energy immediately breaks apart, vanishing without a trace. The squad stares in disbelief, watching as it behaves just like a protective barrier. Moving ahead would be impossible unless it was broken first. Moves forward to address the problem, asking Hinoi for permission to take charge. She points out that the unguarded, open gate gives her a perfect chance to target the throne chamber without any obstacles. She assumes command of the situation. She looks too, hoping to gain some understanding about the enormous squid. He explained that the creature possessed the ability to detect danger nearby and could accelerate the hatching of its offspring in response. Upon hearing the mention of hatchlings, the team reacts with immediate concern, swiftly clarifies that the towers draw power from the planet and combine it with living creatures, resulting in strange and distorted beings. Cautioned the group that the creatures possess the ability to fuse with any person present, including himself, and their main concern is to break through the barrier and eliminate everyone inside before anything else can occur. When the boy entered the vast grand castle hall, he noticed that was already there, waiting for his arrival. A powerful energy seemed to surround him, making his presence almost overwhelming. Hinoi himself, steeling his mind to assume command. Before she has a chance to act, steps in and cuts her off. He quietly implied that, since their opponent specialized in spears, he was the best choice to take them on. He believed that even without an actual spear in hand, his determination alone would be sufficient for the battle. Swiftly seizes command of Spotty. At the exact moment lunges ahead. Lightning surged along his weapon, sending out sharp electric sparks. In a swift motion, snatches a flagpole from nearby and swiftly reshapes it into an improvised spear, using it to confront's attack without hesitation. The force rattles the entire hall, yet remains completely unfazed. All eyes remained fixed in disbelief as he halted assault with remarkable ease, leaving everyone rooted to the spot in shock. Cannot believe what he is seeing, sensing an abrupt change in the mood surrounding the boy. His horse starts to shake with fear, could feel the immense force of the now inhabiting his body. The opening chapter in every founder's biography recounts the tale of the spear founders and their initial confrontation on the battlefield. Centuries in the past, an enormous conflict erupted between opposing factions. The individual battled on, driven solely by the longing to go back to a calm and secure home. Within the group stood a powerful warrior known as Shimmer, whose imposing presence matched the enormous spear he wielded, an intimidating weapon towering 3 times taller than himself. The group's leader hoped his troops would make it through and safely find their way back home. Beneath the surface, he understood that most people would not return. In search of direction, he approached, hoping to receive some helpful counsel. Had appeared unexpectedly, having just made it out of an unlivable forest before joining the group. He expressed a clear desire for the conflict to be over. He made it clear to everyone that the foe confronting them showed no mercy. They left nothing but ruin behind them, setting fires and ending lives wherever they went. These were the very attackers responsible for the destruction of his home. This fight represented his opportunity to finally stop the chaos for good. Upon hearing those words, the leader gestured in the direction of a far-off location. Behind enemy lines, a mountain rose in the distance. The opposing general remained upright, his figure framed by the banner fluttering above him. He explained to that overcoming that particular general would bring the war to a close. However, he was interrupted before he managed to finish his thought. Had already disappeared. In an instant, everything changed. He dashed across the battlefield, breaking through the enemy's defenses so quickly they barely saw him coming. They disappeared into their headquarters. A short time passed. He made his way back with a composed demeanor. The statement was made that the general had passed away. Before long, the soldiers became aware of the disorder erupting around them. A wave of movement swept across the enemy camp. As the truth of the recent events settled in, understanding dawned on them. The leader peered through his telescope, carefully observing the scene beyond. He could hardly believe his eyes, seeing the general actually defeated and lying on the ground. In a fleeting moment, the fight was over. Astonishingly, there was just a single recorded loss, which many considered nothing short of miraculous. Once the conflict ended, made his way back into the woods, the young boy lay quietly on his wolf mother's lap, offering comfort by letting her know their home was secure once more. Yet, at the very moment tranquility appeared attainable, without any warning, the sky suddenly grew dark. The Tower of Destruction crashed down from the sky, wiping out all in its path. The forest vanished, and with it the home that had known. In the present day, remains motivated by the unwavering resolve that had inspired him in earlier times. He felt an intense longing to make those responsible for his family's ruin pay for what they had done. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the group continued ascending the tower, determined to complete their mission. Prepared himself, determined to confront directly, overwhelmed by intense anger, summoned the full force of his lightning storm domain, filling the area with crackling energy. The whole hall erupted with bursts of dazzling light, and the deafening sound of thunder filled the air. Observes with a composed demeanor, quietly amazed at how fast and powerful his abilities proved to be. Beneath his calm exterior, memories pressed heavily on his mind. The many blameless people, the cluster had claimed it. He was not alone in bearing that burden. Each founder carried with them a unique history and their own hidden wounds. There were those who found their strength by placing the blame on their own shoulders, electing to stay within the founder's mausoleum. The crew continued their search, patiently anticipating the arrival of the individual destined to lead them. A crest formed out of pure emptiness began to materialize. At this moment, became the one to carry that responsibility. Paused to reflect, offering a quiet gratitude to the boy in his thoughts before turning his attention back to the ongoing fight. Now completely infused with the strength of his domain, the character moved with a speed that rivaled a flash of lightning. With lethal accuracy, the attack surged toward, just as he himself to attack, lunged forward with astonishing speed and thrust his spear directly through him. With one powerful strike, the battle came to an abrupt end. The founders held nothing but intense hatred for the cluster. Every individual among them yearned for an opportunity to fight back, desperate to let go of the frustration and hurt they had kept inside. Realizing what needed to be done, quietly made a vow to ensure they would have that chance. As strength ebbed away, a gentle calm washed over his features. In his last breath, a sense of tranquility settled upon him. He looked ahead and realized that the spearman standing before him possessed a skill, an honor that surpassed anything he had ever achieved. As the man struggled for his last breaths, Carnegie leaned in and silently wondered whether the dying man wished to say anything before passing. His strength fading, extends his hand and offers a delicate chain. He asked that the item be delivered to his sister. The boy accepts it, acknowledging with a slight nod. With a single, swift motion, the action was completed flawlessly. Hale's weakening form was hurled through the air, colliding with the debris scattered on the ground. In his final breaths, softly expresses gratitude and admiration toward his faithful horse. He quietly expressed his regret at missing the chance to witness his sister's coronation ceremony. In his gaze, she was the rightful princess. That lingering, ungranted wish continued to hang in the atmosphere. His body crumbles away, breaking apart until nothing remains but dust. Meanwhile, found herself in the spotlight as moved out of her way. His presence gradually diminished, leaving only a faint trace behind. Rowan moved ahead, volunteering to face the next challenger. His unexpected offer surprised the other founders, since he had never put himself forward in this way before. At the same time, Carnegie's remaining team members. At last, the character arrives at the Grand Theater Hall, discovering his father seated at the piano. He played the familiar, soothing tune that he used to perform back when he was still human. As the group drew nearer, he quietly comes to the conclusion that his son is no longer alive. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as an eerie feeling takes over. They planned to have dinner out, but work required someone to watch the gate near the gas station by Petty's. Moved ahead, ready to face him directly. However, as soon as he reaches out his hand, a surge of agony overwhelms him as the harsh recollection resurfaces in his mind. Images of violent killings race through his mind. The force brought him crashing down onto his knees. The curse was a remnant left behind by number 0. A new restriction had been placed upon him, ensuring that he would never be able to harm humans again. As the group struggled to come to terms with what had just happened, his father, without warning, he lunges toward her, leading with his. Twisted, unnatural laughter echoed through the air. She realized that the cluster was affecting her actions. Wasted no time as she unleashed her spark light attack. To her astonishment, her father easily the attack. Despite his best efforts, couldn't manage to strike the father in his current state. He launches himself upward with agility, soaring through the air. Returning to the ground, he wasted no time in ridiculing his abilities. Wondering about the location, she had discovered it by observing someone else. She keeps the true source a secret, yet insists with confidence that it came from one of the original founders. The unexpected event leaves everyone in the room stunned. The father lunged forward without warning, but Claude reacted quickly, sliding in at the last moment to shield the girl from the impending blow. Her father's anger intensified, and he charged at them with furious determination. A surge of raw, untamed anger overwhelmed them. To him, though, Rowan the dragon loomed just a breath away, jaws spread wide in anticipation of capturing his target. Rowan possessed a unique ability called the Founder's Skill, which granted him the power to bring back or mimic the abilities of legendary dragons from the past, regardless of whether the beings came from real life or imagination. Rowan wasted no time in putting his frightening power to use, sinking his teeth into his father right away. The creature shifted its form into a gigantic T-Rex and viciously attacked the father, ripping him apart without mercy.
Lately, I've had a strong addiction to watching manhwa and manga recap videos. Every single day, I find myself binging one after another, losing hours and days doing absolutely nothing productive. And honestly, it's getting out of hand. So, maybe we can make these viral videos too. I mean, look at the views, the growth, the community these creators are building. It looks simple, right? But that's a trap. You go down this endless rabbit hole, spending money, losing sleep, hiring editors and writers from Fiverr and Upwork, and still feel like you've been robbed. Because don't forget how emotional the YouTube algorithm can be with making videos go viral. It's unpredictable, especially when the market's saturated, competition's relentless, and somehow other creators are dropping 10-hour videos daily while you're stuck trying to finish one. That's when I realized something had to change. So, I built the solution, the Web2 Narrative Suite, a complete one-click system that handles everything from cropping, script narration, text-to-speech, image processing, and full video generation in one smooth process. Save money, reduce hours of work, and have a tool that only gives you straight results. Click on the link down below and experience it for yourself. And if you want even more tools to supercharge your YouTube recap journey, visit my Ko-Fi and Patreon pages where I drop weekly new tools designed to keep you ahead as AI continues to steal our jobs. So tap in now before you get left behind.